Welcome to our Thursday coverage from the premier meet in the sport here on Fox Sports 2. The one to beat in the feature, the John Morrissey, Doc Sullivan. He won this race last year on a wet track. Can he go back-to-back? Bold Journey, the only millionaire in this year's field. Be a tough customer as well. He gets back to the dirt. A former graded stakes winner not long ago for that man right there. Hall of Famer Bill Mott, who has big eyes on the weekend as well, with his star stablemates ready to do battle in the Whitney. Baeza, is it his turn to steal the spotlight and put those gate problems behind him as well? Of course, he'll line up against his stablemate, the reigning horse of the year, last year's Derby Belmont and Travers winner Sovereignty. A big race for him to try and get his first win of his 4-year-old campaign. Welcome to Saratoga Racecourse here in Saratoga Springs, New York on this Thursday afternoon. We're just 9 minutes away from kicking off this Thursday card. We'll talk about the Morrissey to come. He was a pretty tough customer, known for the end of Bill the Butcher from Gangs of New York, William Poole, if you know who that is. They had a 38-round bare-knuckle fight. Wow. Greg Wolf, the MIG, Richie Migliore, 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca, and Doc Sullivan. Looks like a pretty wide-open field. Big change, sacrosanct coming out, but Doc Sullivan in very good form.
Yeah, he's in good form, and he's proven to be very, very good at the 7-furlong distance. This field is tremendous. 289 starts combined, 75 wins among them, with about $7.5 million in earnings. That's depth of a field. This is a really good addition to the Morrissey. They're going to feel like they went 36 rounds when this is all done.
Yeah, you're not lying. And why would you want to take a favorite like Doc Sullivan in this race? But he looks like the one to beat. There's other horses in here like Butta, that is a up-and-coming 4-year-old. If you like a horse in this race, you're going to get your price. It goes 12 deep, and it is a tough race, and it's going to anchor that late pick 4 and pick 5.
5 months away for Doc Sullivan, too, and moves to a new barn for Amelia Grain, so we'll see if he can overcome the layoff. And here, certainly Doc Sullivan and Bold Journey appear like, with the big wins against Open Company, Graded Stakes Company, they could be the class of this field. But here's Doc Sullivan, what he did in this race last year, Mig, on this muddy, sealed surface.
Yeah, and the thing about Doc Sullivan is, you know, they go quick. He can rally from off the pace. If they don't go very quick, he can put himself right in the game. So his versatility certainly makes him tough. He's a 7-time winner, closing in on $800,000 in earnings. And he doesn't need to take his track with him. He wins on fast. He wins on sloppy. He's just honest.
Yeah, and how did he win this race last year, Greg? Off a similar layoff, right?
4 months away, yeah.
So 4 months away. So they planned out the same kind of campaign for this year. You know, last year, March 8th, 2025 was the last race. Then, boom, this race came March 21st, and they got a race into him. I will say this. When he won this race last year, he was about 5.5 to 1. He'll be a little bit lower than that. It was a wide-open group last year. It's a wide-open group again this year.
Good race is our feature. That's race 9 on the card, 5:44 Eastern start time for that John Morrissey for New York breds. Part of the late pick 5, part of the pick 6 as well. We have an early pick 5, though, beginning in just 7 minutes, and you can play it right there at Naira Bets, the official betting app of Saratoga. Get that offer, that $200 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in that at sign up, spot 200. And you're ready to roll today, all summer long and beyond at NairaBets.com. What's ahead on this 10-race card? Presented by Claiborne Farm. We're fast and firm. Again, this opener coming up in just 7 minutes. Race 2, the early pick 4 that John Morrissey has mentioned in race 9 this afternoon. We're going to begin with a mile race out of the Wilson Chute, $12,000 claiming race, and a pretty heavy favorite to start things off here, an Interlock Empire, the 3 for Mike Maker, Mig.
You know, when I first looked at it at first blush, you go, well, he's taking a precipitous drop in class. Not so much, really. He was claimed for 25, ran well at the fairgrounds and Evangeline Downs, and now he's in for 12.5. And we know that Jay Provenzano with Flying P Stable covets winning races up here. I think they're just being realistic in their placement.
Yeah, it's a tough read. You don't see many horses coming from Louisiana, especially from Evangeline Downs, and dropping that much in class. Listen, the races that this horse has ran, if they ran it on paper, he wins.
Yeah. Lays over what his form looks like.
There he is in those Flying P silks, the hot pink. Rat Ortiz Jr. in the irons, 28 wins, just 7 back of the meet leader Flavian Prat, despite missing the first 5 days of action here at Saratoga.
I love that shot of him riding through down Champions Way. He's got an intensity about him. He wants to win on everything he rides.
So post-parade coming up. Pig 5 pool approaching $350,000. And a beautiful look there, 1863 club. And we'll see Shipsational to kick off the post parade. Dylan Davis and off the claim Rob Atris.
Yeah, making that first start for Atris. This horse has not won since October 30th of 2021, but he's got races good enough to be competitive here.
Here is Interlock Empire for the Mike Maker barn taking over Arad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, I mean, he just looks like if he runs to his buyer speed figures, he's going to be very tough to beat.
Drop in class for the 4, Manny Franco for Linda Rice Golden Symphony.
Yeah, Linda owns this one. The son of Medaglia d'Oro just missed 2 starts back.
Thrill of It, James Farrell barn claiming off of John Terranova.
Yeah, Christopher Elliott will take over the ride. I thought this horse was the outside horse in here, but 0 for 13 the last 2 years obviously worries me.
Some speed with Screaming Uncle.
Yeah, I think he plays out to be the main speed here.
And Michelle Giangiulio barn, first trumpet, Jose Ortiz, just 1 back of Pratt.
27 starts the last 2 years, so this horse likes to run. This one for Aaron Racing Stables draws Jose Ortiz, and you're getting 9 to 1.
So let's go back to the favorite, this pretty gray here, 6-year-old son of Classic Empire, who was last seen at Evangeline Downs the last couple of starts, including a win a couple of starts ago. This is in action at the Fairgrounds back on February 22nd.
It's just a little hard for me to decipher the Fairgrounds / Evangeline form, but I mean, I think this was a really good effort, Paul, and the Fairgrounds, you know that there's quality racing there.
Yeah, it's, you know, if this horse shows up, like I said, and has this kind of effort, that's why the horse is 4 to 5. He's going to win this race. He cuts back from a mile and 16th. He's one of the few horses that's actually cutting back from 2 turns in here, so.
This seems like he takes his racetrack with him, doesn't it?
Yeah, Tom Amos, our colleague, had this horse last year, actually, for $16,000. Robertina Doro. So a lot of really good barns, or high percentage barns, have had this horse.
Meanwhile, next door, this is Golden Symphony for Linda Rice, a 4-time winner. This 5-year-old is the second choice on the board right now, Mig.
Yeah, I think he was just taken out of his game last time, didn't get off to the greatest beginning. He wants to be more forward, not on the lead, but certainly more involved. And he's another one taking a drop in class.
I mean, this horse last time out in a way tougher event was 6 to 1. Obviously did not show up, passed a couple horses. But, you know, if he gets back to this race, he's going to be really tough in here. And like I said, this horse is aggressively placed. But look who owns the horse, Linda. So she can place this horse wherever she wants to.
Concerned at all? 2 starts Saratoga, they've not gone well.
Yeah, you're concerned a little bit, but you look at the rest of the field, you have the one, Shipsational, who I think will be better on the grind, but like Mig said, the horse hasn't won in almost 5 years. So you have a lot of horses in here. Thrill of It, who I think the 6 has got a little bit of a chance. 0 for 13 the last 2 years, so not many world beaters in here.
2 minutes to post to kick off this Thursday card. Let's bring in Acacia Clement for the first time on our FS2 coverage. Hi, Acacia.
Hey, Greg, and we'll take a look first at the Invader that's taking all the money with the number 3 Interlock Empire now in the Mike Maker barn. And if you looked at this horse with maybe some other types of connections, you might be a little bit concerned with the drop in class and coming here to Saratoga. But we have seen in the past with horses wearing that flying pea pink that they are aggressive when dropping their horses, and they put them in spots where they can win. So I do not read too much into this drop, and I think that's in large part why we see him at 4 to 5. He was disappointing last time, but it was an off the turf stake, albeit at Evangeline, where he broke slowly. 2 starts back, he ran well, and he had run well at Fairgrounds, but he's also run well at Keeneland, at Churchill, at Ellis, other tracks that you could have formed to sink your teeth into a little bit more. So I don't just put his last few races against him. He's a very logical favorite. I tried to go elsewhere in here, but like I said, maybe just the right one to take the drop in class here. Very light gray, easy to spot out there on the track, very compact and very strong. So I actually like the slight turn back to the mile for him. The number 4 Golden Symphony is stretching out a little bit to the mile, and maybe that distance is a touch of a question mark. And yes, I know that his Saratoga races have not been his best efforts, but last time he was facing a world of better horses, much tougher. He ran well 2 starts back where Cocktails and Kringle wired the field, and this is a horse that Linda Rice had claimed for $20,000, got a win, ran well against tougher. I think just a logical back to reality type of drop in class. I did cover his last race. I didn't notice this equipment last time, so it might be something he's wearing for the first time, but he is outfitted with a burr on the right side. So it's a very small piece on the right cheek of the outside of the bit, and it applies a little bit more pressure there. So especially for horses that maybe have the tendency to drift out a little bit, you can see it just a little bit there, right to the outside of that ring bit, and can be very helpful when using in particular the indirect rein to help keep a horse straight. So interesting equipment I did notice on the number 4 Golden Symphony. The number 1 Shipsational, first off the claim for Rob Atras. It's been a long time since this guy has seen the winner's circle. I did do the handicapping show earlier, so I'm sticking with him as my pick. I originally had interest in the Too Expensive Cut, who scratched, but I like shorter for Shipsational as he does turn back in distance. Interestingly enough, Mike Dubb actually owned this horse previously when with Brad Cox and running against Tougher, and he reclaims him this time with Rob Atras. And it's just intriguing to see him go back in for this horse, who, yes, has not seen the winner's circle in a while, but is quite honest. This is the lowest level that he will have run at. I thought that he looked super out on the track, making his first start for Rob. And like I said, I do feel this is a better distance for him. We'll see if he can finally turn things around, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Yeah, 6-1 on this 7-year-old Shipsational, but Interlock Empire, who has, taken his form, as we talked about, to Evangeline Downs, Fairgrounds, Keeneland, Oaklawn. He's run big races, several different tracks. This is his first time at Saratoga. His recent form makes him look pretty imposing.
No, it really does. And listen, I'm taking a little bit of a swing. When you're trying to get a horse home that hasn't won in nearly 5 years, you're taking a swing. But he's well posted. I like the turn back, much like Acacia talked about for Shipsational. But Interlock Empire, I'm not foolish enough to think he's not going to be very tough to beat.
Yeah, I get it, but I don't know about 4 to 5. I mean, the paper says 4 to 5. The one Shipsational, his last race, Dexter Haddock, the jockey on him, really was getting after him for the whole mile and an eighth. And I think he wanted to be forward on that day, and I would think Dylan Davis will try to see if he can get forward with that mile and an eighth bottom. He'll be the horse that maybe you want to play at 5-1, but there's your 4 to 5 shot, Greg. Should he be 4 to 5? Probably on paper.
A man that Miggs spent a lot of time with lately. Keep handing him out awards.
Yeah, we got another one coming with Irad. Another good sit down this morning.
4 to 5 Interlock Empire. Maker, Orad Ortiz Jr., Flying P Stable. Here's the 6. Thrill of It. First off the claim, off a layoff as well. And a look at the 8. First Trumpet, Jose Ortiz from the outside post. We kick off this Thursday card here on Fox Sports 2. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Shipsational is quick away from the gate, but on the outside there goes Screaming Uncle now to take over, and so it's Screaming Uncle clearing off to lead by 2. First Trumpet second. Golden Symphony is racing in third as they make their way toward the back stretch. It will be Screaming Uncle the pacemaker. Has it by 3/4 of a length now. Over First Trumpet in second. It's 2 more to Golden Symphony, and Thrill of It is in fourth. 3 clear of Shipsational. Interlock Empire is at the back of the field, and they are covered by 7 lengths. They run down the back stretch. The quarter went in 24 seconds flat. Screaming Uncle leads at a length and a half to First Trumpet in second. Golden Symphony is on the inside third, and Thrill of It continues to run in fourth with less than a half mile to go. The gray is Interlock Empire, has 5 lengths to make up and 2 more to Shipsational. 47 flat for Screaming Uncle. Screaming Uncle rounds the far turn with a 2-length lead. Golden Symphony trying to come through on the inside and has done just that. And Interlock Empire is making a big move on the outside. These 3 will line up at the top of the stretch. It is Screaming Uncle trying to hold that lead with Golden Symphony bearing down right up alongside. In the center, Interlock Empire is now 3 lengths off the new leader, Golden Symphony, who goes for home strongly. Late run also from Shipsational to get a piece of it. Golden Symphony and Manny Franco are long gone though. And it's Golden Symphony to win by 4 lengths. Shipsational from last into second, Interlock Empire and Screaming Uncle.
Golden Symphony, drop in class. Linda Rice, Manny Franco.
Yeah, good strong ride from Manny, always in good position. And he gets it done. And, you know, Linda Rice might have gotten off to a bit of a slow start at the Saratoga meet, but boy, her barn is really starting to take shape and heat up here. Boy, it was kind of a struggle for Shipsational early, but he rallied on to be second. Interlock Empire, he had no excuses, good enough trip.
Yes, sometimes that ship down here is just tough. I mean, when you come up to Saratoga, horses just don't react the same, and Golden Symphony just had a really good trip. Sensational, like I was saying, he tries so hard. He's a hard-trying horse. Hasn't gone in the winner's circle in a while, but he ran a nice second.
Number 11 at the meet for Linda Rice. The number 25 at the meet for that man right there. Just left our screen, Manny Franco. And yeah, very slow start for Linda Rice, but really starting to put wins to get. She's only 5 back of the meet leader.
Yeah, I know, it's interesting. We kind of, I think, rush to judgment sometimes, but barns go through streaks. Sometimes it's cyclical, right? Well, her barn's starting to hit on all cylinders, and this was a nice effort here by Golden Symphony, and there are all of Manny Franco's many skills on display. He's such a strong finisher.
And she unleashed a 2-year-old filly, state bred. That is nice. So, yeah, Linda. It's been the year of the woman so far anyway in 2026. Linda keeps on going.
Linda owns this one as well. 5-year-old son of Medallia Dora wins for the 5th time in his career. And yes, Saratoga, not a problem here when you find the right company. 2 prior starts did not hit the board. Today, picture time. 3rd time the charm with the 2nd choice on the board. And the 3-5 favorite defeated. Big one coming up on Saturday in the Whitney, and the reigning horse of the year. Derby, Belmont, Travers winner from last year, Consovereignty. Right the ship here in his 4-year-old campaign.
To get up into the Pacific Classic is Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Little stroll, well, a quick stroll down Broadway.
21-4 down Broadway.
This person, yeah, needs to slow down and enjoy life a little bit more. Golden Symphony with the win to kick off the card. Manny Franco, Linda Rice. And all she needs is Todd Pletcher record-tying 5-win day, and she's tied for the lead in the trainer standings.
One can do it. Linda certainly can. Golden Symphony, Medaglia d'Oro, gelding out of the Bernardini mare Sound the Trumpets. Now 5 for 21 lifetime.
So Golden Symphony to kick off this Thursday card. Let's go to Acacia.
Pleased to be joined by winning trainer Linda Rice as Golden Symphony gets the win. Linda, you were just telling me you thought that the start really impacted this horse last time out.
Yes, he bobbled at the start, just didn't get off well, and he likes to be in a stalking position, doesn't need the lead, but wants to be close, and that didn't happen last time. So we gave him a little drop in class, a little more distance, and I thought he could lay a little closer that way.
He was claimed today. I saw the red tag, but how important is it, especially in Saratoga, putting horses where they could be successful?
Well, absolutely. I mean, if you don't, you're just going to get hot and dirty. And if you want to win at Saratoga, you have to be aggressive.
Got the win, got the claim today, but you have a couple coming up in the stake later on in the John Morrissey and El Grandeo and Acoustic Ave. How did you see the pace playing out with these two horses?
You know, they both like to be forward. They don't. Neither one of them have to have the lead. You know, their post positions are down inside in a very bulky field. So I'm just hoping that they both break well, find themselves some position, stalking position. I kind of doubt they'll be on the lead, but you know, but I've got two good riders on there, and they'll figure it out.
Leave it up to their hands for later. Congratulations on the win here.
Thank you, Keisha.
Greg?
Barn, yeah, starting to heat up. Of course, maybe the most thrilling trainer chase we ever saw in this sport. Linda winning the very last race, the very last day to tie Chad Brown, and the training title ended in a tie between those two a few years ago.
Yeah, pretty remarkable. And Linda has two leading trainer titles up here in Saratoga. That's a huge accomplishment. And then last year, how about Chad tied it up on the last one with Pletcher? So longer meets led themselves to kind of some exciting trainer and certainly jockey races.
It's pretty amazing.
Got to look at the odds here quickly. Mile and 16th inner turf for 2-year-olds for these New York-bred maiden special weight company. We'll have more in this field in a moment. We got a big race to talk about on Saturday.
Certainly a big race.
One of the most prestigious events for older horses in the sport. Of course, the Whitney coming up on Saturday. Fox Saratoga Saturday, presented by Oceana Cruises. Your world, your way. And just an incredible lineup of action still to come. This Whitney field, though, shaping up as the race of the year. And a filly tackling the boys, a champion filly, no less. Adding all the more intrigue in here. Magnitude, though, what a role he has been on. It looked like last year in the Travers, he was just not in the same class as Sovereignty. It has been certainly a different story this year, Mig.
Yeah, absolutely. But we've seen this movie before. Steve Asmussen with horses, 3 turning 4. Obviously, Gunrunner comes to mind. Kind of ran the table as a 4. It was a good 3-year-old. It's kind of the same deal with Magnitude, Paul. Good 3-year-old, much better 4-year-old.
I mean, when he won the Stephen Foster, I was still kind of in awe. And it was his best effort. He broke through the gate pre-start, first of all. I think a lot of people keep throwing that out. And then he's got, what, 1, 2, 3 bearers behind him trying to run him down, and he's kind of just put him all away. The horse on the far left, Baeza, amazing. You know, the horse in front and the horse that ran second, it's really hard to get past those two horses as well as they ran, Mig.
Yeah, I mean, unless Sovereignty finds his best form, which I don't think we've seen, but he also hasn't had, I think, the trips that are conducive to his style. But, man, Baeza finishes after those problems at the break, and he's the last one in the Whitney. Maybe that's going to help him get away cleaner.
You know, in Stephen Foster, when Magnitude broke through the gate, Baeza was already in the gate. And I think Junior Alvarado, after Magnitude broke through the gate, wanted to kind of reset with Baeza. Who was on Baeza? Was it? Yeah, it was Junior. Wanted to reset with Baeza. No, it was Pratt, excuse me. He wanted to back out, and he couldn't. And so they kind of just loaded Magnitude again. And listen, we always say this after 3 times. It's a habit.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just something that happens. But maybe loading last and getting in there last will finally help him. If he could just break half as good.
Yeah.
I'm less down on Sovereignty than everyone else is. I think he's had legitimate excuses. I think we're going to see the real Sovereignty on Saturday.
I was just telling you guys, walk around the racetrack, name one person that's picking Sovereignty. Think about it. Nobody.
And I will say, watching him train here in Saratoga, it feels like he's kind of come back around to the best version of himself. And last year, he ran well in the Fountain Youth to win it, was second in the Florida Derby. His third start was the Kentucky Derby. This is his third start. Maybe he just needed a couple to really shake up all that ring rust and get back to himself.
His best efforts were here. He's 3 for 4 here. Maybe getting back here will help him, but he seems like he's kind of the wise guy horse now, kind of the middle
Amazing to think, the reigning horse of the year who had a historic 3-year-old campaign. Big, really, you look at this field, probably the most important race for anyone in that group is for Sovereignty. So we go back to Acacia.
And as far as Nitrogen is concerned for the filly that is taking on the boys, it'll be a tall task, but a horse that has been very impressive. She was dazzling last time out when she won the Personal Ensign in that race, and that figure would make her a contender going into this Whitney. While her other races are very good, it would make her a little bit of the outlier in this group. Now, she's been sensational. It adds, I think, a really interesting layer to this race, having last year's champion filly come back, a horse that's in the lead right now for champion older filly or mare right now, and one that has really just been sensational and remarkably consistent throughout her career. Watching her train, she's been working solo in the mornings and doing it with a lot of energy and enthusiasm. You have to appreciate that record, 8 for 16 starting her career on turf, and as good as she's been, she's also a horse that does have the ability to be a little bit forward and went to the lead last time out. I think that should be to her advantage, probably sitting just off the hip of Magnitude, who's drawn just to her inside. For me, I think that we're going to need to see her take a step forward, as this is a very salty group of older males, but hey, as far as fillies in the Whitney, they have done some good things in history, Greg, and I'm really thrilled as a fan of the game to see this extra layer and see her taking on this fantastic Whitney group.
Makes it just incredibly exciting. I mean, you think about that performance in the Ogden Phipps on this racetrack. It was a 1/5 of a second off the fastest mile and an 1/8 ever run here, set in the Whitney back in 2007 by Lawyer Ron. So it was that good. We'll see if she can do it against this kind of company, though.
Yeah, Lawyer Ron was in beast mode that day. I took a big shot at him turning for home with a horse named Fairbanks, and he flicked me off and ran away.
I tell you what, every horse in the race has about 110 buyers they can go to. Like 5 or 6 horses in this race. Kind of crazy. Even Antiquarian, if he was able to get a good trip, he's got 108 in the Jockey Club Gold Club. His best race was here, but everybody's got a monster race here. Be unbelievable if they all ran back to it.
And you talk about Sovereignty, proven, loves it Saratoga. Nitrogen, obviously, loves it at Saratoga. It is going to be fascinating. 6:33 Eastern start time for the race of the year in the Grade 1 Whitney. Hall of Fame inductions, of course, coming up tomorrow. Always a special Friday here in Saratoga Springs. And John Sheriffs of Zenyatta fame. Can't wait to see him inducted. Should have happened a little sooner, but it's finally happening tomorrow.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Race 2, mile and a 16th over the turf. New York Breds maiden special weight. By the way, real quick, the 3 was claimed out of that last race. Odds-on favorite who's defeated. 8-way shake to get that runner. Moving to a new barn.
The winner, no? We don't know about the winner?
Was claimed.
Was claimed. Yeah, I would think, you know, I was actually, when I was at Monmouth, I think it was about a month and a half ago, I was talking to Wayne Potts, and there was like a 10-way shake for a horse that was 12.5. He said, you can't get horses right now for 12,500. And that's crazy because that race was 12.5.
Yeah, listen, everybody's horse hungry here, right? They want horses that, and if you claim them now, got a chance to run them back before the end of the meet. Everybody's looking for their Saratoga wins, and trainers are aggressive up here. They spot their horses aggressively, so they're more attractive to be claimed on the drop.
Meg and I, Paulie, were talking about this race before we came on the air in our office. Seemed a little difficult to us. Brad Cox, though, it seems like default mode. People going to the familiar names and connections. Rat Ortiz Jr. on this one as well.
Yeah, I mean, the horse was bet to favoritism. I'm surprised that the 3, especially the meet Horacio de Paz has had with all of his New York breds. This horse is really bred nicely for the turf, but anytime you get 2-year-olds on the turf, it's anybody's ballgame.
Some pedigree, too, for the stretch out on the grass with Monaco Crown, the 2. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale, who we bring in for the first time today.
And we'll take a look here at horses who have experience, including your favorite, who does take a lot of money here. Kind of like you said, what are we really betting on here? Basically connections. But I can confirm that at least physically, he does fit the bill for a horse that wants to do this, and that is go this longer distance, a mile and a 16th on the turf. Al-Mawasha doesn't have that much turf pedigree, though have to one who won a very slow turf race, and he has Tiz the Law on top. And I have been a fan of his progeny on this surface, and boy, does this guy have a massive turf hoof on him. I didn't cover his first race, but to me, he kind of ran like a horse that wants the turf, showed good speed while he was held together and in the bridle, and once he came off of it, well, we faded. So looking at him here in the paddock, solid, really well muscled, should be able to handle the distance, and with that being said, should also find himself forwardly placed in here too. As we'll move on to a bigger price that is trying the turf here in his second start, that's number 6, Mendel. And I paid close attention to this horse and his physical attributes first time out because I said, wow, this is all turf pedigree. Being a son of Mendelssohn, the dam Maribel Mai, she went 2 for 13 on the turf. The other lone sibling wasn't much, ran in Puerto Rico. However, while this guy definitely wants more ground, and he was very green first time out, and he's behaving way better this time around, he's very, very upright in his pasterns. That could mean absolutely nothing. So therefore, he doesn't have that proverbial turf hoof or that kind of, look about him. But I definitely think getting more ground will suit him really nicely here, and hopefully his pedigree pulls through for him to like to switch to the turf. Greg?
All right, thank you, Maggie. Let's go back to Monaco Crown. Ricardo Santana Jr. will be on board this one, who has a race over the grass. It was at Colonial Sprinting, 5.5 furlongs, and now comes the stretch out, Meg.
Comes the stretch out, so he has the experience and he has that foundation of the race. And plus, he's getting with New York breds this time. And you think about he was racing in open company. There's roughly 20,000 foals in North America every year. 1,000 of them are New York breds. It shrinks the gene pool in which he's got to compete against.
He was really good first time out. If he doesn't have trouble, he might have won that race. They put the blinkers on. He was 14-1 that day. You're not getting that today.
Holding at that 5-1 morning line. Let's go back to Maggie.
And we'll check in with horses who do not have experience, including number 3, Howard's Hope. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing as Paul of, well, maybe this horse isn't live, but then again, his other 2-year-old first-time starting winners were massive prices. So relatively speaking, 9-2 is kind of short on Howard's Hope, as he's the son of Caraconti, who I think is one of the most underrated sires to kind of get anything. But obviously they are best on the turf, actually best with turf sprinters, and he hits at 18% with his first-time starting progeny. On the bottom side, the dam, she was 6 for 26 on the turf. This is her first foal. The second dam was Iron Goddess, who was a stakes winner on the surface. So needless to say, he's well spotted for this condition. He definitely looks like he wants to do this. He is wearing blinkers first time out, but with Horacio, he's one of those trainers where that does not bother me. This guy just looks as though he needs a start kind of mentally and physically. He's very quiet, very laid back, so at least he's behaving, but he doesn't quite have that, light bulb on in the race mentality department. He'll run well here, I think, but we'll see if it's a winning effort. Moving on to one of 2 for trainer Amelia Green, as she'll send out the 8 Papa Brez as well as Captain George, who I will get to front side, as he is currently 10-1, but Papa Brez is the one slightly taking more money here, as he's the son of Slumber. The dam and the full sibling, not much to write home about, but Slumber is another one that's somewhat underrated. Usually they need to start to kind of get everything going. As you can see, slightly green, probably needs a start. They all have this look of just being kind of raw, not very mature looking individuals. Like, the structure's there, but it needs to be molded into an athlete. And that's a kind of what I'm getting from Papa Brez, though I do appreciate the fact that since he's been tacked, he's kind of puffed himself up and he's gotten sharper. He is wearing blinkers for this first start here, Greg, but I think I'll take the wait and see approach with him.
9-1 on this first-time starter. As we take a look at the 9-5 favorite here, Brad Coxbarn, or Rad Ortiz Jr. in the turf debut.
This horse is taking a lot of money. Is it partially because of the strength of the connections? Obviously getting IRAD as well.
There you see my pick 4 ticket, $60 investment. I'm going to use the 5, but that horse is a tough sell when the horse was favored and ran dead last in the field of 4. But I'll use 3, 5, 7 here. I hope Linda Rice stays hot. I like how much is enough to 3 in the next race. Barry Schwartz, I think, he's got a chance for a double in here. I'm hoping for a double with the 3 in race number 2 and the 3 in race number 3. 3, 4, 7, 8. I thought race number 4 was tough. And race number 5, 2, 6, 8, 10, 11. I kind of like the 8. How many times I heard that? Keep your eye on the ball. Keep your eye on the ball.
Man, this is the kind of race where, and certainly the 5 could win. Feel like you want some coverage. Back to the 2 Monaco Crown. Dam produced one who was a multiple winner on the turf.
And she routed.
Graded stakes placed on the grass routing as well. Fila Primera. Just thought a lot of intrigue with that one stretching out.
And we've seen over time, experience counts, particularly in these 2-turn, 2-year-old races on the turf.
Yeah, and I thought the 7 Perea for Flavian Pratt and Michael Maker was interesting. I think Speaker's Corner is going to be a sneaky turf sire.
So we'll get a look at them here as they come down Champions Way. Our post parade coming up. Pick 4 begins in this second race. Approaching the 5-minute mark to post. And it's the Brad Cox Tis the Law 2-year-old, still the favorite. We'll start with a first-time starter on the rail. All About Soul.
Training up at Finger Lakes, so no opportunity to get on turf, and I'm not seeing an overwhelming amount of turf pedigree.
Monaco Crown with that turf sprint under the belt at Colonial. Here's start number 2.
Yeah, any kind of experience is good. And this horse ran well first time out. Now we'll add blinkers.
Here's Howard's Hope with Manny Franco.
Depth of turf pedigree here. The Grand Dam was Iron Goddess, a turf a stakes winner on the turf for Barry Schwartz.
Steady, Solo Striker, debut ahead.
A horse that's gotten a spin over the turf course. This is one of the few jurisdictions where you can work out your 2-year-olds on the turf in the morning.
Here's the Brad Cox favorite, turf debut.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the money is because of the strength of Brad Cox and Irad Ortiz.
Mendelssohn, second-time starter, gets turf for the first time. Mendel.
Yeah, this one owned and trained by Melanie Giddings. I think this horse will show a little bit more speed today.
Mike Maker runner, Perea, turf debut.
Yeah, changing surfaces off of a poor debut, and Lourdes Flavien Pratt.
Yeah, you don't get Pratt at 7:01 often here. Papa Brez has Tyler Gaffleon.
Yeah, head of plans partner. This gelding by Slumber, been working at Belmont.
Roadhouse Warrior, another one, debut on dirt, now gets turf.
Yeah, the dam was a 5-time winner on turf, but that was sprinting.
Amelia Greenbarn, Captain George.
Yeah, War Will, first-time starter for High Step Racing. Jaime Rodriguez will be in the irons.
War Will was obviously a classic winner, but grade 1 winner on the turf as well. Motorcycle Cop, Rob Atris debuts.
Yeah, not taking much money in a very difficult post, the far outside with a young, inexperienced horse.
So 4 minutes to post. Here in the start of this pick 4, and the price getting even shorter now on this 5-runner with these connections. And best summer and start to Saratoga the Brad Cox barn has ever had. But quite often in these races, Paulie, this is where we can get some surprises.
Yeah, you never know. Look at this filly, or this colt, excuse me, on the screen right now. This horse has been working forwardly at Finger Lakes. And the way Kendrick Camus is warming him up, I would think this horse is going to be forward from the get-go. And you mentioned the 2, Monaco Crown. Another horse, one of the 2 horses in here that has experience, a few horses that have experience, along with the 5, 6, 7.
So 7-5 favorite. Just seems like a tough race to make anyone that sort of number in here, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, and we're trying to, it's a guessing game at this point for a horse that has not competed on turf yet.
Let's go back to Maggie.
And we'll take a look here at the other Amelia Green horse. That is number 10, Captain George, who I'm actually going to land on. And he's a horse that I liked his workout coming in here. Now, it's not on the surface that he's going to run on, but it was from the gate. Jaime Rodriguez was aboard. He works this 48-1. And while he's on the inside of an unraced maid, as we'll check it out here from the gate, I thought he maintained a slight advantage throughout. He's the one there on the inside. So Jamie not really asking where the other rider is. And this guy, for a horse that is meant to be turf, we'll discuss his pedigree in a moment. I love the way that he traveled throughout on the bridle. It speaks to his quality more so than maybe what he wants to do, which I still believe is be a turf horse, as he is the son of War of Will. The dam, she was only run 1 time. She was 3rd in her lone start on the turf in France. This is her first foal. The dam, while she was a stakes-winning dirt sprinter, the dam's half to Meteore, who is a graded stakes winner on the turf. So he's going to maintain a slight advantage, and he was never asked throughout this work, whereas you can see his unraced mate is being worked on throughout there. Really what caught my eye and drew me to him was out here on the racetrack. Like I said, this guy moves incredibly well, and Jamie's given him quite a brisk warm-up. So kind of reminding him while he was maybe a touch slow from the gate to break. We gotta go forward to give ourselves the best chance. He's pretty athletic looking overall, so I really like what I'm seeing here from Captain George. Moving on to another first-time starter you guys were talking about, number 1, All About Soul. I don't know what to think about Mystic Guide as a sire, especially with turf horses, but there is turf on the bottom side. 2 of the 7 foals have been winners, so it's not a very productive family, but they both won on the turf. And the second dam, Positive Energy, was a stakes winner on the turf. This guy caught my eye when he walked in. He's really nicely put together, definitely looks turf meant, and comes in here incredibly fit. And we often see Anthony Ferraro bring horses that he has prepared at his home base of Finger Lakes to Saratoga and have them be successful. He has been very, very professional throughout. And then we'll check in with a horse that took a lot of money in his debut on the dirt. That's number 7, Perea. I even liked him. I picked him. And they're switching to the turf and going long here. I wonder if we'll see him more forwardly placed in here. Now, there's only been 2 winners from the whole family for 5 foals, and only one of them on the turf. It's gotten pretty hot out there on the racetrack, which you never love to see. It is a hot day, to be fair, but you don't want them to be nervous in their second start. And I'm starting to build a little bit of a theory about these Speaker's Corners, just because my husband actually had a horse do the same exact thing. Took a lot of money, was forward in the running of that race on the dirt, first time out, backed up through the field. Second time we tried the turf, same thing. Showed speed, backed up through the field, but he'd worked so well, and Perea was working so well. I've talked to many other trainers who say their Speaker's Corners work very well in the morning. Are they morning glories, Greg? We'll see. Whether smoke is there fire, can Perea run on the turf?
Post time coming up, and we'll see what we get out of Perea. Flavien Prat, first time on the grass coming up. So much inexperience for just about everybody in this field, Meg, and things with these youngsters, a lot of them debuting, a lot of them getting grass for the first time. It's as you said, a bit of a guessing game here.
Yeah, I mean, I lean on pedigree. That's one of the metrics I use. Howard's Hope has the kind of pedigree that's why I landed there. The Grand Dam, like I said, Iron Goddess, the stakes winner on turf. I actually won a 7-furlong race for Barry Schwartz, her owner breeder, on the turf at Belmont Park. Thought that horse was also named for Howard DeMartini, who was the long time, he ran the Suffolk County OTB for a really long time.
Never been to one of those.
Yeah. Never.
No.
There's the 2. Dan produced one that loved going longer on the grass. Monaco Crown, 6-1 right now for start number 2 on the turf and getting more distance. And here's Perea, who is not behaving great right now.
Maggie talking about the Speaker's Corners colts, that they've been a little bit on edge a little bit, and this colt has been, and maybe he'll show a little bit of speed. And
but that's what the gate crew knows these horses so well. They, by design, took Flavien Prat off, said, let's get him in the gate before you get back on a safety measure. The 4 solo striker's a little bit interesting to me. Mitchell Friedman won with a first-time starter earlier in this meet, Midnight Raider, so he's capable with firsters as well.
Well, here you see the starting gate crew trying to work their magic and calm this one down.
Looks like he's a little bit better now, right?
Perea, right when he gets to the gate, starts to be a little uncooperative.
He's rearing up just in an obstinate way. Like sometimes horses will rear up in a panic, but he's doing it more in an obstinate kind of way as the 4-horse now is acting up a bit.
Yeah, he's foresaw the 7 and said, you know, if you're acting up, I can act up too. But it looks like now that Flavien's going to get aboard. There he goes. And now the jockey off the 4, Christopher Elliott, he'll get back aboard.
Young horses feed on each other's energy. One of the greatest things I've heard Acacia Clement say, they're like Christmas lights. When one goes out, they all go out, right?
So true.
Start of this early pick 4. There's your favorite, Arad Ortiz Jr. on this 5 for Brad Cox. Let's send it upstairs. Kick off this pick 4. Frank Miramati, the call.
Just 4 more left to load. Still working a bit on the 4 solo striker. In fact, the assistant starter in the adjacent gate. And now that'll clear up for Al Moasha, the favorite to come up. And the last one will be Motorcycle Cop. Al Moasha now backs away, goes in this time. One more. Motorcycle Cop. Goes in, they're in the gate. And they're off. And it's a very fast start for Perea, who is keyed up right away and goes to the lead. In between horses, Mendel is up close too. And just inside of that pair, coming through is Monaco Crown. So there's no shortage of early pace. In the meantime, Al Moasha settles into a nice spot along the inside in the 4th position, 4 lengths off the leader. A length and a half back to Captain George. Outside, All About Soul. The quarter went in 24 seconds flat. They move on to the backstretch. And the lead belongs to Perea. It's a length advantage. Mendel worked upon to get closer. And Monaco Crown is in 3rd. Al Moasha reserved in 4th. racing 3/4 of a length in front of Captain George. It's another 3. Back to Roadhouse Warrior. Outside, All About Soul. Howard's Hope has settled nicely behind that pair. 2 more lengths to Papa Brez. Motorcycle Cop is asked to get going, and Solo Striker trails 49-2 for Perea, who takes him into the far turn, has been there every step of the way, has it by 2. Monaco Crown on the inside. Mendel is racing just outside of that rival. They're coming toward the quarter pole. Just in behind this group is Al Moasha. Now Al Moasha is going to angle to the outside for a powerful bid, and coming fast just behind Captain George at this stage. There's 1 furlong to go. Perea hanging in there. Al Moasha on the outside continues to rally strongly, and from way out of it, Howard's Hope has come with a menacing bid. Howard's Hope has come from way out of it to blow by them all. Nice performance from him. Al Moasha was second. Captain George finished third, and trying to hold fourth was Monaco Crown.
Howard's Hope just finding another gear late here. Early double, Manny Franco and Horacio de Paz. Well, this incredible start to the summer with another win.
Well, he found another gear coming to the 8th pole. Manny was very patient, very confident on him. He was well back in the pack, eased him out in the clear, but he found another gear.
Wow, 6-1 on this horse. Yeah, Manny was really confident. Swapped back to his left lead towards the end of the race, just being a little green. You know, the 10 and the 5, the 10 ran a giant race in here. Captain George, I thought the son of War of Will. You see the 2 horses. The 5 had the best trip, the 3 had the most run.
3, 5, 10, 2, 6-1 on Howard's Hope, and silks that Mig, we know very well here in New York.
I love those black and white silks, and Barry's cap. Always wanted that black and white cap. Now, sometimes you come out of the room with just black or just white, and you'd hear about it, but a homebred for Barry Schwartz and Cheryl Schwartz's Stonewall Farm, and this was a really nice effort. And he didn't run like a horse that was making his first start.
You know, it seems like this whole meet, for you to get 6-1 on a Horacio de Paz runner in a New York bred turf race, what he's done so far at this meet, 26 black. You can go on and on of a lot of his runners, but this one circled the field again. And he's got a pedigree, Caraconti, out of an English Channel mare to keep on going longer and longer.
6-1 upset, beating a 6-5 favorite. First-time starter. Howard's Hope with a win for the Horacio de Paz barn. The early double again to Manny Franco. Prices when we come back. Friday, of course, Hall of Fame Friday afternoon, and the late Christophe Clement will be part of that 2026 class. 2,576 wins, $184 million in career earnings. What a career. It's going to be an emotional Friday afternoon here in Saratoga Springs.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Howard's Hope motoring home in the debut at 6-1. Horacio de Paz, Silks of Barry Schwartz, and Manny Franco, the early double.
Yeah, Manny riding in just absolutely outstanding form. But this was such a nice effort. When you get a 2-year-old to finish like that, sit in traffic, boy, that was impressive.
Yeah, much the best. You got 6-1 on this one, or 3, 5, and 10. And Caraconte out of the English Channel Mare, Blue Atlas, Stonewall Farm, Barry Schwartz. You know, Caraconte, Maggie was talking about it. He's 17% with his first-time turfers. That's pretty good.
Strong.
Let's go to Maggie.
He is a really good, underrated sire, Caraconte. Is that something you've noticed, Horacio?
This is the first one I've had. I figure, I mean, obviously he's turf sire. You know, the mare was Blue Atlas, and she was one of the first mares that Barry sent me whenever he started sending me horses. So it's always special to win with, you know, a sibling that you've trained. And she was a hard-knocking mare as well.
She was. I remember I was like, please tell me this is her first foal, because I feel really old if it's not.
Yeah, no, it's her first foal, and yeah, he seems, you know, I thought he might need the race, but.
Okay, good, because I kind of thought that too, but you know, he was so calm, so quiet in the prelims. I guess instead it spoke to his professionalism, because once Manny asked him and laid him down, he responded.
Yeah, that's what Manny said. You know, obviously they stood him a while in the gate. He's not the sharpest out of the gate. We schooled him plenty, but with them standing for a little while, he said he just got kind of quiet in there, you know, then sat behind horses, got a little aggressive into the first turn, and then after that he settled, and he said as soon as I took him out and asked him to run, he's like, I just hit him once, he just took off. I didn't even do anything else, so it's good to see.
Great meet for you continues, your third first time out 2-year-old winner of the meet. Doing anything, you know, different, or is it just different quality?
I think it's just different quality. I mean, we've always kind of, you know, our program, you know, we've had first-time winners before, and it just seems like we have a good crop right now. And, you know, and we're getting lucky in the right trips, too, you know, because everybody has horses that they like, and, you know, just they might not get the trip, and I got to go buy a lottery ticket.
Dude, what is it, like 800 million right now? Get you a lottery ticket, Horacio. Congratulations on a wonderful meet.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Hot Hand continues, and also has his family there, too, to watch and cheer him on. Guys?
Howard's Hope. Thank you, Maggie. $14.24 for the win. Homebred for Barry Schwartz. Bred at Stonewall Farm. Has bred several horses who've competed in the Kentucky Derby. Equestrian estate as well. Beautiful property.
Yeah, beautiful property. And Barry, as somebody that grew up loving the game and then was able to dive into it deeply, and I felt very privileged and lucky over the years to ride a lot of winners for Barry, Cheryl, and we had a lot of fun.
They're looking for back-to-back races. They have the 3, does Barry and Stonewall Farm. How much is enough?
State bred, 35 maiden claiming 7 furlong sprint, which will start a mandatory pay pick 5. This is coming up tomorrow. It's always a very special day up here in Saratoga Springs. Hall of Fame induction day right across the street from the racetrack, and maybe this year more than we've seen in a long time, with 2 incredibly popular trainers who we lost way too soon, and Christophe Clement and John Sheriff's being inducted.
Yeah, it's just bittersweet, because you would have loved to have had them there to enjoy the moment that they earned. You know, it's a shame, but I'm glad that the families will get to represent and partake in the festivities.
Yeah, and it's been a long time coming for Christophe, along with John, and along with the horse, Kona Gold. I mean, but yeah, it's going to be a lot of tears going to be shed, but happy tears, and remembering the careers of Christophe and John Sheriff's. I was able to get close to both of them, so it's going to tug at my heartstrings.
As we mentioned, over 2,500 career wins for this man right here. And what, under incredible, just such difficult circumstances, Miguel taking over his barn sooner than to be expected, and has been so admirable doing it. But what a career. His father put together Tonalist, 2014 Belmont Stakes winner, would go on to win the Jockey Club Gold Cup on a couple of occasions. $184 million in earnings, but as much as he did on the racetrack, Meg, and he accomplished so much, even a better person.
He was such a great mentor. He always had time to speak to people, guide young people in their career choices and how to approach things. He and I had some lovely conversations over the years about, different approaches to things, and certainly his take on synthetic tracks and turf. And I really wish that he had gotten in before he passed, but very well deserved. He belongs there. Everybody knew it for years now.
And, John Sheriff's, of course, someone, Paul, that renowned for being so patient and bringing that individual, each horse, their own individual care. And that's why he was so successful as a trainer, took his time. Giacomo, that shocker in the Kentucky Derby, and, of course, that incredible campaign with Zenyatta.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people don't realize to just win like 5 races in a row. He got a mare to win 19 races in a row, and she just missed. But a Kentucky Derby win with Giacomo. He also had a 3rd-place finish with Tiago. So some really good horses for the Mosses, and a true character of the game. A lot of guys that were stabled around him love being stabled around John Sheriff's.
And Mig, I know you were close with him too. What do you remember about John?
I love talking with John. So smart, so introspective about so many things. He would send me books, and he'd find a book and say, "You got to read this," about Colonel Matt Wynn and the Kentucky Derby and different racehorses. We had amazing conversations. But something a lot of people probably don't know, and they should know, John was a patriot. He served in the Marine Corps in Vietnam, and he never spoke of it. He never shared that. But he was a man amongst men, and somebody that I deeply, deeply admired.
That will happen tomorrow here, right across the street. Let's take a look at the full class. They'll be inducted, this 2026 class. Gulch, Mongo, David Whiteley, and then Pillars of the Turf, Seth Hancock, G. Watts Humphrey Jr., among others that will be enshrined on Friday. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back with more right after this. 16 minutes away from race 3. Baffert, disappointment yesterday with Usha. Can Explora get him going? We'll be back.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
What if you didn't just watch horse racing, but own the moment? With Bond Racing Stable, you can experience the thrill of ownership without the full cost or commitment. It's easy in a racing partnership with Bond Racing Stable. They do all the work while you get access to the backstretch, morning workouts, the paddock, and the winner's circle. Whether you're new to racing or a lifelong fan, Bond Racing Stable makes it easy to get in the game. Don't just bet on the race, get in the winner's circle. Contact Bond Racing Stable and ask about a racing partnership today.
Will Indian Blessing be tested here in the test? We'll find out as they straighten away, and Indian Blessing is running away from them. Running away from them, opening up now by 3 lengths. Now by 4 with a furlong to go. Sweet Hope on the outside. And Palanca City toward the rail. It was over at the quarter pole. Indian Blessing, the champion filly, was super in the test.
One of the great races there is for 3-year-old fillies, and certainly in that sprint division, the test. And back in 2008, Indian Blessing 7-length domination of the competition, returning to where she had broken her maiden. Baffert said after this performance, she reminded him of some of the great fillies he trained in the past, Silver Bullet Day and Chaluki. She was that good.
She was that good, and one of over 800 graded stakes wins now for John Velasquez. Unbelievable.
Well, this year's edition, Baffert back in the test. He will have Explora, who went to the Kentucky Oaks, maybe the mile and eighth, a little bit beyond her scope. Paulie, what do you think about her at 7 furlongs?
Well, that race she ran in the Oaks was good, because you made a really good point, because maybe her scope was a mile and 16. She was second in the juvenile filly. So she's been really competitive age 2 and age 3. And she was up on the pace that day. This is her race back in the Leslie Lady right after the Oaks, and she has dominated this group at a little bit over even money, Mig.
And one of the many things that Bob Baffert does well is when horses turning back, they don't seem to lose their speed. This
Yeah.
filly's speed was intact, going from a mile and an eighth back to 7 furlongs, where they went 22 and changed 45 essentially flat and kept finding. So when a horse has that stamina from racing longer and they maintain that speed, that's tough combination.
Let me ask Mig a question. So this is a horse that drew the rail in the Oaks. Do you want the rail at all in the Oaks or the Derby? Is the rail okay in the Oaks?
I think it's okay in the Oaks. You're not breaking up like towards where the turn is, and you got enough run to the turn to kind of let things sort out, especially if you have natural speed like her. But I think she's well posted here, being towards the outside. She only has Carmel Coast outside.
Wouldn't downgrade her too much from that Kentucky Oaks. She was only a neck behind the top 3-year-old filly in division by a mile right now, counting stars.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, pretty solid runner there.
So Explora back here for Baffert. Let's bring in Acacia for more on what to expect in the test.
Yeah, and I thought she ran super in that Kentucky Oaks, taking a lot of the pressure and being on the front end, digging in for quite a while before eventually flattening to 4th. She did win the Leslie's Lady last time out at 7 furlongs. And reading quotes from Bob Baffert, he said that he feels like she could do either go long or go the 1 turn 7/8, but they're just seeking a grade 1 for her. Obviously, it adds a lot, especially to a filly, to be able to pick up that elusive grade 1 victory can increase their value exponentially. So you understand seeking a race like this and wanting to add that to her resume, especially being a daughter of Blame and having kind of that good influence for her potential breeding career down the line. Now, that being said, as you touched on, Greg, with Usha disappointing yesterday, so far the horses that we have seen Bob Baffert, Nisos the exception, ship here to New York have not exactly fired. And I do wonder, with the presence of a horse like Where Luck Lives for Brian Lynch, if we will see Explora get the lead on the front end alone in this test. It's not an easy feat, but certainly going out for a barn that knows how to win grade 1s, and that is what they're seeking.
She's been pretty good, and based on what she did at 7 furlongs last time out, look out.
Yeah, no doubt. This is to me, I thought, one of the most intriguing additions of the test in a while. Just like we got a great Whitney, we got a great test.
Yeah,
well.
and I think Percy's Bar cutting back in distance, very interesting too, with the blinkers on for Ben Colebrook.
Goodall.
Yeah, there's
getting
some
an
talent
extra
in there.
furlong. It's a great group. That's race 9 on Whitney Saturday at 7 furlongs. Always this race is one of the great races at Saratoga each and every summer. Test, 4-star Dave, Saratoga Derby, and the big one, the Whitney. What a lineup. Not just the race of the year, one of the great days of racing all year long in our sport.
It really is, and I mean, we got such a great card. The racing office here in Saratoga did an amazing job putting this card together. I'm really excited about Saturday.
Back to what kicked off a mandatory pay pick 5 here in race 3. 7 furlongs here in this New York bred $35,000 maiden claiming group, and Linda Rice will look to add another on the card. She'll have Dylan Davis on how much is enough. The 3, 7-2 right now as we go back to Acacia.
Yeah, and you said it with those odds on the board, Greg. A 7-2 favorite, one of two horses in here for Linda Rice in what I thought was an incredibly wide open and tricky race. As far as how much is enough, a lot of changes for this gelding as he takes a drop in class for the first time, gets blinkers on, and gets to the main track for the first time. I thought he was a little bit interesting, bit surprised to see him as the favorite, but I guess he is the appealing new face in here. Adds a 3/4 cup blinker on, the typical size blinker that Linda Rice usually does use. He has a lot of size to him physically. I think very well suited to the 7 furlongs. Sometimes the progeny of Cantharos can be very small and compact, and that is not the case at all with this guy. He does have a lot of substance and some length to his frame as well, so I think the distance suits him too. And not an overly turf-looking hoof, and there is a sibling that was the lone winner in the family and is a 3-time dirt route winner. So some pedigree to suggest, along with his physical, that he should handle all these changes. And I do think that he's very intriguing with Dylan Davis in the saddle. There's a first-time starter for Dangerous Barn in the 10 R's to start, debuting for George Weaver, a son of Upstart. Debuts for $35,000. Typically with George Weaver, you see his younger debuting horses do exceptionally well, and not so much in maiden claiming company. So some questions, I think, to answer there, but it is the type of race that kind of looks primed potentially for a new face. And he is a big, good-looking individual. Looking at the DRF Clocker reports, none of those works recently available to watch. He has reportedly been training and not switching his leads in the morning, that he's been working and hanging on that inside left lead. So maybe some maturity that he is lacking still, or just maybe not the smoothest moving type. But so watch for that throughout the running of his race, that in the mornings, he has not been the one that's been the most professional switching his leads. He's a little bit of a rough type of build as well. I think he's well spotted for this debut, and he has gotten sharper once they put the tack on, but some horses with experience that I do think could be a bit more interesting. The number 6 Recurring Revenue is second off the layoff for Chad Brown and taking a drop in class. Now, he did at least show some more speed last time out. He broke well before settling mid-pack and then just having no kick late, but he is now second off of that big layoff from February of 2025 to July of 2026, and he is taking a drop in class in here. He's not the biggest. He's relatively athletic. He got himself a bit warm. They did hose him off in here, but he hasn't done anything wrong. It is quite humid outside in here today. So this will, I think, be a real telltale race for him if he can sustain any of that early speed against some softer competition. This is the day for him to do it. He has acted quite well, and we'll watch him warm up, but I do think that he is finding himself in the logical spot, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. We'll get to the post-parade coming up. We're 5 minutes away. Race 3, riders up. Last night, all for a great cause for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund and New York Racetrack Chaplaincy. Trainers versus jockeys basketball game. It can get a little heated at times. Our own Mitch Levitas was on the mic. And yeah, that was the nasty one that was all over Twitter last night. Dunking over Will Walden.
What is that?
Yeah.
Like,
We have a new MVP this year.
Yeah, he just went by us.
Ray-Lu Gutierrez.
Ray-Lu Gutierrez was riding the 8, and he just gave me the Jalen Brunson, the 3.
It started looking pretty chippy, like the WNBA.
That was a good game.
Oh, no.
They scored like 160 points, didn't they, or something like that?
Jockeys came out on top total. Yeah.
They always do.
And shout out to Kenan LaRose. He had a big game for the trainers.
He had a big game, and yeah, I know Tom Amos, our friend and colleague, is going to be putting them through 2-a-days because they lost, but
right. Always a fun time. Well done, Ray-Lu. And there he is on King's Landing. What do you guys think about the mount here for Ray-Lu?
I like this horse a bit. This horse, it was interesting watching the replay. It looked like this horse was all done around the turn and then kept grinding, kept finding. I think this horse will be a lot better for the race under his belt. Mike Maselli is a terrific horseman, winning at 20% on the year. The 8-horse King's Landing is a player. 9-1 is, I think, a bit too big of a price.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think, Ray-Lu, a guy that doesn't get a ton of mounts, I mean, he's very capable. He rides a lot at Finger Lakes. And same with the trainer, Mike Maselli. I think that's the reason why you're getting 9-1. But this horse's first effort was pretty good.
It's big number, big on the morning line too. It was 8-1 morning line. 4 minutes now, 3 minutes away. As we have post parade here coming up next. Again, a mandatory pay pick 5. As we hear the call to post in the background begins in this one. And there is a look at Montesoli. Long time away for that one. We'll kick off with Ease My Worried Mind, the 2 from Mark Hennig. A lot of changes with this one.
Yeah, blinkers go on. First time gelding's been bet in 2 of the career starts. Actually got bet down to almost favoritism in a maiden special weight first time out.
How much is enough, Linda Rice?
I like this horse a lot. Getting to the dirt after trying turf. The Grand Dam was a mare called Zipa. She foaled nothing but fun. A multiple stakes winner for Barry Schwartz.
Ray Handelbarn with the 4 bye for now.
Yeah, Camilla Hargrove with her first ride at the meet for Mary Legs Farm.
Here's Always Honest, Jose Jimenez Barn.
I think that's a good name for this horse. He just seems to show up and try every time. Hasn't been able to get over the hump.
Recurring revenue, the big drop in class for Chad Brown.
Yeah, 2 even efforts. Now second off the layoff and the drop.
Jose Lizcano filling in for the injured Edgar Zayas Montesoli.
Another one changing surfaces for the second start. Hasn't been seen in over a year.
Price coming down a little bit here on Kings Landing with Raylo Gutierrez.
Yeah, second time starter for Life It's Good Stable and Mr. Hart.
Christopher Elliott on a big price, Mo Mahomey.
He's been running okay at Finger Lakes, takes an appropriate drop in class trying the Naira circuit. Ronnie Breed, the trainer, doesn't usually ship just to run horses here.
Yeah, second against Straight Maidens. That was Finger Lakes last start. The 10 hours to start, debuter George Weaver.
Yeah, upstart called a half hours male will debut with Lasix.
Bargain purchase claimed away from Chad Brown, Rob Atrisbarn with a Rad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, picking up Irad and, a horse that ran okay last time, turning back in distance a bit.
Katie Davis on a 47-1 shot, Roccolino.
Yeah, 3 starts for this colt. Has not beaten a horse. Blinkers go on today. We'll see.
And Linda Rice, Chris's song, Ricardo Santana Jr. from the rail.
Well, one of 2 that Linda Rice has in here. Chris's song, consistent, should have speed from the inside with a aggressive Ricardo Santana.
Dropping from State Bred Maiden 50 last couple of starts to 35 this afternoon. And here is the race from 2 back on a muddy seal track at Aqueduct.
It's a good effort. Runs a good third place finish. Kind of was up on the pace. Now, if you look at this gelding, he's got, 5-6 layoff lines. So kind of hasn't strung any races together. This is kind of why I chose him. I understand the form's not great, but finally he's stringing 2 races together. This race, okay. The last race didn't get out of the gate. That's the one key. Drawing the 1 hole in a 12-horse field, he's got to get out of the gate.
Yeah, especially 7/8s. You're up in the chute. There's a lot of empty space to their inside. You got to come out running, have their attention, and be going forward.
All right, we'll see if Linda Rice can pick up her 12th of the meet, already the win on today's card. By the way, Manny Franco, he's won the last 4 races run at the meet. Let's go back to Acacia.
And we'll take a look at the other Linda Rice runner in the number 1, Chris's Song, who was a naughty boy coming out onto the track. He came out last in the post parade, and he was really just throwing his head around, just being a bit difficult with the pony. He's a horse that's always very sharp and forward, but I haven't seen him acting like that, but he has now settled, and Ricardo Santana opting to keep him with the pony and trying to keep him a little bit more relaxed on the track, which does seem to be working so far. He was totally outfooted last time out and just couldn't reach the top group. He gets a slight extra drop in class to the 35 here, and he absolutely could win. Overall, he looked great. He got hot, but that's typical for him. He is carrying good weight. Sometimes he is one that gets a little bit light with frequent racing, and that's not the case today, which I appreciate. Hopefully it can keep it together mentally and physically. Don't mind the slight stretch out to the 7/8s for him. He is just one that has been exposed against maiden claiming company already. Maybe this will be the right kind of group. Now the number 8 Kings Landon is just a second-time starter, so a little bit more lightly raced, but there have been some horses that have come out of that race to run well in their subsequent starts, including second place finisher In On It, who got a 77 Beyer speed figure with his win next time out. He was quite heavy last time out when debuting, and while he is a big, solid horse, he does look much more fit today. He was accompanied by the pony back in the paddock and has been sharp out on track, but that's just kind of how he is, and they've taken a lot of steps to try and keep him quiet. But I think that a race, as Richie touched on, will really benefit him now making his second start. He was outside too and actually ran on a horse that does have license to improve, coming back to the track as he's getting more and more on his toes as they get closer to the gate, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Gosh, 10-1 on one who has one of the best races of anyone in the field last time out.
Yeah, I mean, I thought his race was good, and like I said, if you watched him around the far turn, it looked like he was going to throw in the towel. The fact that he stayed on, he didn't give up, and he kind of doggedly ran third, I think that's going to bode well for him coming back, going 7/8 second time out.
Yeah. There's some prices. If you like some horses there's some price tag. Like, I have the 1 and 3 in here, but the 9 at 30-1 is ridiculous. I mean, I know that horse has been at Finger Lakes, but those races are not bad, cutting back in distance. I think that horse can hit the board.
I agree with you.
Connections, yeah, don't win a ton of races here at horse over at Finger Lakes. So as a result of that, yeah, just being sort of lost on the board. Meanwhile, Bargain Purchase, that man's never lost on the board. Arad Ortiz Jr. right now at 5-1, claimed away from Chad Brown with Rob Atras. See what happens here. Start of a mandatory pay pick 5. It's a favorite who debuted on turf. Didn't do a lot of running, now getting dirt for start number 2 for Linda Rice. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with a third from Saratoga.
Thank you so much, Greg. There is always honest going up. A little pats for Mo Mahomey. Recurring revenue. Backs away just momentarily. Bargain Purchase, you can see walking around in the background. Closer look here at assistant starter looks like inside of the stall of King's Landing. It's either him or Montesoli that they're working on. As these other few are just waiting to go in. Behind the gate also is Roccolino. Remember, there's a pick 5 on races 3 through 7. Pool approaching 300,000 in the final stages of wagering. Recurring revenue now ready to go in. Mo Mahomey aiming for the gate and going right in. Hours to start. Jamie Rodriguez up. Bargain Purchase second to last. It's Christopher Elliott just adjusting a little on Mo Mahomey. We've got one more left to load. And that's Roccolino. Roccolino guided in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Roccolino on the extreme outside is flashing good early foot. So is King's Landing, but there are several. And now How Much Is Enough is the fastest and takes the lead. Bye For Now moves into the second spot. Chris's Song is on the fence in third. And they're followed by Ease My Worried Mind, 4 off the pace in fourth. Roccolino broke on top, now fifth. King's Landing is racing right next to him. And Always On is trying to sneak up and did just that. Inside of that pair, Montesoli has to be close to 15 lengths off the lead. Down at the rail, it's Recurring Revenue. Hours to Start is just outside of that pair. Then it's Bargain Purchase, who is second to last, looking for a spot at this point. 5 in front of Mo Mahomey. They are strung out. 22 and 2, 45 and 1. The pace is lively, and it's How Much Is Enough, sizzling to the quarter pole in front as Chris's Song comes off the rail and is trying to close the gap. But How Much Is Enough is doing it very nicely on the front end, has built it up to a 5-length lead in coming to the 8th pole. On the inside, Kings Landon, always honest, is on the outside, and Chris's Song is in between them. They're coming to the 16th pole. How much is enough? Still well clear, and this horse absolutely towered. Back-to-back wins for Barry Schwartz. How much is enough? Wins convincingly. Always honest was second. Kings Landon and Chris's Song.
Yeah, the Silks back in the winner's circle. As mentioned by Frank Miramati, Barry Schwartz, another homebred, Stonewall Farm, and Linda Rice, 2 on the day.
Yeah, nice to see a back-to-back double here for Barry Schwartz. He's got El Grande O later on today in the Morrissey. This horse ran fast early. He just kind of blitzed everybody, ran them off their feet.
Yeah, he did. You could see in the backstretch, he was on cruise control, was Dylan Davis, and everybody else was pumping to go after him. It starts taking his toll here late. He's wobbling in the lane. And you mentioned the 5. His name, Always Honest, runs an honest race. That's set 21-1, gets up for second.
No question, though, about your winner.
Ooh, there's the 9. Ooh. Needs the horse.
And the
fourth.
public nailed this one, 2-1 favorite. Number 12 at the meet for Linda Rice.
Yeah, I like that shot, right? That head-on shot. Dylan driving finish here on how much is enough. And, you know, guys, I know she didn't hit the board or anything, but Camilla Hargrove on the 4, bye for now. You know, 4th mount of her life, she looked pretty together, pretty good. Like she might be someone to keep an eye on going forward.
3-5-8-1 finish. Kings Landon, we talked about a 10-1 hitting the board as well. A look overhead. It's a good spot to be right there in front.
Hey, they've got to run where you've been. I always like that. And this, like I said, this horse set very fast fractions for this level and basically ran everybody off their feet.
That's why the Trone is so key, because you kind of think the 3 was losing a lot of gas late in the lane. Kind of is, but really was never any worry here late. It was just who was going to run second. You see the 9 come on the screen now, trying to get fourth, just could not get there. But Barry Schwartz with a double on the card.
And a chance to do some more good later on. El Grande O's, I think he's a player in the Morrissey as well.
100%, yeah.
It's hard to say many or not. That is such a wide open race. That last race from El Grande O, though, for these Silks, that was a big, big performance and a win back at Belmont and Aqueduct. 2 for these Silks, 2 for Linda Rice. How much is enough to kick off a mandatory Pay Pick 5 here on Saratoga Live? We'll be back.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As how much is enough? Well, he won by open length, so plenty of lengths. Our program brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. I'm pleased to be joined by winning pilot Dylan Davis, along with his son, Michael Davis, joining us here. Michael, I have to ask you first, what were your thoughts on the ride from your dad?
It was really good.
I agree. He did a good job here. You said, Dylan, that he brought you luck, and he said, I know. So clearly you got to bring him more often.
Definitely do. He wanted to come today, so Katie brought him in. She starts the third race, this race, and brought me some luck. We got a few more rides later, so hopefully we can continue on.
As far as this horse trying the dirt for the first time, I think getting to the lead really made the big difference as he got quite comfortable out there.
Yeah, definitely. You know, coming off the turf, he really just didn't handle it that well. You know, given his second start today, he really figured out some things, but I think it was just the wrong surface first time out. Just stretching him out to the 7 and blinkers on. We just wanted to break as best we could. Not necessarily being on the lead, but just getting him in the game and involved. And he broke very comfortable for me and took the lead very early and comfortable. So able to get a breather into that turn and then just do what he wanted to do there down the lane.
Nice effort, a nice win, as you said, though. You still have a few more mounts to come, including in the Morrissey a little bit later. Wanted to ask you about Radio Red, a horse you actually rode earlier in his career, so you're familiar with him. Far outside post, but going 7 furlongs. What's your thought on the trip?
Yeah, I mean, definitely it's a tough post being all the way out there, but we got a long run to the turn, so he's got some good natural speed. And, you know, I remember riding him where you can't grab him too much, let him be happy where he's at. And I think he's going to find himself forwardly placed, and we're going to be in a good spot into the turn.
Well, good luck on that, and congratulations here, and congratulations, Michael.
Thanks.
Greg?
Great to see. Dylan Davis had that huge Saratoga just a couple of years ago, and might have a future star there with his son.
His son is a really good golfer. He's been hitting golf balls since he could walk. He's played in tournaments. He's got game. The kid's got game, Michael. And nice to see Dylan having, you know, kind of warming up here at the meet. He came off a really tough injury, and sometimes it takes you a little while to find your best form. Well, Dylan's finding his best form.
How much is enough? Much the best in this spot. Linda Rice, 2 on the day. Barry Schwartz, Stonewall Farm, 2 on the day. $6.60 for the victory. And the favorite starts off a mandatory pay. Pick 5 in the 4th at 6 furlongs. $12,000 claiming race. Fillies and mares 4 and up. And right now it's the 8. Jackson's Dixie. A 10-time winner, this 6-year-old mare. She won over $440,000 in her career, the favorite, Paulie.
Yeah, she got claimed at this claiming level for $16,000 at Aqueduct. And her last 3 races have just not done enough for Flying P Stable. So they are going to drop this mare. And I think she'll end up going off as favorite, although City Blocks will probably battle her for that.
This one about 19 minutes to post. We're going to take a timeout coming up. Grade 1 4-star Dave, part of a terrific Saturday here at Saratoga. And the back-to-back Grade 1s, part 1 already achieved for Deterministic, winning the Manhattan again. Can he do it again in the 4-star Dave? For Miguel Clement, with his late father being inducted on Friday into the Hall of Fame. Stay with us.
This is what you get when all your wishes come true.
Cody's Wish right alongside. Down to the wire. Cody's Wish.
The Horse of the Year trophy. Cody's Wishes Horse of the Year trophy. Start the quest for your award.
Cody's Wish has rocketed past. Cody's Wish is drawing away. Cody's Wish.
His first yearlings are selling now.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2026 season proudly features a low player friendly 15% takeout on all daily doubles and pick 3s. Play our new $3 late pick 3 and $5 late double. First race 2 p.m. Fridays, 12:50 p.m. weekends. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x. Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keelan Sale. You got to be here.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
As the field turns for home, they're at the top of the stretch. 4-Star Dave coming a bit wide. Final Sunrise is there. Landef is in between them, and 4-Star Dave is 1 furlong away from 8 years worth of Saratoga victories. Here's the old boy coming down to the line. He's making a runaway of it. The legend lives on. 4-Star Dave wins again at the Spa. And a hand-pat of victory from Richard Migliore. The old boy did it again.
Just hard to fathom a horse in this day and age having a run like this. 8 consecutive years winning at Saratoga. And, you know, you've talked about it before, but the pressure year by year going on, and you were on towards the end. What was it like?
There was just so much expectation, and he was such a fan favorite. And I really felt like in this race, he landed in a spot that the only way he could lose would be pilot error if I did something wrong. And obviously we worked out a really good trip. He drew away nicely. So he won so easy that day. I had a chance to really thank him and pet on him and tell him what a great horse he was. And it was a blessing to ride him. But that day I did feel pressure, I'm not going to lie.
You look good on a horse, Mick.
Yeah, once in a while. Once in a while.
It was one of 4,450 or so in this man's career. 4-Star Dave coming up on Saturday, race 10, 5:14 Eastern start time. Inaugural running back in 1985, named after, the Sultan of Saratoga. Got stormy after an incredible Della Rose. Gary Barber said, let's go against the boys. Ran the fastest ever, 132 flat. Most wins among those 2 victories, the great 4-Star Dave. Bill Mott with 6 wins in this race, including back in 2023. John Velasquez has had a pretty good run in this race. 9 victories we'll see on Classic Q. Mark Cassidy has said he's only going to run one of his horses. He's not sure yet which one will scratch. Lee Einsiedler, Casa Creed. Such a fun story, winning a couple of runnings of this race. 7 have gone on to win the Breeders' Cup Mile, including World Approval back in 2017. That horse, of course, was crowned a champion along with Lawada's Animo, Wise Dan in back-to-back years as well. 2 are in the Hall of Fame, including Lore, inducted back in 2013. What a great race this is. And when you look at the race this year, obviously Paulie deterministic, won this race last year after having won the Grade 1 Manhattan, and is coming in the same way this year after going back-to-back in the Manhattan.
And he's undefeated with Kendrick Carmouche on his back, now 5 for 5. And he kind of did it with a different style last time in the Manhattan, wasn't able to control it on the front end. And he just thinks he's getting stronger and stronger. Now Rhetorical will be in this race. They're both cutting back in distance. I don't think it will dull deterministic speed, but now you kind of know, Mig, I don't need the lead with this horse. He's grown up and gotten better and better.
Yeah, and I think that's key, Paul, because there's other speed in here. They're drawn to his inside. So that gives Kendrick Carmouche the ability and the confidence to be able to, lay second or third if
As he did in this race last year to win it.
Exactly, if the situation calls on it. Now, obviously, Rhetorical has speed, Mibago has speed, Classic Q has speed. I understand that Mark Cassie's only going to run one of his because they both have the same style.
Yeah, Mibago to me would be, even though Classic Q has done well, Mibago is dangerous. Gelded earlier this year. They've taken the blinkers off in the last 2 starts, and he has been dominant, but he hasn't had a horse like Deterministic on his back from the get-go.
$2.6 million in earnings, and he has just kept on rolling. Miguel Clement, terrific job, and had to take over the training of this horse, starting with last year's Manhattan when his father had passed away, and he's just kept things rolling with this horse.
Yeah, I mean, and this is a horse that won the Gotham on the dirt before switching to turf, so he's a pretty cool individual. Yeah.
Meanwhile, you have Zulu Kingdom, winner of the Grade 3 Kelso, and Mibago, both coming back, and we'll see which of the speeds for Marcassi, that's one of the big tournaments in this race, who stays in.
Look at me boggle on the rail, just running like his hair is kind of on fire since he's taken the blinkers off and since he's been a new gelded racehorse.
Dead heat here.
Dead heat for the win, but they were so much clear of the other runners. This horse is in really good form, and it's getting dangerous. He's only age 4, so he's gotten better. You know, you got to determine, no pun intended, which race is better. I would think the Manhattan's better, but you can't dismiss these couple horses.
I love the way he dug in when Zulu Kingdom kept calling. Now, he got to set a very controlled pace, but, man, he bore down again when he felt the challenge. And I love when you see a horse almost roll their eye back in their head like a shark, like, oh, yeah? You want to fight? I'm here to fight you.
Meanwhile, Laganos for Steve Asmus, and no one comes in on, well, arguably, Deterministic's had a pretty good role, but in terms of consecutive victories, 5 in a row for this 5-year-old for Steve Asmus, and Jose Ortiz has been aboard for all of them.
And he's a horse that creates his own trip, right? Because he's tactical. He puts himself in a good spot right off the jump. And is anybody having a better year than Jose Ortiz? I don't think so.
No, I think Mig hit the nail on the head. This horse creates own trips, because if you look at kind of the prices he's won at, they kind of got onto him those last 3 times. They just started betting him. But even those earlier races when he won at Kentucky Downs and he ran another big race there, he just seems to always put himself in the right spot.
Is he up to this kind of challenge or this kind of company?
I think he kind of is. I think he's just one of those horses. Anytime you win that many races in a row, Mig, you got to have the confidence that he has. Maybe a little bit further will help him, but he's a horse that's in pretty good form right now.
And anytime you've won as many races as Steve Asmussen's won, I think he knows where his horses belong.
Yeah. No match for Deterministic in this race last year, but we'll see what happens here in round 2.
True.
As he gets another crack. That's race 10 on one of the great Saturdays in our sport. Whitney Saturday, 4-star Dave as well. As we get back to today's action race 4, $12,000 claiming race, 6 furlongs, and still Jackson's Dixie is the one to beat, although City Block's not far behind for the Matt Cantramachi barn.
It's a good race. Jackie the Joker on the rail. Actually, your big heavy favorite last time was 89 cents on the dollars. You see her, the 7-year-old, and she just did not run. Now she's getting a little play today. You think she can get to the front end here, the one, Jackie the Joker?
I think there's a plethora of speed in here. I think there's so much speed.
Let's go to Acacia.
There is a lot of speed in this race, or at least it looks that way on paper. And we'll take a look at a couple of the horses that should be forward early on, beginning with Jackie the Joker. As Paul mentioned, she was a very short price last time, and in large part because she was coming off of 2 very fast efforts, including that 6 1/4 length score 2 starts back over City Blocks, where she was very sharp that day out of the gate. Typically, she is not immediately the quickest from the gate, and she very quickly moves herself up into the fray and gets onto the front end. While she's run and won nice races before, she had not been running figures up to the likes of the ones that she did 2 and 3 back. So I'm wondering if it is that she just got in very good form for a certain amount of time, and maybe it was like a case of Cinderella going to the ball and then a little bit back to reality. But it was a very disappointing effort last time out, and to be fair, it was from Play Good, Pay Good, who was in that race as well. I do think that it is worth giving Jackie the Joker another look. I wonder how it will play out, because there should be some other speed. And as I said, typically she's not immediately the quickest, and she does draw the rail going the 6 furlongs. She's quite a big mare, and sometimes horses like that, they take up a lot of space in the gate. So it just takes them a little bit of time to get their feet underneath of them coming out of the gate and getting into the race. But she's held her coat and her weight remarkably well, just as she had last time too. We'll see if a little bit of the drop in class gets her to run back to one of her better races. The number 3, City Blocks, who, as I mentioned, finished second behind Jackie the Joker 2 starts back, comes out of a 4th place finish against Better last time when making her first start for Matkin Cantermasi. She ran behind Mersal, who would come back to win again the other day up here with a 78 by her speed figure and has been in tremendous form right now. And City Blocks moved up to take the lead as well before flattening to 4th that day. So a little bit of a drop for her. She's another one that should be forward. Now, when they last met, she was not able to get the lead from Jackie the Joker, who is acting sharper than City Blocks is. She is a horse that sometimes can get very light in her frame, especially across her top line. She's not the biggest. I think she's one that's a little bit tricky to keep weight on sometimes, but she's very relaxed here in the paddock. And for her standards, she looks like she's doing really well. Second time in Matt's barn here, as she has good flesh on her, good muscle, good top line. Again, for her standards, which I think is a positive. We'll just see how this pace does materialize, as things could be pretty hot up front, Greg.
Indeed, the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, excuse me, the 9, all of them have speed. We'll be back with race 4. 7 minutes to post when we come back on Saratoga Live.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Back with you on Saratoga Live as we have a post parade here for the 4th on the card. Jackie the Joker would have several speeds for the James Ferrara barn.
And in an unenviable spot down on the rail with all that speed drawn to her outside.
More pace next door. Pratt on play good, pay good.
Yeah, this horse went up to Finger Lakes for a couple starts and got a W. Then last time at Saratoga, now drops.
Second off the claim, Matt Cantramachi barn, City Blocks.
City Blocks added more speed, but does have a race in her past that she rallied from just off the pace.
Short shift, brother Ilkay Cantramachi.
Yeah, a horse that's 3 for 21 lifetime. Ran over a sloppy racetrack and did not perform well last time out.
Stablemate for Ilkay, open so autism.
This one can rally from off the pace. Maybe needs to just be a touch faster than some of the others. Heeman Harkey up.
Rob Falcone Jr. with Irish Jackson.
I think this horse is a player, another closer in a race packed with speed.
Jackson's Dixie has Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, Rick Dutchell's gotten off to a good start to this meet, 29%. This one for Flying P.
Dropping class, too. That she's an Arctic Queen at 32-1.
And add a little more speed to this affair with Raylu Gutierrez, your MVP from last night.
3 minutes to post here in the fourth. Starts a middle pick 4. You can play it right there with the official betting app of Saratoga. Naira Bet's offer, there it is, $200 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in that code at sign up. Spot 200 and play with us all summer long and beyond right there at nairabets.com. So Jackson's Dixie, 3-1 on the board, and Wager AI putting together a suggested $2 exact to play this horse right here over the 5, Open Soul Autism, who is one who could pick up pieces from off the pace.
Yeah, you know, the way I handicap guys is still a lot like how I looked at races when I rode. I try to identify where the speed's coming from, how the race is going to shape up, and ultimately I go, well, who would I like to ride in this spot because of the way the race is going to run? And I just think there's so much speed. I want somebody that's going to lurk from just off the pace.
And Irish Jackson, the 7. You know, this horse was claimed for 12.5 4 starts ago. It's made a little bit of money, a third, a second, a fourth, and a first. I think they've gotten their money back. Now go for 16. You know, I landed on the 3 in here, but I thought the 7 was the other horse in here. As you're looking at the 8, Jackson's Dixie, another horse that's dropping in class.
Minute to post here in the fourth. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, and I think with the number 8, Jackson's Dixie, many people, myself included, thought that this was a horse who could get a good trip in here with all of the pace that does seem to be signed on, at least on paper. He is one that could just settle nicely behind the speed. Now you see Ricardo Santana has kept her moving out there. I first wrote when she started warming up away from the pony. Very short-strided in her warm-up, but I've written that down about her in the past. That's just how she is. She faced much better last time, also in that Mersal race. I thought that she ran pretty well against New York Bred Allowance Company. 2 starts back, she was claimed for $16,000, just a little bit back to basics here. And as we talked about earlier in the first race, aggressive drops in class for Flying P. And I like that Ricardo is keeping her moving out there. Just to really kind of get everything flowing, which I think is to her benefit. The number 2, Play It Good, Pay Good, as I touched on, also disappointed and folded after being forward last time in that race, which Jackie the Joker also comes out of. She is one that always gets really hot and washy prior to her races, but she was really snorting back in the paddock, just doing quite a lot. They have been able to settle her quite a bit out there on the track, which I do appreciate. She's dabbled from head to toe. She does pick up Flavian Pratt. Again, just with her tactics and especially how she acts like a speed horse as well. How will she fare in this spot? But I am happy to see that she's been able to come back to her rider nicely. One note on the 7, Irish Jackson. I'm with Paul. I thought that she was a bit intriguing. I know that she won at Finger Lakes last time out, but we do see her dropping in for the $16,000 today. And prior to that Finger Lakes try, she was at least running against New York Bred Company in allowances on the NYRA circuit. She is a horse that is very big and very long in her frame, a lot of length to her body. So I see why they tried stretching her out, but it has turned that she is a better sprinter. And if there is quite a bit of pace up front, she will be running late. We'll see if she's good enough. Greg?
All right, thank you, Acacia. Post time coming up here for the fourth. And it is the 8, Jackson's Dixie, the favorite, a race loaded with speed as we've talked about. But you got, so many horses on this board. The 1, the 2, the 3, the 7, the 8, all between 2-1 and 5-1, Paul.
Yeah, it's just a tough event. You look at the horse, the 4, short shift. This horse lost to Mersal, 2 back, who's had another romp of a win here for Linda Rice. So I actually think the 4 is probably the best gate horse.
Frank Miramati with the call, 4th from Saratoga here on Saratoga Live.
Jackson's Dixie comes up. Short shift is in. And she's an Arctic Queen, completes the line. Going in. They're in the gate. They're off. She's an Arctic Queen is among the leaders, but Short Shift indeed is the quickest of the quick. On the inside, Play Good, Pay Good comes to challenge and takes the lead, and Jackie the Joker along the inside will have to be a little bit off the pace, which is 2 lengths off them. Racing right on the inside of She's an Arctic Queen. That group is tightly packed with City Blocks just behind them as they pass the half-mile pole. She's an Arctic Queen is losing ground at a rapid rate, being pulled right out of the race, in fact. Passed by Open Soul Autism, and Irish Jackson is the trailer. The opening quarter zipped in 22 seconds flat. Short Shift, Play Good, Pay Good arriving at the top of the stretch with City Blocks lurking 3 wide, yellow colors coming gamely now after the top pair as they reach the top of the stretch. 3 of them line up. City Blocks in the center at the rail. Play Good, Pay Good is fighting doggedly. These 2 have pulled well clear. Belated rally from Open Soul Autism. 16th pole. City Blocks with the perfect setup puts them away late and opens up under Silvestre Gonzalez. It will be City Blocks by 4 widening lengths. Play Good, Pay Good was second. Short Shift and Open Soul Autism.
City Blocks, Matt Cantor, Machi Barn with the victory. And here we saw a couple of horses, the 8, the 9, pulled up out of the race.
Yeah, and City Blocks wound up sitting just off of a contested pace, got a perfect trip under Silvestre Gonzalez and gets it done. The 8 horse really, her energy level in the post parade really wasn't good, and she just essentially eased.
Yeah, this horse ran back to her race at Saratoga. You were back way back in about a calendar year last year, and those races would crush these horses. And, 83, 81 by her, now 3 for 4 here, and just Silvestre Gonzalez with an armchair ride.
3, 2, 4, 5. City Blocks at 5-2. Matt Cantor, Machi. Silvestre Gonzalez. 110-3 the final time for a 5-year-old mare. Wins for the first time in 6 starts this year. There's Matt Cantor Machi's both together, especially his brother Ilkay. What a start to this meet.
Yeah, they're good guys, easy to root for, and they took over John Kimmel's barn at Belmont Park.
Yeah,
and
that
John's
is
old
prime
office.
real estate.
That is prime real estate.
They almost got 1-2 here. The 2 splits them, but Short Shift tried to run second here, but no doubt about City Blocks.
Oh, they got 1st, 3rd, and 4th.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a productive race.
I mean, it's not like Chad Brown and the Diana, but that's pretty cool.
So City Blocks with the win. While these prices for you when we come back, and we'll have the story of what this week is all about and why this racetrack is still here. The Queen of Saratoga, Mary Lou Whitney, and what she meant to this town and this race course. Stay with us.
For 100 years, we've built tools to work in nature with legendary performance and quality to master every challenge. Tools for people like you who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature, trusted since 1926. Steel.
Look at these 2 juveniles going at it, and it is Forte.
It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 hopeful.
The 2 of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
This weekend on Fox Saratoga Saturday, one of the best female horses in the nation.
Nitrogen trounces them by more than 10 lengths.
Champion filly Nitrogen takes on the boys in the Whitney, facing Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes, and Travers winning Sovereignty, White Afario, and Magnitude in a star-studded field. The 99th running of the Whitney, a win and urine challenge for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Fox Saratoga Saturday, presented by Oceana Cruises. Join us 5 Eastern on Fox.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. It's brought to you where you can play it all at NYRA Bets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. These covered bridges, I believe, I want to say 24 of them in the state.
Wow. Every time I go in one, I feel like I'm going in a barn and out a barn.
Did you feel safe going over them?
Yeah, I just wish I brought some dairy out of it.
City Blocks with the win here in the fourth. Matt Cantramachi Barn 5-2 in a 3-2-4-5 finish to start off a middle pick 4. Let's go to Acacia.
And happy to be joined by Matt Cantramachi here as City Blocks gets the win. Second time in your barn, and you said she ran a bit better than you expected as well. She faced tough company last time.
Yeah, she actually showed me today she really loves Saratoga because she did really good with Eddie before last summer, 2 wins here. And today, I think, big relief for the class relief, and the race set up speed, and she was able to relax in right behind of them and make her move. She get it done. She's in a good form actually too.
She's a filly that sometimes maybe doesn't carry the best weight. It looks like she was doing really well coming into this.
Yes, I realized that in last 10 days she was like getting beautiful looking, beautiful and rounded, you know, and it helped, you know. We take care whatever we can do. We try, if they are eating slow, we try to give them extra. Like, you need to be strong, like a baby, like feeding the baby. But she did everything correct in my training, and Sylvester did everything good in his part.
Yeah, he did a tremendous job out there on the track. She was claimed today. You just claimed her a couple races back. That's the name of the game, but trying to restock up here as well?
Yes, I am trying almost every claiming day, every claiming races. But today we had to run a race to win. That's why we are doing this business.
It's the name of the game for sure. You're playing it well. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Greg?
Good for Matt Can, him and his brother Ilke. Having a really nice summer here at Saratoga. Again, they won 1-3-4 in this fourth race.
And I loved it when they were waiting for the horses to come back after the race. Ilkay reaches over, kind of rubbed his brother's head, like, you know, good job. I love to see that camaraderie amongst them.
If you don't know, Ilkay, the older brother, so he's able to tap on his brother a little bit, mess with him.
Their dad, of course, incredibly successful trainer back in their homeland in Turkey.
Yeah.
They make a lot of their bones in this claiming game.
Yeah, they do, and I mean, they were very active at Oaklawn over the winter, claiming horses as well. So they're kind of expanding.
Yeah, for the 5 or 6 weeks I was at Monmouth, they were there buying horses. He's telling Acacia, I'm looking for horses, so they're buying in City Blocks, 738 to win.
Play good, pay good, short shift. Complete the trifecta as we move on to race 5. And the pick 6 begins here on this Thursday card. Sprinting on the lawn, 5.5 furlongs, New York Breds, $50,000 maiden claiming group. It is the 6. Sir Walter, David Duggan, Javier Castellano right now, the one to beat on the board with a drop in class. We'll have more in this field coming up in a moment. Obviously this week about a family so important to this area, but Mary Lou Whitney, the queen of Saratoga, not just integral to this town and this track, but this racetrack may not have been here if not for her efforts.
Mary Lou did wonderful things when no one was looking. Once Mary Lou set her mind to doing something, there was no stopping her.
She was a beacon of light in the community, not only in Saratoga, but I'm telling you, her power of being a champion and supporting those always in need, it speaks out around the world.
I mean, really and truly, we owe Saratoga, as we know it today, to Mary Lou Whitney.
the hospital, the dance museum, SPAC. Think of all the things that she has meant to this area. There was no reason why she had to do that, except that that was who she was, that was her nature.
Our backstretch workers, they are the sports unsung heroes. These wonderful people work long hours in dangerous situations while often living in poor conditions. All of us should try more to improve their lives and advance their dignity.
She means a lot to the backstretch. From her smile, from her genuine giving back. They will miss her coming into the backstretch appreciation dinners when she had to do bingo and she would just show up from the tent and everything that she sponsored through the backstretch programs.
It's been 26 years. It's just one furlong away. They're coming down to the finish. Can Smarty Jones hold on? Here comes Birdstone. Birdstone surges past. Birdstone wins the Belmont Stakes.
I'm sorry that Smarty Jones couldn't win. We kept saying to Prado, be second.
In victory, and a lot of times you get defeated, but she was so great in victory, and she felt sorry. And she really did, which is amazing. It shows you the spirit she had.
And little Birdstone digs down. The cliff's edge could not get to him. In the darkness at Saratoga.
She fought. I mean, that's a good example for everybody. Don't give up. She just kept at it, you know, and she never wavered. So, great inspiration for all, especially me.
The way she told everyone, these are our horses. It's our responsibility to take care of them, not just when they're racing, but afterward. I have never had a friend like Mary Lou before in my entire life, and I know I'll never have another friend like her.
It didn't matter whether you were a millionaire or you were a guy walking down the street in sneakers, shorts, and a t-shirt. Everybody was a somebody to Mary Lou.
Knowing these people and writing for them is an honor, a privilege, and something that I will never forget. I was very proud when I wrote for the stable. It was to me like I conquered the mountain that I was trying to get up to.
Every once in a while, somebody comes along that makes a difference, and then somebody comes along that makes a huge difference. A tribute to her should last forever.
To all Saratoga, thank you for my wonderful life. May God bless you. And may God shine His love on Saratoga and on this track.
Mary Lou Whitney, she will forever be known as the Queen of Saratoga. Hard to believe there was a time when this place was not thriving and she stepped in to save it.
Into the 70s, late 70s, or even the early 80s, when I first started coming up here, there were many of these houses right here on Union that were boarded up. And she made it a year-round destination, Saratoga. It wasn't just for 24 days of racing, which the meet used to be, with the Museum of Dance, the Philharmonic, everything she did to promote and make Saratoga as great as it is today. We all owe Mary Lou a great debt of gratitude.
Yeah, it's just one of those things when you go downtown or you go to Saratoga, you might not even realize it, but there's a piece of Mary Lou everywhere. Whether you go to a concert at SPAC, the convention center, you'll see a lot of the statues of horses around, all around Saratoga. That's because of Mary Lou. I was actually driving an Uber today, and the guy literally said, you know, there was a lady named Mary Lou that's in. It just shows you he was kind of getting the history of Saratoga because it's the first time he's ever been here, and he had realized, never been in the races, that a lady named Mary Lou Whitney was a big cog of making everything go here in Saratoga. It was actually really cool.
That's what this week is all about, celebrating that family and her contributions here. She meant so much to Saratoga. Of course, the Whitney, the big one on Saturday at a mile and an eighth, such an important race. In this older horse division being billed as the race of the year, and for good reason, with everybody who showed up, including reigning champion, 3-year-old filly Nitrogen, to tackle the boys and deserving that shot after that monster effort in the Ogden Phipps when she was 12 3/4 lengths clear of the rest of the field. Magnitude will have the inside post. He has speed, and speed is dangerous with that first turn coming up so quick.
And he has just become a better racehorse as a 4-year-old. We've seen Steve Asmussen do this several times. Magnitude, to me right now, is the leader in the clubhouse.
Here's the reigning champion 3-year-old filly. That performance last time out, just a fifth of the second off the track record.
Yeah, in her last 3 starts, or her only 3 starts here at Saratoga, she's won by 12 3/4, a length and a half on the dirt, and by 17. So I think she likes this racetrack.
Big moments for Antiquarian, but not when he's faced this kind of company.
And he's got to show he can step up a little bit more against this type, but he stumbled so badly last time, and he does have a big win here last year.
Forged Steel, maybe pace presence for a stablemate.
Yeah, Micah Husbands and Safi Joseph have kind of been a team. They got a stakes win at Del Mar, but this horse is going to be a giant price, but like you said, could be a factor in the pace early.
For this guy right here, former Whitney winner, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, White Barrio.
From a gunmetal gray to this almost white horse, they get lighter as they get older. The good version of White Barrio is always dangerous.
Reigning Horse of the Year, Derby, Belmont, Travers. Can Sovereignty get his first win of the year? Amazing that we're asking that question.
I know, right? 3 for 4 here at Saratoga, and his best race. We ran 115 buyer in the Travers. Was over this racetrack. Can he get back to that?
Tis-tastic. He was 10th, 16 and a half lengths behind Sovereignty when they met in last year's Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, he's going to have to find a better race than he's ever run before, but he's trained by the right guy, Steve Asmussen, who's looks like he's taking a shot with him.
Baeza, he was third, the stablemate obviously to Sovereignty, now third to Sovereignty in the Derby. In the Belmont, he finished ahead of him last time out in the Stephen Foster.
Yeah, this is the rubber match for him in Magnitude. He beat him in the Pennsylvania Derby, then Magnitude got the best of him. But if this bear gets out of the gate, look out.
Incredible field lining up, being billed with good reason as the race of the year. So what's on the line in this Whitney?
Well, I mean, it's just such a deep Whitney, and I mean, whoever comes out of this victorious at the end of the day Saturday, I think is the early morning line favorite to be Horse of the Year or a divisional champion. Obviously, there's a lot more racing to go, but this is as deep a Whitney as I can remember.
Yeah, it's just phenomenal. You got the best older horse right now in Magnitude. The best horse that's never gotten out of the gate in Baeza, the Horse of the Year last year, and a super filly in Nitrogen, and that's not including Antiquarian and White Barrio. White Barrio is a classic winner, and I actually think Antiquarian kind of fits in here, and his best race was in the Jockey Club Gold Club over this racetrack. This Whitney's going to be talked about for a long time.
Seems like whoever wins this race, comes out of this race, is the leader of this older horse division.
Whoever wins this race is going to need a rest for a while. I'm going to tell you that for a while.
It is going to be a war, no question. 6:33 Eastern start time. One of the most prestigious races in that older horse division. What a lineup to come on Fox Saratoga Saturday. The following weekend, of course, the renamed Christophe Clement Turf. The late Christophe Clement will be inducted in the Hall of Fame across the street tomorrow. Alabama for 3-year-old fillies, Counting Stars, the class of that division. At a mile and a quarter, August 22nd, and then the DraftKings Travers. If Golden Tempo wins that race, we might have Horse of the Year locked up.
Yeah.
We're going to take a timeout. Still to come. Race 5, sprinting on the lawn. High leverage. Arad Ortiz Jr., one of the main contenders, 5-2 favorite right now with the pick 6 coming up.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride.
Further ado, a magnificent run.
Olympiad gets the gold.
Magnitude to the top of the class. She's so speedy in the sprint. Tap it twice. Tap it twice.
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Gorgeous sight right there. This historic racetrack began back in 1863. You're watching Saratoga Live on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. 10 minutes away from the Pick 6. Coming up on this Thursday card, and we'll begin sprinting on the lawn as we get a look here at the favorite, High Leverage. Rat Ortiz Jr., Kerry Bryan Barn cutting back in distance today.
I think that's the key, Greg, the turn back for this horse and getting back to maiden 50. He was beating a nose 2 back. You're picking up Rat Ortiz, and he's obviously, well, he's your favorite, so he's a major player.
Let's go to Acacia.
And you have several horses in this race coming out of a common July 12th effort. We'll take a look at some that are not out of that race, including your favorite in the number 2, High Leverage. This was a horse that I've been chasing in his last couple of starts. While he is a bigger individual, he has some size. I understand why they've tried stretching him out. He has the demeanor of a horse that's more suited to sprint. He's always very sharp prior to his races. I have to say, as he now makes his 4th start in Kerry Bryan's barn, he's put on a lot of muscle, which I'm happy to see. He has gotten himself pretty hot. That's not out of character for him, especially because he is a very energetic type. So I think this is just back to the right level and distance for him. He wants to sprint on the turf in a maiden claiming race. I know that he just missed 2 starts back by a nose. He had to wait for room a little bit in that race, and maybe you would have liked to see him kick on a little bit, but I do think that those have been his best efforts when going shorter. And like I said, I think off his demeanor, that's what he's best suited to do. Now we'll take a look at a layoff runner in the 6, Sir Walta, coming back, and he is dropping off of the bench, which can be a little bit of a concern. My notes from him at the beginning of his career were that he was one that was quite heavy and needed to really race into fitness. So I was a bit worried about him coming back off the layoff if that would be the case in here. Well, he actually looks pretty fit coming back for Dave Duggan, and he actually ran very well sprinting on the grass in both of his tries on that surface, and he looks much more like a turf horse as well. Slack pasterns, flatter hoof to him. He was on the lead last time out, and the winner came up the rail, but I thought he ran credibly that afternoon. Like I said, he has some nice muscle definition returning, and I think a very interesting new face in his return to the races and his 3-year-old debut. I had a bit of an opinion with the 10, Tiz Lowry, and thought that he would be a price. He debuted sprinting on the turf, and he has much more of a turf pedigree, and I do love the progeny of Tiz the Law on the grass, and that turf sprint first time out was by far his best effort to date. He got back onto the turf 2 and 3 back, but going longer and against tougher in maiden special weight type races. I thought that he was one that did need to race into fitness. This is by far the most fit that he has looked since coming back as a 3-year-old for Chris Englehart. The front wraps do go back on, but Chris does run a lot of his horses in 4 wraps all the time, regardless of surface or level, and he is dropping into a claiming race, so not something to read into at all. But I thought he's quite sharp, he's forward, he's a price, he's going back to sprinting on the turf, and one that I'm very interested in on the drop and the cutback in distance, Greg.
There is Jose Lezcano. Thank you, Acacia. He'll ride for Chris Englehart here, and Paulie, this is one you're intrigued by in this race coming up.
Yeah, the cutback of distance, you go back to this horse's debut, and it was a good effort. Second in a 6 furlong sprint. Now they went on the dirt and 2 route races on the turf, so cut back. I don't know if there's a ton of speed in here, but maybe this horse will just like the course and distance.
Best race was far and away when it ran sprinting first time out on the turf, then a couple starts on the dirt, then a couple starts too far.
Get here early tomorrow to get your Whitney Day pin on the eve of the big day.
Little Saratoga logo right inside the horse. That's a cool pin.
And
there's a lot of pin collectors.
Pink is the color of the day, Whitney Day.
Whitney Day is pink, yes.
And I forgot.
Don't forget you get a Corgi pin on the 16th.
I love the Corgi race.
And I'm intrigued to see what that jockey statue is going to look like.
Did they take a picture of Mig? Copy it? Summer 26 pin. And then the flannel, just to get you right and ready for winter time, Greg.
The leaves will be changing by September 7th up here. We'll have some cool mornings. It'll be the way Saratoga used to feel when we'd have to bring up winter coats.
You skipping fall? Can we do fall first and then move into winter?
I've been up here when we've gotten a foot of snow in October.
Really?
Yes.
Yikes.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll tell you, the winter up here, though, we didn't see the grass for like about a month. The chill. But getting beautiful weather now.
So briefly, I know we're going to post break here coming up. Paul, did you see somewhere that you could say, I could really lock up a race with a single in this pick six?
Oh, my God.
Risk tolerance in the 7 is going to take a lot of money. I thought the stablemate, though, market timing, that was a big comeback race.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will single the 6 in their risk tolerance. I'm kind of with you. That'd be my other horse in there. I like Starship Titan. That would be my shot.
Really?
In the 8th, but that's me.
For Michelle Nevin, Javier Castellano rides there. Second back off the bench. Here's our post parade to start off this pick 6. Charlie, my boy, Christopher Elliott rides blinkers on.
I like the blinkers going on this horse. I thought he ran really well last time, first time on the turf, but not a lot of continuity he was running. I think the blinkers give him that.
Favorite with Arad Ortiz Jr. and a turn back for high leverage.
Yeah, the start 2 starts ago where this horse ran a good second by a nose probably puts this horse in the winner's circle today.
21 red, 0 for 12.
Has had a lot of chances, but when do you get 12-1 on a George Weaver turf sprinter?
It's only a length behind high leverage, 2 back sprinting. Here's Until Last Call.
Could be the speed in here. Great by Disco Partner. Has shown pace with the blinkers on the last 2 starts.
Speed with this one, too, for David Duggan, Sir Walter.
This is the horse that's taking a bunch of money. Javier Castellano is getting Lasix for the 3-year-old debut.
Pilot Knob, Bruce Brown Barn.
Yeah, it just feels like this horse is going to have to run a bit faster. Luis Saez picks up the mount for Edgar Saez, who's injured.
Ray Handel sends out Eye on the Ball with Dylan Davis.
Clever name. Dialed in out of a pirouette. You ever pirouette on the bat? You see those people pirouette on the bat and try to run straight at a lot of the games? They can't keep their eye on the ball, Greg.
Here is Tiz Lowry, Jose Lascano cutting back, who Paul's intrigued by.
Yeah, this horse is going to need pace to run into. Get back to the debut, and this horse is a player at 16-1.
And Mykonos, Flavian Pratt, Mike Maker.
Doing Mykonos things. He was very difficult last time, freezing, not wanting to move. And then he ran extremely well after breaking. He broke okay, but he was steadied early. This is what he does. I'm not a big fan of it, but it's not out of character for him.
Some good races that fit here, though, Paul.
Yeah, you do. This one for 3 Diamonds Farms. 3 Diamonds owns the 2 and the 11 in here, and there he goes. He's going forward. That's actually really good for him. And there's the other 3 Diamonds charge in here, high leverage. The race 2 back was so good. Then they stretched out to mile 16th, now back when the race was really good. We're going to show it to you. Just missed by a nose on this effort. One of the others, 21 reds right behind him, who's going to be right next to him at 13-1. But this was a good effort, Mig.
Yeah, it was a really good effort. You know, so much is about trips, particularly in turf sprints. You know, you don't want to get shuffled back. It's a big crush into the turn. You just want to have a clean trip and hopefully save some ground.
You know, that horse on the outside, the 6, kind of held him in. Did it cost him the race? He had to go in between horses. He loses the nose bob.
Yeah, wanted to get outside, couldn't get there.
Yeah.
So came up just short. Looks like on his toes this afternoon. 2-1 right now, shortening up in distance. 2 minutes away from this 5th, and here's what's ahead for Arad Ortiz Jr. Doc Sullivan, maybe the horse to beat in that John Morrissey. On-time girl in the test. Rhetorical major player in the 4-star Dave. White Abario, who a little bit surprisingly beat Sovereignty and Journalism in that Oakland handicap.
Don't you think it was like the perfect storm, though, right?
Yeah.
They were coming off of layoffs. He looked like he was going to be the pacemaker. Instead, they got engaged, and he backed off. That was a brilliant ride by Irad.
I'd love to see the old man show up again. Be a lot of fun. And, you know, the way Irad is riding, you just never know. As you look at the 2 on your screen, taking it all in. When you do that, Meg, I always wonder, when the riders do that, are you trying to get the horse just to take everything in?
Just settle, take a breath, drink in the surroundings, and usually they'll exhale. You'll hear them kind of do this, like, and that's a good thing. You know they're relaxing for you.
Let's go back to Acacia.
And a horse that you always want to see try and relax a little bit is the 11 Mykonos, as you guys touched on coming out onto the track. He was up to his typical antics, but not too bad. Now he's freezing again, which is also normal for him. 2 starts back, he did it once he first got out onto the track. And what I've learned about Mykonos is that he's reluctant to start going with a pony. Usually they will send out a groom or a hot walker to take the lead and kind of jog with him to get him going. And then once he gets going, he's happy to go on with the pony. And they actually brought Bam and his white pony into the paddock to meet up with him. And I overheard Flavien Prat talking to him saying, we'll time it like this. When I get out there, he's going to stop. And they're all very aware that this is what Mykonos does. So taking a lot of steps to try and keep him moving. And honestly, this is really good for him. I have seen him be a lot more obstinate. So circles, jogging forward, he's got his feet out of the irons, taking all the steps to keep him focused on what is actually coming up versus him trying to get up to his antics again. Out of that same race is the number 8, Eye on the Ball, as he would be the one that I'd probably want from there. Mykonos really got shuffled back early on, but Eye on the Ball rushed up wide outside to press and had to kind of make that first move to take over before getting run down by Out of the Fog in there. He's only sprinted on the turf a couple of times, but that's what he wants to do. He's the turf sprinter, very lean kind of build to him. He's been sharp as well. He is drawn a little bit more towards the outside once again, so we'll see what kind of trip he can pull. But I think for both of those horses coming out of that July 12th race, not the ideal trip scenarios for them. We'll see if it's smoother today, Greg.
5-1, Eye on the Ball, Dylan Davis looking for another winner on this Thursday card. Thank you, Acacia. Ray Handel trains. And handful of horses you can make a case for to start off this pick 6.
The key for the 8 horse is the gate. If you look at the gate, 8, 6, 7, 8, 5 just doesn't break, kind of breaks a little flat-footed. And that's why he kind of rushed into contention last time. Better break. And, you know, Mick, we were taking a look at the 11 on the screen. You know, last time he ran, great stuff by Acacia there. He would not even come on the turf course for a while. So this is really good. I have a feeling he's going to run a big race the way he's acting.
Much better than last time. Last time he took his obstinance to a whole nother level. Today, you know, he's always going to give you that bit of a battle, but not nearly as bad as last time.
And, you know, back to, Paul, you like this long shot to 10 Tiz Lauder. It's been a tough meet for a terrific rider. Jose Lezcano, we'll see if he can get going a little bit here. The only time this horse sprinted, the debut, and that was the best race of his career. He's right in the mix.
Yeah, you got to lay back today and hope, just make one run and hope the paces collapse. The horse has obviously got a race kind of in him that can run.
But back doing what he wants, it seems like.
He's just going to come cutting back in distance, so he's going to make one run. And, you know, you're getting your price at 13-1.
The Goldilocks effect. The right distance, the right surface. Today, you're going to see the better version of him.
Pick 6 starts here on this Thursday card here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Mykonos will complete the lineup. And they're off, and Mykonos is one of the first out of there until last call, is flashing sharp speed. And now up to take the lead. Here's Charlie, my boy, coming through along the inside. Sir Walter is in the mix, too, currently in second. Tiz Lowry is 4th, has about 4 lengths to make up, followed by High Leverage, 7 lengths off the lead and down on the inside. Eye on the Ball is widest of all, trying to move into contention, taking the 5th spot as they're midway on the far turn. 21 Red is next alongside Mykonos. It's another 3 back to Pilot Knob, who trails 21-4 for the opening quarter mile until last call, has been prominent throughout. Pressed hard by Sir Walter right up alongside as they reach the top of the stretch. These two are head and head. On the inside, Charlie, my boy, was in a tad tight, looking for a spot in between. High Leverage has joined the party, and Eye on the Ball on the outside of them. They're coming to the 16th pole. Sir Walter until last call, still head to head, neither giving an inch. On the inside until last call, keeps digging in and takes them virtually all the way. Sir Walter was second, and then it was High Leverage third. The battle for 4th included Eye on the Ball.
Huge upset here in the 5th, and Manny Franco, the early double today, adds his 3rd to the first 5 today.
Yeah, and this horse made the lead the right way, particularly the 8 horse Eye on the Ball. Paul, you called it before the race. Doesn't always break. He took his poor break to another level.
Yeah, another level. And, you know, Javier Castellano on the 6, I thought he did the right thing. He played, let's make this a 2-horse race. I'm not going to put any pressure on the 4. Let's go down the lane together. The 4 won the race easy. Watch this, stick in hand late. Nobody making up ground here. Ran around a merry-go race, 22-1.
And you understand what Javier's thinking. This is a 22-1 shot in front of me. I don't want to over-engage with him and then get picked off by somebody else. He never could catch that 22-1 shot. Jimmy Ryerson having a good meet. That's his 3rd win of the meet.
And 3rd win today again for the man on board, Manny Franco, at the co-second biggest number in this race. To open things up in the pick 4, pick 5, there's Jimmy Ryerson.
Yeah, the pick 5 will pay. Put it this way: to the 6, $871. To the 4, $7,500.
A little bit of a difference. Yeah. And until last call, all coming together now. 6 prior starts. It's shown ability, but it never hit the board on the grass, Mig.
No, but when he made the lead today, and he went fast, he earned it. I'm not saying he made he didn't run fast early, but he just got so comfortable, and I think that's a perfect example. It's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast.
He won the race easy. He really did. Kind of just
completely wrapped up late.
Yeah, completely wrapped up late, and just nobody really.
Sir Walter was never getting by him.
Was never. He kind of was shadowing him the whole way around, but you got to give Manny a lot of credit. This is his 3rd win of the day?
3rd.
Yeah, 3rd win of the day, and he just had a lot of confidence in this gelding. You made a good point, Mig. Jimmy Ryerson, and both of his horses, now 3 of his horses, gate to wire.
Yeah. Trainer of Unbridled Song back in the day, so a very capable horseman.
Looking at the rest of the work to come, Manny's got plenty more chances ahead of him, but already having a special afternoon here on this Thursday from Saratoga. 22-1 upset, 4-6, 2-8 finish. Until last call, his dad was pretty good on the lawn.
Yeah. What did he run at
North
Belmont?
American record, I want to say 105-3 for 6 furlongs.
I don't care if that's paid.
In the Jaipur?
Well, now I'm going to really show my age. I broke the track record at Laurel on the grandfather, Disco Rico.
Wow, he was fast too.
He was very fast.
That's it for this trio. We're going to turn it over to the next crew. They'll take you the rest of the way. The late pick 5 coming up. Morrissey, the feature. Do you have a strong opinion in that race?
I would take a shot with Butta coming out of the key race. I don't think he's going to be 10-1, but I think he's got a shot in a wide open field.
Doc Sullivan looking to go back-to-back.
I'm a big fan of that horse. I just like horses that bring their lunch pail and go to work, and he embodies that.
All right, next crew will take you the rest of the way. It is Manny Franco, the story of the afternoon, with 3 wins and counting until last call, the big upset here in the 5th.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion Bloodstock.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
We're back on Saratoga Live until last call. Holding on, Manny Franco winning 3 out of the first 5 races in a tremendous afternoon for him. And this horse breaking his maiden here, and I'm pleased to be joined by his trainer, Jimmy Ryerson. As Jimmy, until last call, he has the speed. He finally broke through today. What do you think made the difference for him?
I think, you know, he came off knee surgery as a young horse, and I think I was just been a little too careful and didn't train him enough. I was upset with him today in a paddock, but he's done that before. So but he could, if I could get him to relax in the preliminaries, he'd be a nicer horse. He has ability, he's quick. He's like a lot of Generazio breds, and he's by Disco, who, I was able to have for part of his career, and it's nice for Disco partner Offspring to win today.
Very special. He has that white eye like Disco partner did too. You can see he's got the spice.
Yes, and first when I had Disco early on, he ran under the webbing. This horse kind of the same. He's got the same kind of quirks. He keeps you on your toes.
Well, rewarded the patience with a win today, and we should start calling you the king of the upsets here at Saratoga. Had some big prices so far.
Yeah, it's nice to win at any price here, and everybody looks to Saratoga, and sometimes you come in with high expectations, you can't win a race, and sometimes things happen, and so far they've been happening, so it's nice.
Well, couldn't be happier to see you in the winner's circle. Congratulations. It all paid off with this guy today.
Thank you, Acacia. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Jimmy Ryerson with the win, and another prize source, $46.88 for that barn, a 22-to-1 shot until last call. Breaking his maiden this afternoon in start number 8. As mentioned already, 3rd win today in just 5 races for jockey Manny Franco. He's still got a lot more work to do. We'll have the late pick 5 kicking off. A little bit of a light breeze, which is welcome over here at Saratoga. We have a restricted maiden special weight for the 2-year-old fillies to kick off the late pick 5, and our next crew on the desk coming up after this.
The 105th Saratoga sale. For over a century, the crown jewel of North American yearling sales has attracted the world's top buyers for an experience unlike any other. World-class yearlings, prestigious pedigrees, premier race meet, glamour, elegance, and charm. The best party. The 105th Saratoga sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Saratoga.
Counting down to Whitney Saturday, the best way we know how. More racing, more stakes racing on this warm Thursday at the Spa. Yesterday, Linda Rice saddled Munnings Express to victory in the Johnstone. Now Rice looking to do more damage. 2 wins so far and running a pair, including El Grandeo, who left his mark, closing the Aqueduct contender in wide open John Morrissey. Flavien Prat to ride, aiming for Morrissey victory today. On Saturday, a date with Maesa in the 99th running of the Whitney. Live look in the paddock, lively Thursday at the Spa. Great to have you with us on FS2. This is Saratoga Live. Those 2-year-olds making all kinds of noise. Whitney week here at Saratoga. Thursday program in full swing, just outside the paddock. Jonathan, Andy, Tom, I'm Lafitte, and you're just in time for the late pick 5. Included a wild edition of the Morrissey, aptly named given who the race is named after. Much more on that later on in the broadcast, Tom, but we start with the race itself, this Morrissey, and given all the stakes racing this week for the Whitney at Saratoga, like this particular race, like as competitive as any of them.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, let's break it down. You got a field of 12 horses. You've got a millionaire in the race. You have a graded stakes winner in the race. These are New York breds. Between the group, if you combine all their earnings, it comes to over $6.5 million. We're talking about a program here in New York that has improved greatly, where these horses can compete open company.
What's happening, man?
Nothing. How you doing? There's 1 millionaire in that race. I was looking in the race. There's actually.
Were you checking his math?
No, I know he's right. They've won a lot of money. It's just
he was checking your math.
No, the Bold Journey, the 8 is the only millionaire in the race.
The only one.
But there's a lot of them with like significantly. There might be a couple horses in there that if they win today, they'll go over $1 million. No, Tom's right. I mean, this field has won a fortune among it. I wasn't checking.
It's the Morrissey.
We're
getting started right here. Take a look at the field.
Didn't do
Race
anything.
number 9 at New York bred sprinters. We're off to a terrific start. Big field. Male equivalent to yesterday's Johnstone. 7/8 of a mile. Number 10, Doc Sullivan. 7-2 morning line favorite. A title to defend last year's Morrissey in the mud, Tom. And watch Doc Sullivan just go out and get the Wine Steward.
You know, the jocks like to say some horses are like riding a bicycle. You can't stop riding them. I think Doc Sullivan is a bit like that. He's ridden throughout, but man, oh man, when it comes time to finish, he knows how to do it.
Well,
go ahead.
I think the problem with Doc Sullivan, and it is what it is, but Doc Sullivan was in a barn that seemingly couldn't lose, and the trainer got himself in a little trouble. He's no longer training it. And you just wonder, is this horse, Doc Sullivan, going to be the same horse? And is the favorite coming off a layoff? And no knock on Amelia Green, who I think is sensational, but you have to kind of wonder how true some of those performances were. At least I do.
You touched on Bold Journey. Fields Lone, millionaire, correct, going in. And this grade 3 Tom Fool win, downstate, Andy. Bold Journey, and watch this bold late run from far back.
Yeah, and in doing something he seems to rarely do, which is finish first in a race. I mean, he's kind of a remarkably cool horse and a consistent horse with 19 firsts and seconds, but 8 wins and 11 thirds. I wonder if, guys, if you think he's as good at 7, or is he really kind of a 5.5 to 6 furlong type specialist on either turf or dirt?
And I understand that he's a late running sprinter, and a lot of times there's that lazy assumption that they just want more ground. But Elite Powers, who convinced me that that is not the way it works, sometimes they're better at that closing kick going a little bit shorter, going longer, actually dulls it. I feel the same way about Bold Journey.
He's a warrior. This is his 38th career start. Jonathan, late pick 5 coming up here. How many do you need to use to feel comfortable in the feature going into that late pick 5?
Yeah, I mean, I thought this late pick 5 was very tough. 7 to feel like real coverage,
there you
real
go.
comfortable. And that way, and that being the answer, you have to find other places to lean in this sequence, and it's not the easiest place to find those.
Play that late pick 5 with us in your brand new NyraBets account. Sign up, nyrabets.com. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code SPA200. nyrabets.com. Field for the 6th 2-year-old fillies, maiden special weight with a restriction, all sold or RNA'd for $65,000 or less. Wide open. 2-year-old fillies taking center stage next with Juana Margarita to the outside, trained by Kenny McPeak. Kenny McPeak, like every other trainer, searching for that next star, ready to unveil Juana Margarita. Nobody's saying that she's Torpedo Anna, but she costs the same, $40K. Late pick 5 next. Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back, Saratoga Live. 2-year-old fillies will be busting out of that starting gate in about 12 minutes. For the time being, in the paddock for the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Over to Maggie Wolfendale with the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Paddock report. Maggie.
Lafitte, I'm going to be honest, I'm a bit perplexed. You know, I do a lot of homework for these races. Obviously, we all go through the pedigrees, but I also like to watch a lot of the works. And coming into this race, I know that Capados, who I'll get to in a second, had the best workouts. However, looking at Beach Belle, I like her most of the shorter price first-time starters that we're dealing with. Physically, she's impressive, Beach Belle. She's the daughter of Omaha Beach, which does throw some precocity into the mix. And Wildcat Belle, while she was no superstar, she did go 8 for 29 in her career. Both siblings have won kind of cheaper dirt sprints. And I'll be honest, I actually met this horse when she was a little baby. She was at the farm at Willowbrook Farm where I get my horse a bit. Well, she has grown up quite nicely. Really well balanced, like I said, has a lot of size to her. Now she's a bit distracted here and a little bit wound up for Whit Beckman, who, however, does have her looking incredibly fit. I mean, she is strong on top of looking very defined. But watching her work too back, and it was a 47.3, so it's a good time. She was on the inside of an already winner, a maiden first-time out winner by the name of Hot and Her. She just didn't stride out as well as I'd like to see, but maybe she came up a little bit tired after going so quickly. She was definitely second best at the line, and then she dropped back about 3 to 4 lengths on the gallop out. So maybe it's an indication of her needing a race, but boy, physically, she is an impressive looking sort. When you go to number 7, Capados, for Brad Cox, her workouts are fantastic. Now, she worked out of the gate back on July 13th, which you can watch on First TV. She flew out of the gate. She was really hard on the bridle throughout. She totally destroyed an unraced mate that she was with. She was asked a little bit by Irad, who was up that day, to gallop out. She kind of hit another gear, which I appreciate. But looking at her here in the paddock, I am incredibly underwhelmed. She's just
weirdly, it doesn't match what I saw from her in the morning. She's not that athletic looking. She kind of has a weaker looking top line. I wish she looked stronger behind the saddle. She is very calm, very quiet here in the paddock, not, hinting at the fact that she could be quick out of the gate like I saw her do in the morning workout. So needless to say, Lafitte, I'm a bit perplexed when it comes to your two favorites.
Not exactly a glowing endorsement, Capadosta, trained by Brad Cox. Remember, it was Brad Cox who trained a filly named British Idiom, Jonathan. 2019, 2-year-old filly champion, and it all started in one of these restricted maiden races.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of these conditions, right? You want the ecosystem of racing does better when horses break their maiden, when they get out of this condition and they get to run in allowance races, and some turn to claiming races or get on to stakes races. And so the racing office has decided to start having these, which get more horses through these ranks. Because it doesn't help when you have a $30,000 horse who has to run against a $2.8 million horse. It just doesn't help the ecosystem, and it even can produce a good horse like British Idiom.
It also produced the Preakness winner this year, who won one of
Napoleon
these races
Solo.
here last year, won the Champagne, the Preakness, and was second in Nashville. I'm with Jonathan. I think these are really a good idea. We started a few years ago. A lot of tracks do them, and give smaller people a chance to compete with their horses.
From that maiden score, Grade 1 victories in the Alcibiades, and eventually a title Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly winner, British Idiom. Tom, challenging sequence for this late pick 5. Take us through the ticket.
I think Jonathan hit it on the head as to how tough these races are. And it starts right here in the 6th race. You've got 7 first-time starters. I'm going to go to the experience in this race with the 8 and the 10. Next leg, Chad Brown has 2 horses in that race. They both look good to me. I'm going to narrow it down to those 2. I'll spread out the next 2 legs. Finally, in the last leg, the 4-horse, Bernina Express. I think that's a horse that can control the pace, control the tempo early. So I'm going to use that as my single to make this ticket affordable. We'll see what happens.
Maggie, Tom has good problem to have on his ticket. We're looking at her. What are you seeing?
I like it. I think she is a good problem to have, because first time out, she was incredibly green in the prelims, and it spilled over to her performance on the racetrack, in which she actually broke fine. She chased along the rail, and then, being mired down on the rail, getting some kickback, she just kind of took herself out of it, sucked back a bit. But once we saw Jamie Rodriguez get her more to the outside, she kind of came on again. What a different filly this time around. I love to see 2-year-old fillies do this. When they're distracted and bewildered first time out, they come in here, got their head down, just walking around, chill as can be. I appreciate that, and I think it's a really good sign here with good problem to have, who looks really solid and well muscled here at second asking. I'm also really intrigued by a horse that debuted on the turf. That's number 3, We Goin', for trainer Tony Dutrow, and actually it is a little bit more of a dirt pedigree if you do some digging, as the dam, she's have to multiple graded stakes winning dirt router, Blue Skies and Rainbows. And first time out, I did write in my notes, may need longer. So maybe she still needs longer than this. And I thought she just needed one to strengthen. Boy, has she strengthened. She's so much more together. Just every muscle's where it needs to be. She's come up across her top line. She looks exceptionally well. She's improved vastly from a physical standpoint. And 2, when it comes to her morning workouts, watching the 1-2 back on July 23rd on First TV. Now, she was with a turf horse, who we'll see a little later on in the card, slap in the face, but he is a older horse who is accomplished, and We Goin' was hard on the bridle throughout, on the inside of him, and then she kind of, kicked on through the wire and on the gallop out to cover that half mile in 48 and 4. So I think there's every indication that she should be a-okay moving to the dirt for her second start. Lafitte?
She's muscled up, trending in the right direction. We Goin', number 3. Number 2, Beach Bell. Maggie said she was a little bit distracted. She'll keep an eye on that. Andy, as you wound up with her on top, Beach Bell.
I mean, to be honest, I just was guessing with her. Whit Beckman came with some live runners here last summer. I don't want to take the 7 just because it's Brad Cox and Irad Ortiz. You know that horse is automatically going to be short. I thought about the 10 who got bet on the turf and did a little running after showing speed. And I thought that Witt's horses, you know, showed the 47 work for whatever that's worth. And he had some live horses. And subsequently, I ran into a friend of mine who said, well, you guessed with that horse, but you guessed well, because that horse is super, super live, and the board is saying exactly that. For that horse to be the same price as the 7 means that horse is crazy live.
Better to be lucky than good from time to time, Beach Bell. Circle back to good problem to have, number 8. At 8-1. JK and Tom's top selection, her unveiling July 17th right here. She's 17-1, Tom. Good problem to have. She broke well, tactical, and liked the way she stayed on.
Yeah, look, Maggie and I saw this race exactly the same way. At this point, she looks like she's going to totally back up in the race, but she's going to swing to the outside here. She's going to get interest again. She's going to give you a little bit of finish. It's a horse that doesn't really understand what she's doing out there. And when you're a trainer, your job is to take the first race of a horse's career, like good problem to have, and work on the things that you see in that initial race to make her better second time around. I can assure you that that's exactly what the trainer Amelia Green has done.
There's the performance, Jonathan, and then the race she exits.
Right, yeah, I mean, look, when it comes to horses like this, I will say sometimes that, you know, maybe the horse is going to appreciate that run and will grow up from that experience. I don't always know what that means. It's just theoretically. That horse actually ran like she looked like she needed that race. And she learned something there. Like you said, when she got into the clear, she really started to kind of level off and come again. So I'm just hoping that second time out, she can kind of put it all together.
See if she can break through in her second career start. Cody's approval. Andy at 5-1, your thoughts on her with Manny Franco, who won the last 2 races yesterday and 3 thus far today, including, what, a $46 winner about 20 minutes ago?
Yeah, Manny is keeping himself very much in this race. He's riding extremely well. Forward, turf, dirt, closers. I mean, this horse got bet first time. Mike Trombett is a sharp trainer. It's a Speightstown. Now, it's a Speightstown that cost only $25,000, which is not a particularly good sign. Got bet first time, showed speed, and then couldn't run. They're going to try dirt one more time. Maybe the horse can run a little. It's just a guess.
Let me throw something at you guys. So 6 days before this horse's first start, Cody's approval, they went to the gate and worked from the gate. And that is the most strenuous work you can do for a horse. That particular work that day was the fastest at that distance out of the gate. And when something like that occurs, oftentimes running off of that kind of work, you can leave your race on the racetrack from that workout. The fact that money's being bet on this horse again suggests that that's exactly the case.
The counter to that, and that's more than fair, obviously, now he's coming back in 14 days. So who's to say the horse is ready after just 14 more days to come back and run an A race? They're coming back so quick, Tom. Does that bother you at all?
Well, up here, you know, we enter a week in advance. So the entry and the rider and everything that was done that morning before the work. So they knew that we were going in this race. Maybe the work didn't turn out the way they thought, but there's no question that that work was very strenuous.
No, I'm just saying now he's coming back 14 days after the last race. Is that enough time for a horse that you're saying potentially had some after effects of a fast work, didn't run well? Is 14 days enough to get the horse ready to run again? That's my question to you.
Well, now you're getting into an area that's very, very subjective, and I count on Mike Trombetta to know his horses.
Terrific trainer Mike Trombetta. With Beckman conditions, Beach Bell, number 2 at 7-2 as we welcome Megan Burgess to the broadcast, standing by in the winner's circle, but with eyes on Beach Bell via monitor. Megan, welcome to the show.
Hi there, and yes, I was in the paddock briefly there before. We are under a slight delay. The tractor's going by the track once more. And as far as number 2, Beach Bell, I was able to speak with Whit Beckman, just following her work with Houghton here, who she worked with under a hold early. Now, I wanted to note she was on the inside, and when discussing this with Whit, he said she's worked so much better when on the outside of her mates in her prior work. So it could be a product of her being intimidated from the inside by that mate who did go on to win her debut at Churchill Downs with a 59 Beyer speed figure, wiring that field that day. So my problem, though, I completely agree with Maggie's comments about her physically being a standout. I wonder, now that she draws the inside rail, if she's just going to go forward with speed and hopefully that gets her in an unencumbered trip. But I have my question marks if she's going to be intimidated from that inside post. Lafitte?
Riders up, Megan. Tyler Gaffley on aboard. Beach Bell, the bookends from inside to outside. Maggie with eyes on Juana Margarita, all set for her debut.
Yes, Lafitte. I always want a margarita. But let's talk about the filly. I like this filly, as she is the daughter of Greatest Honor. I wonder if a lot of his progeny will eventually want to go longer. And I think the same exact thing with her. And I feel like I'm in good company because her trainer, Kenny McPeak, said the same thing. But this filly has been preparing down at Belmont with the great Jimmy Jerkins, who now works for Kenny at Belmont. He does have all the young horses, but it does look as though this filly is incredibly fit. Whether this is her gig, this is her game, going this distance, I'm not sure. However, she is pretty sharp. So at least from that outside post, sometimes they do run to that open space to the right, but it feels like she could leave there decently and put herself in a somewhat advantageous position, not getting too much kickback, for instance. I like what I'm seeing from her. Hopefully she can settle and keep it together on her way to the gate, but I'm going to keep a close eye on her because I think she'll run well. Guys?
Juana Margarita, trained by Kenny McPeak, saddled the winner of the Saratoga Special last week. See what Juana Margarita does in her debut. Spendthrift, 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home to #1 sires Into Mischief, Omaha Beach, Vacoma, Yaupan, the leaders of their sire classes in 2025. Call to post. There's a 7-time Travers winning jockey, Javier Castellano. Get another look at these 2-year-old fillies in this restricted maiden affair, starting with Beach Belle. There she is, the Omaha Beach debuting filly.
Yeah, look, she's breaking on the inside post. That's a difficult post for a beginner to break from, but money is showing on her. We like to call that smart money if the horse hasn't run.
We go in the edge and experience over most.
Not for me, but Maggie had some good things to say in the paddock, so that could be a very positive.
My Sweet M, Wizard Stable, first-timer.
Well, one of the longest prices on the board. Another first-time starter. Money is not showing here.
Neither with #5, Cream of the Crop. There she is, CTR, debuting filly.
Going out for Jamie Begg, another Nashville, much like the favorite, not taking any money.
#6, Hammers Nickel, another fresh face.
Another fresh face. Flavian Pratt in the irons. This group can do some good.
The favorite, #7, Capadosta.
First foal without significant pedigree, but is in Nashville. Is this horse live, or are they just betting because it's Cox and Ortiz? Feels like the latter to me.
Not leaning into it. I swear, that's her name, Capadosta. See what she does in her debut. Then good problem to have here. That solid effort first out 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, look, one race under her belt. Hopefully a learning experience. Horses usually improve quite a bit from their first to second start.
#9, Gustavia, Karina Stable, first-time starter, now with Luis Saez. Still looking at good problem to have. Jamie Rodriguez, there she is, Gustavia.
Well, if you're going to bet a trainer who's 4 for 98 with 2-year-old first-time stars in turf sprints, 41-1 is the right price.
Louisiana-bred Gustavia, followed by Cody's approval. She did take money first out.
Yeah, look, another one that's had a race experience under her belt, and I look for improvement here.
And on the outside, Juana Margarita, 8-1, Jose Ortiz aboard.
Yeah, I have the same note Maggie pointed out. This horse has been training in New York, which means Jimmy Jerkins has been training, and Jimmy knows how to get a first horse ready for its first start. He knows how to get it ready for his 40th start as well.
Maggie indicated she thought she'd run well in her debut. The field, Spendthrift, 2-year-old race of the day, 2-year-old fillies, wide open to kick off the late pick 5. And circling back to the favorite, Jonathan, and Capadosta, there she is as the 2-1 choice. Is it helpful when you're making last-second decisions with your late pick 5, when you have a 2-year-old race like this, when you can observe the board and see where that money's going?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the board's a great indicator. Not always right, as you know, but it is definitely an indicator. But in a situation like this, where you got Brad Cox, you got Irad Ortiz, and not a lot of form for these other horses to lean on, horses are always going to be bet, whether they're right or wrong, because the public doesn't know. They just see Irad, Brad Cox. Okay, sure. That's half the money that this horse is getting. No one really, I mean, I don't know, horse could run off the screen for all I know, but I think that goes a long way.
Yeah, it just feels like, as a player, you see a horse like this, even if you feel like I want to pick this horse, you just have to pick somebody else because you're just getting an underlay.
Both those gentlemen had JK shirts on. See a lot of them.
Nice fellas.
See a lot of them. Here, big crowd. Whitney week, getting closer to the Whitney on Saturday. Maggie, we were looking at #10 a moment ago, Cody's approval, and Manny Franco, there they are. Manny Franco looking for a 4th winner on the afternoon.
Manny is riding lights out. He is riding so well, making all the right decisions, and there couldn't be a more deserving jockey in the room to have such success here at the Spa. Now, Cody's Approval, who he'll get on for the first time, I loved in her last start, which was on the turf. I thought that's where she wanted to be. She has a massive turf hoof on her, but she kind of showed speed and then backed up through the field. Watching her warm up that day, she just looked a little bit kind of choppy. She didn't want to stride out as well, and given the way she ran, I wonder if she kind of tied up a little bit. I don't love the fact that it's another hot day up here. I don't know if she kind of reacts to that poorly. We'll see what she does. She's taking money again in this spot, Lafitte. I thought she was more turf meant, moving a little better in the warm-up. We'll see how she does for Mike Trombetta, who is always dangerous.
Smart money or otherwise, we're about to find out. Cody's Approval steps forward. Capadosta, 2-1 favorite at post time, all set to kick off this late pick 5 on this Thursday. Whitney week at Saratoga. Frank Miramati with the loading call. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day live on FS2.
Okay, Lafitte. Not much more exciting than these 2-year-olds here at Saratoga Racecourse. Here is my Sweet M going up. Cream of the crop. Hammers Nickel. And Wanna Margarita. 2 behind the gate. Late money has come in for Beach Bell, down to 5-2, second choice. They're in the gate. And they're off. Cody's Approval is very quick, and so is Beach Bell, scooting through on the inside, and Beach Bell takes command at once. Hammers Nickel is third. We going along the inside now, takes that third spot. Capadosta is racing in mid-pack. Has about 6 lengths to make up. Good problem to have, just went in front of her. It's a length back to my Sweet M, who is 3 clear of Gustavia. At the back of the field, Cream of the Crop and Wanna Margarita is the trailer. Beach Bell went through the opening quarter in 22 3/5 seconds, unchallenged to the quarter pole with a 3-length lead. Cody's Approval is in second. We going on the inside, hard-ridden third. And on the far outside, Capadosta is trying to launch a wide bid, top of the stretch. Beach Bell, 3-length lead coming to the furlong pole. Cody's Approval running a good race, but is 3.5 behind. Out in the center of the racetrack, Wanna Margarita from dead last trying to get a piece. 16th pole. Beach Bell bounding through the lane at first asking, and it will be Beach Bell and Tyler Gaffleone winning easily. Cody's Approval was second. Hammers Nickel finished third in front of Capadosta.
Locked in when it was time to do so. Beach Bell by Omaha Beach. Spendthrift Stallion in the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Andy, well done. Beach Bell giving this field the slip at 5-2.
Like the Million Monkeys with a million typewriters, you throw enough darts, one hits the bullseye occasionally.
It's a good guess, man.
You know, it was just really because Witt had some success here last year, and obviously, when you see him getting bet like that, you launch into a good thing, and I don't think it was any particular brilliant handicapping my part. It was just a little bit of luck. Eventually, you find one, and this horse was the goods. The money was right. Broke maybe a step slow, kind of just sort of jumped out after that, right, towards the lead, and the old 2-speed number. The 10 was a better dirt horse. Just ran the wrong horse today.
Yeah, look, I mean, the winner took control going into the turn, maybe a quarter mile in, and all you have to do is look at Tyler Gaffleone's hands on the 2-horse early in the race. He's not asking for anything. She's showing separation from the field. And then look behind her. Everybody else is pushing to keep up. You knew it was her race to lose at that point.
Right. I mean, so listen, you see sometimes these horses, but the thing about horses, the 2-year-olds that get bet heavy, they always have speed, right? Not always, but generally. They don't necessarily have stamina. This one had a little bit.
Winning trainer, Whit Beckman and team, proud of what Beach Bell just did in her debut. Jonathan, just good to see Tyler Gaffleone healthy in the saddle. He didn't miss last summer because he was injured, but he had been injured prior, and by the time the meet got started, it looked like an uphill climb, so stayed in Kentucky to ride at Ellis Park. check in the rear view, nobody coming, and then a week ago Saturday, or a couple of weeks ago, really banged up at the starting gate, and you're thinking, oh no, here we go again. He's going to be sidelined. He's back and riding well.
Yeah, you could see it in his face that day when he was getting in the golf cart and getting a ride back to the jocks room or to first aid. And you could just see it's like, oh, please just tell me this is not going to be serious. When you miss a lot of time, I would imagine that when you come back around, you get healthy. The last thing you want is another setback. And you're right. We're glad that Tyler was able to avoid that.
You often wonder with a rider if they're more upset about being injured or more upset about missing time, especially when you're in Saratoga. You know what I mean?
Rod
the
discussed
frustration.
this with Mig in Jockey Spotlight. He says there's nothing worse. There is nothing worse than being at home, if he was serving suspension in that case, and watching other guys ride the horses you're supposed to ride and them winning races. Gaffleone doesn't have to worry about any such issues. Strikes with Beach Bell, 2, 10, 6, 7. Results, reaction plus. Already a champion. Nitrogen, dual grade 1 winner here. Her best work on this track. And now, the test of her career, tackling monsters in the Whitney.
Up alongside of Knightsbridge, and now these two will turn for home together. Imagination on the outside to the front. Knightsbridge back into second. T.O. Elvis, the horse from Japan, has rushed up on the outside, and he has taken the lead. He's taking off. Oh, look at T.O. Elvis pull away in the last 16th of a mile. Even business today. Japan's T.O. Elvis crushed them.
Elvis is in the building.
Yes, he is.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live on this Thursday, and the unleashing of Beach Bell, a daughter of Omaha Beach, was a tour de force here on debut, joined in the winner's circle by her conditioner trainer Whit Beckman. And Whit, you had told me candidly that she had worked inside of horses, maybe wasn't the most comfortable there. She surely found the speed to have that unencumbered run today.
Yeah, when we set up works for her to be outside, she was always shown like she's had a lot of ability, but every now and again you'd put her inside. She had a little bit of timidness that I knew we could overcome if we got out of the gate quickly and just got her into a good rhythm, which Tyler did a perfect job of today.
Your Bloodstock team, the success of being able to purchase horses at around her price point, be able to find these kind of horses, how gratifying is it to see it in the winner's circle here in Saratoga?
Yeah, as we often see, money doesn't always equal ability. So to find these type horses, you know, kind of going around looking, putting in the work, it's always fun.
Carmel Coast is cross-entered in the Grade 1 test in a stake at Ellis Park. Is there a specific race you're pointing her to or leaning towards?
She is here right now. You know, changing the environment right now might be a lot for her. So I'd say at this point, she's probably going to be out here on Saturday.
Well, thank you guys so much, and congratulations. A very nice winner you got your hands on, and a 2-year-old that hopefully we'll see down the road.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Lafitte, that was pretty impressive for this firster for Whit Beckman. We'll see, hopefully, Carmel Close take on Grade 1 Company come Saturday.
Most prestigious race for 3-year-old filly sprinters. Test Saturday. That performance, Beach Bell, Tom Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Like, aside from the win, like, what was your biggest takeaway?
Well, look, I mean, a lot could be said. She made the lead, she controlled everything, but that's what really good horses do against inferior competition. They can control everything in the race. She does a good job of that throughout. The time stands up very, very well, in my opinion, against big-time maiden races that we have every week on Saturdays here.
Look at the gap between the winner, the second horse, and everybody else, right? The second horse actually ran very well, chasing this horse the whole way around. The rest of the field was left in tatters.
7th race as we march forward. Mile and a turf course. Allowance, $120,000 purse. That makes sense. Risk tolerance, even money. Jonathan, where'd you wind up in this one?
Well, if that would be bad TV if I said where I landed here. I'm just kidding. I don't mind. I like the 4 See You in Canada. I think risk tolerance is the most likely winner. This horse runs that race last time, or even a couple of the other races. Risk tolerance is going to be extremely tough to beat, but I do think there's an opportunity here with See You in Canada, who I thought ran really well a couple starts back.
Do you worry with the presence of the 3 Quando that this horse's preferred trip is probably in front? That was my biggest problem with the horse. I agree with you. It's talented.
Yeah, I'm glad that See You in Canada is drawn outside of that one. So if that one decides to go Quando, See You in Canada can sit outside, and hopefully they don't go too quick.
Late pick 4 starts here, race number 7, as we pivot to the America's Best Racing's race of the week. What else? This heavyweight battle. 99th Grade 1 Whitney, Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Number 1, Magnitude, 9-5 morning line favorite. Number 2, Nitrogen, reigning champion 3-year-old filly. 4th choice 4-1. In case you're wondering why she's in the Whitney, Tom, might have something to do with what she did in that Ogden Phipps back on Belmont Week.
Most certainly. I mean, wow is an overused term in horse racing, but you know, watching that specific race, that was a wow moment for me, and I'm sure it was for the connections, because they decided they're going to take on the boys in the Whitney, and these just aren't any boys. I mean, we're talking about a race that has 7 millionaires in it, 5 of which are multimillionaires. I mean, my goodness.
I was here when Personal Ensign beat Gulch, who was a great horse. Relay's Secret won when Mahogany Hall beat Serena Song, and Serena Song's an all-time great filly mare. The field that she's running against tomorrow is significantly better than any of the fields those horses ran.
The test of her career, a champion, test of her career. A victory on Saturday, and yeah, she'd belong on that list from the Iron Lady to Personal Ensign, as you mentioned, Rags, Zenyatta, Rachel. Is Nitrogen worthy? We'll find out Saturday evening on Fox. Grade 1 Whitney. Get to Baeza in a moment. But for Nitrogen, Jonathan, it feels pretty simple as far as whether or not she can do this, as to whether you think she can replicate her performance in the Ogden Phipps, which was so much better, so much faster than anything we had seen prior.
Well, she got loose and she got comfortable. I don't think she's going to get loose and comfortable here. She might make the front in some weird world, but she's not going to be comfortable. She'll have a monster breathing down her neck. That would be the biggest difference to me, is can she match that performance with a little bit of adversity? Because no matter what, she's going to see some adversity in that race on Saturday.
The intrigue she adds to the race in and of itself just makes what was a great race, whether she was in it or not, that much more exciting. She looks like a wind-up toy to me in her last race. I remember thinking that about American Pharaoh when he won the Haskell. It looked like he just wound him up, and she looked like otherworldly in her last race. Now, she's never run a race like that before, and as good as she is, she runs any of her other races, I think everyone here would agree, she has no chance. But she runs her last race, she's got a huge chance.
Like she was shot out of a cannon.
Crazy.
And her best work, Tom, like it has been here at Saratoga. Like, this is where she by virtue of her winning the Alabama, like she won the race here and did her best work here that eventually led to a 3-year-old filly championship.
Yeah, look, I mean, let's not make her a one-dimensional horse that needs to go to the lead. I don't think any of us are saying that. She can rate, and she's extremely talented. I don't think any of us would say that there's not a reason to run her in this exact spot. She deserves it.
When has she run a bad race? She's never run before last time a race of that caliber. but she's never run a bad race either, whether it's turf,
maybe that
dirt,
race
or
at
not.
Oaklawn. Was the Apple Blossom?
If that's
I can't remember.
the one she lost to Claret Beret,
Yeah.
I thought it was one of the better races she ran. She just lost to a horse
right
that
there, yeah.
ran an otherworldly race out of nowhere.
She doesn't have an issued nitrogen typically getting out of the blocks, and not the same can be said for all of her competition. As we welcome Acacia Clement to the broadcast, standing by just behind us. Yes, Acacia, for Baeza, well documented the issues he's had getting out of the blocks. What adjustments are being made? How is this being addressed by Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott?
He's going to have some extra equipment, some extra padding in the starting gate come Saturday for the Grade 1 Whitney Lafitte. It's something that was actually recommended by NYRA head starter Scott Jordan to Bill Mott. So they're what's called quarter pads. So basically foam inserts that go into the back of the gate. And some horses don't like the feeling of the metal starting gate against their stifles, against their hind end. And the padding back there can really kind of cushion things, and it's a lot more comfortable for them. It's not going to be jarring. We saw especially 2 starts back, a very slow beginning for him in the Ali Sheba and a slow start in the Stephen Foster last time out as well, where he did end up beating his stablemate Sovereignty and finishing second to Magnitude. He's one of those horses that has run exceptionally well, but the gate has been his issue. Reading quotes from Bill Mott, he said that he has been able to break him out of the gate over on the Oklahoma training track with that padding behind him, and that he has broken a lot better as a result. So we'll see if those changes and that schooling with the starting gate make a difference as he's drawn to the outside in this year's Whitney.
There's so much to look for right from the start, but that's part of it. Watching how Baeza breaks in the Whitney. Tom, can you expand a little bit here on these quarter pads?
Sure. So it actually confines him a little bit more in the gate, so he can't move around back and forth as much. It is very comforting to a horse's back end. Wouldn't surprise me if Bill doesn't also tail this horse, which is where a starter sits actually behind the starting gate, holds the tail, puts a little pressure on it, doesn't bother the horse at all, but horses tend to want to get away from that, so maybe that'll make him break better as well. Here's the problem. When a horse starts to figure out that he doesn't have to do his work leaving the gate, it is very difficult for a trainer to turn that around. No matter how they go in the morning, they know the difference between practice and the real thing, and they can get a little bit too smart sometimes.
Baeza, for trainer Bill Mott, the Hall of Famer, seeking a second victory in the Whitney. Struck with Arthur's Ride a couple of years ago. Serious 1-2 punch. Sovereignty and Baeza. You'll see it live on Fox. Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage begins 5 Eastern. A loaded Saturday program, one of the best days every summer. Fox Saratoga Saturday, best horses, biggest races, all summer long, only on Fox. Late pick 4 coming up next. And for the 8-time Saratoga champion trainer, Chad Brown, seeking a 9th, working on a 9th, and has the horse to beat in this upcoming 7th race. Even money, risk tolerance. Chad Brown entering the paddock. Will he visit the winner's circle following the 7th race on this Thursday at Saratoga? We'll see in about 15 minutes.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucaro.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Great cause and a great time. Last night, Jockeys v. Horsemen basketball game benefited the New York Racetrack Chaplaincy and the Permanent Disabled Jockeys Fund, JK. It's at the Saratoga Rec Center. Jockeys handling business, defeating the Horsemen 79-65. They covered.
Wow. Yeah, and Kenan LaRose, I heard that his points line was at 21.
They limit his minutes or something?
Tom Amos told me that, and apparently he got 24. I got to see the stat sheet.
He also got posterized.
No, that was Will Walden.
Will
Walden got posterized.
Oh, did he
okay.
ever? Wow.
That was like Christian
I didn't know
Leitner at
jockeys could get up that
circa
high.
91 going over the top.
It's a very
on
big
Walden.
jockey.
So you're saying there might have been a few ringers?
You remember Shaquille was wearing the jockey silks?
Rayleigh was MVP last night, the jockeys.
He's young.
To Acacia Clement in the paddock, race 7 coming up. We're looking at Deep Manhattan here, 7-2. Acacia, what are you observing?
Yeah, very interesting race coming up here. While Chad Brown does seem to hold a strong hand, I am very interested in what we will see from this big layoff runner in Deep Manhattan, returning for Cherie DeVaux after a long time away. Debuted in November of 2024 at Fairgrounds and was dazzling that day. He was wide throughout. He pulled away. He was much the best kicking away from his competition, and honestly just looked like a winner every step of the way. Now he's been sidelined since then, but pretty exciting and intriguing to see him back returning as Jose Ortiz will be aboard. He rode him first time out as well. He's not the biggest looking at him in the flesh, but he does look strong for the return, and he's sharp. He was pretty spicy getting the tack on. He's been on his toes, but very powerful, especially in that hind end. And we know that he can run well fresh, having won his debut like he did at first asking in a very impressive way. Massive pedigree on him as well, of course, being by Justify. And there's pretty much everything in the family has been a runner, including his half sister Deep Satin, who we've seen running in plenty of graded stakes action for Cherie in the past couple of years. Now, looking at the number 5 Highlands Way, Todd Pletcher in search of that win number 6,000, a remarkable milestone. And this is a horse that I know does need to improve, but he's one that I think is getting better. I just always am so attracted to him. He is a very good looking individual, and I remember talking to Todd after he won last time out, and Todd saying because he was so expensive, 1.35 million as a yearling and half brother to horses like multiple graded stakes sprinter Bell's the One and some very good horses, Todd saying it was a very difficult decision to geld him, but he was obstinate training, he was really hard to manage, and it has made a world of difference for him. He's continued to improve. I think he maybe surprised everybody when winning and breaking his maiden for 55,000. He stepped up to face better last time, and yes, he got a nice trip, but he continues to improve mentally and physically. I don't know if he's good enough in here, and this will be a major acid test for him, but I just feel like he is worth mentioning because he's a perfect test, and sometimes you have to make those hard decisions, and one that's given a little bit of time to mature, which he certainly has. But as we head over to Meg Burgess, as mentioned, Chad Brown with a pretty strong hand in this race.
That's right, Acacia. He's got a stronghold with the even money favorite. We'll discuss first the number 1, Market Timing, who's the other Chad Brown. You could say I have some familiarity with this horse from Monmouth Park, where he came off of a very lengthy layoff in a dominant way last time out. Now, this is the son of Laoban. When I saw him last time out, I thought maybe he could go either way. His dam was grade 1 place, was a graded stakes winning dirt router. His half sibling won on the grass, and his second dam was actually a graded stakes winner in Argentina on the grass. So does have dirt and turf pedigree there. He was obviously very impressive against a much more tepid field, being able to break from the outside, show that speed on a slower pace, control, and just gallop clear. He was incredibly impressive that day. And I do find today I see a stronger, more tucked up model of him, that natural strengthening in his second start off of a very lengthy layoff and going in the right direction. I think he's incredibly interesting. We'll see how he negotiates that inside post, if he can have that tactical position with some other speeds in this race. And speaking of the speeds, the number 4 is Sayuni Canada, who took money for trainer Joe Sharp in a stakes race last time out, and the Saranac is one of the major speeds in there as well. And he went probably a little bit too quickly last time around when he was up from the inside on a half in 46 and 3. Now he does have some other speeds in this race, likes of Longshot Kwando to compare with, but I do think he gets to perhaps control a little bit more moderate or perhaps tepid of a tempo. We'll see how they exactly play it, but he's incredibly strong. He's got some upside to him, and he's one that is kind of that more refined version of Sayuni that you'll see here in the States. And honestly, from a tactical perspective, I thought with a little bit more moderate of a pace, Lafitte, it could make him a player in this one.
Speedy see you in Canada. Trainer Joe Sharp saddled the winner yesterday. The gentleman on the left, Todd Pletcher, has saddled 5,999 winners in his career. Pletcher with Highlands Way here, Tom, and I don't know. I don't think it's too far of a stretch to suggest that he's going to get that 6,000 before weekend's end. 2 today, 2 runners tomorrow, 10 on Saturday.
He's so good. I mean, you know, trainers come and go. A lot of them have their era. I mean, Todd has been good for so long, a consummate professional.
It's a game that if you lose 4 out of 5, you're in the Hall of Fame. If you fail 80% of the time, like, you're doing it as best as you possibly can. 6,000 career wins for Todd Pletcher. 5,999.
That 4 out of 5 losses doesn't help your sleep pattern tonight. I can attest to that. But no, he's just a terrific trainer, period.
Could happen here. Highlands Way. Manny Franco to ride. Franco looking for a 4th on the afternoon, but Jonathan, another look at risk tolerance, strictly the one to beat risk tolerance. And take a look at his most recent. This was on May 7th. Risk tolerance. Andy, I can't find it. What do you do?
He was a little bit close to the pace, didn't you think, Andy? Did you like where he found himself in this race?
Well, I guess they were going a little farther. He's more of a mile, or they're going a mile 3:16, so put him more into the race. I liked it when he was in front. I didn't like it when Integration got by him, but Integration was a heavy favorite, and he's a graded stakes winner, you know. And they laid to waste the rest of the field. I thought not only was that a very good effort, I think he is better with a little less distance, but I thought his race against Mibago at Gulfstream, which is kind of Mibago's playground. This horse has won 2 stakes at Saratoga already this summer. Was an incredible performance because that horse was just running along on the front end. And Rick's Tolerance was absolutely nowhere top of the stretch and almost caught him in that race. He's a very good horse. He's even money for a reason.
You know, Andy, you touched on it, but I think it needs to be really said. So Integration, the horse that beat him that day, multiple graded stakes winner, and they were well clear of the 3rd place horse. I think that is significant when you look at the company he faces here.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely a gigantic class relief, and it's, you know, it's interesting how he gets into this condition because the race he won at Tampa, the purse was under where it is for that. So from a winning standpoint, he's won more races than the other horses in this race, other than Highlands Way, who won a starter last time, but he's been running against better horses.
Chad Brown with Risk Tolerance, and he has market timing pictured here. Graduated at Monmouth in his turf debut.
It's not bad when you have the heavy favorite and you have a horse coming off a maiden win by 10 lengths.
Deep Manhattan, idle since November of 24.
It's a very impressive debut, though. The fact they bring him back gives me a lot of confidence that he's going to run well.
Number 3, Kwando, quick sprinter stretching out.
Yeah, he's kind of lost a little of his form lately, but he will be in front, barring an incident at the gate.
Number 4, see you in Canada. More speed. Rod Ortiz takes over.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this horse is ridden, what kind of trip this one gets, but I love the tactical speed.
Number 5, Highlands Way. There he is, Sharp Gelding. He's won 2 straight.
He's come to hand for Todd. It was sort of an exciting win last time. The problem I have is the horse he beat would be 20-1 in here, and I thought he ran the better race.
All eyes on Risk Tolerance.
Integration and Mibago would be 1-20 in here.
And finally, Griffin's Wharf ran 10th at the level Belmont week.
Frustrating horse, I'm sure, for Tom Morley, because last year he showed some real signs to be a stakes horse this year, and he just is not. He just run worse this year than last year. Somewhere in there's a horse that's pretty good. He just hasn't shown it as a 4-year-old.
Runners in the 7th of 10 on this Thursday afternoon. Mile on the inner turf course begins the late pick for Jonathan. You're going to try to beat the heavily backed favorite with that colt and see you in Canada.
Yeah, I just like the debut. I thought the horse ran well. I love horses, turf horses that have tactical speed. I think they give themselves a lot of options. The horse ran well that day, tried the stake, didn't run all that well, but the pace was fast in there. You'll also notice that the horse debuted with Lasix, didn't have Lasix in the stake, gets Lasix back. I'm just thinking this horse has a better chance than maybe the odds are suggesting.
You got to like the warm-up away from the pony as well. It suggests that they want to be forward with this horse. I mean, he's the only 3-year-old in this race. The other are older than he is, but he's also the most inexperienced. And a lot of times these 3-year-olds, this time of year, they can step up.
His debut, opening weekend here, Saratoga, Andy, for Deep Manhattan. It's been much longer than that, but he did leave an impression.
Yeah, he's actually the least experienced in this race, and his debut was eye-popping. I remember because a friend of mine said you should bet this horse. He's got a huge pedigree, and I remember watching Jose ride him. It just felt like he had the race in command the entire way. I saw Cherie earlier today. She stopped by to say hi, and I said, you know, I'm excited this horse is back. I kept meaning to ask you what happened to him, and he's obviously had some issues, but she's high on how he's training, and she's really excited to get him back. And you know, whether or not he's good enough to win today doesn't really mean a lot. This is a horse that could be really good. You know, just you worry about these horses that have extended layouts by keeping him on the racetrack, but he's got the right trainer, and this horse has got a lot of ability.
And even though it's been that long, Tom, yeah, we already know that he will run well. Fresh, given what he did in his debut.
He did, but he's a lot older now. It's a year and a half since his last race or thereabouts. He's a 4-year-old now, and it is difficult to get a horse fit off of that kind of layoff for this kind of race. But if anybody can do it, Cherie certainly can.
She's excited to get him back. It was nice to see, you know.
The Deep Manhattan, 7-2. Another look at the favorite. Risk tolerance, 6-5 to Megan Trackside.
I had to get up amongst the boxes, guys. It's hot out here. Get some airflow, you could say. But the number 6, Risk Tolerance, obviously taking the favoritism for trainer Chad Brown, is a horse that just overloads this group as far as the class, and a horse that's incredibly strong, coming off of a bit of a freshening from back in May. He had that sharp, aggressive warm-up away from the pony underneath Flavien Prat, and I think he fits very well amongst this group, is elaborated on in the desk and behind are a grade 1 type and integration. I think is going to likely be the class of this field, Acacia, but have to swallow a short price doing so.
You will, Meg, as I did land on the favorite Risk Tolerance as well. And to Jonathan's point about him being closer to the pace last time out, it was a very compact field and they were kind of strung out. So I think you almost had to be positioned where he was. He made that first turn and got run down by a very good horse in integration. He warmed up beautifully though, Risk Tolerance. He's always a horse that I really liked physically, and I actually like the slight cut back to the mile for him. He has done his best work at this distance as he's gotten sharper out there. Talking about a long shot, the number 7 Griffin's Wharf, he's 27-1 on the board right now. I don't know if he's good enough once again in here, as he will try to turn things around, but he has been gelded. He is a horse that always would be hot and sweaty and just really tough to handle prior to his races. And I am seeing a marked change from him after that gelding. They still saddled him outside as they always did, and he's a little bit warm. But on days like this, when it is so humid, you want to see their natural cooling system in effect. But he's not washed out and he's not doing too much as he has been sometimes. I love the mile for him. I know he was very disappointing last time. He did get shuffled back a little bit, but at a big price. Tough field to do it in, but one I'm going to watch with a little bit of interest to see if he could get back to some of his better races, Lafitte.
Very warm, Acacia. The Spa, feeling like the Spa on this August 6th as they cross over to the turf course. Griffin's Wharf at a big price. Gaffleon looking to go back-to-back in the march towards the starting gate. Race shape early on paper, a lot of horses that are most comfortable mixing it up early on.
I would think the 3 and 4 are going to be up front with market timing at the very least sitting behind them. We'll see how quickly they go. Quando's a quick horse.
Look, I agree with you. The 3 and the 4 set the tone here, but they got some good closers in this race.
Where do you expect, Jonathan, to see the odds-on favorite, risk tolerance? Where should Flavien Prat have him settled?
Yeah, I mean, I would think that with, like Acacia said, with a lot more pace on than last time, I would imagine that risk tolerance will be a little bit further back than they were last time. Yeah, I'm interested to see what's going to happen with the 3 and the 4 here in terms of who's going to make the front. I mean, I understand that the 4 has made the lead in the last 2 starts, but we haven't even had a chance to see if this horse will rate. I guess it's possible.
Well, I don't think this is the race to get into an all-out duel with Quando. It just has to be going, and Irad knows that. So, you know, and also the other thing is at some point you need to learn, right? You know, every race, you want to win every race you're in, but Tom, you know this. You also need to learn about your horse at times in races as well, and this is a pretty good race to see if he can settle a little bit at least off a horse.
Yeah, I'm curious to know, those 2 horses go out in front, which one says Uncle first and takes back?
The 3 might say Uncle, but it might be because they went too fast.
Or will there be another milestone reached? Todd Pletcher, who you just saw, has Highlands Way going number 5 in search of a 6,000th career win. Frank Mirmati with the call, the 7th race live from Saratoga on FS2.
They're in the gate. They're off, and Griffin's Wharf is very quick out of the gate, but it is CU in Canada and Quando who go on, and they're joined by Deep Manhattan. And suddenly Griffin's Wharf, who broke so sharply, is 5th, right behind Market Timing, who's down on the inside. It's a gap of 3 back to Risk Tolerance, who's 2nd to last, and a couple of more to the trailer Highlands Way. The opening quarter mile in 23 2/5 seconds. Quando takes him to the backstretch. Deep Manhattan wants to take that lead away from him, but is held into that 2nd spot. It's another couple back to CU in Canada, who's 4 lengths off the pace. Market Timing is next, followed by Griffin's Wharf, Risk Tolerance, and at the back of the field still is Highlands Way. Quando went a half in 47 1. 3-length lead. Deep Manhattan is in 2nd. Market Timing and Dylan Davis taking 3rd along the inside, with CU in Canada head back 4th. Another couple of lengths back. Flavien Prat has Risk Tolerance still on a hold as they come to the top of the stretch, racing on the inside of Griffin's Wharf and Highlands Way. 1:11 1 for 6 furlongs. Top of the stretch. Quando still there. Deep Manhattan, CU in Canada, and now Risk Tolerance let loose on the outside. Just needs to keep him straight as Risk Tolerance has some breathing room, some turf to work with. A late run from Highlands Way, but too late. Risk Tolerance had that wrapped up. Scores by a length. Highlands Way was 2nd. CU in Canada and Market Timing.
Seth Klarman's Risk Tolerance. Flavien Prat, Chad Brown turned it on and deep stretch hit the front. No looking back as the favorite delivers to kick off the late pick 4.
Yeah, just really ran a very professional race, been facing better and kicked home well. A little trouble in the first turn. The 2 horses getting out caused the 4 to move outside and fall back, which is not her style in CU in Canada. She really ran a good race, 4 horse to finish 3rd after everything had happened.
Yeah, and I'll tell you who else ran a good race. Give the credit. The winner, listen, the winner is 4 to 5. This is a better horse than these. It's a stakes quality horse. How about Todd's horse running 2nd? That horse is dramatically, right now the race kind of fell apart. That horse is really improved.
I think like 4 horses ran really well.
Your horse
the winner
CU in Canada ran terrific.
The 5 ran well. The 4 ran well. And even Deep Manhattan, considering how uncomfortable she looked early in the race.
Close to the pace.
Yeah. And, you know, off this long layoff to run as well as she did here, she's another one I think you want to keep an eye on next time.
Your favorite spot, Jonathan, your favorite view?
From the drone, especially in turf races, and when you see a horse make a move like this, turn it on, that acceleration that jumps off the screen. Jonathan, Risk Tolerance, Flavien Prat gives him his cue, and it is over.
Yeah, Andy said it best. I mean, this was no great effort. This horse is just better than these horses. It was supposed to win like this, and did so. I would imagine her next stop, will be a stake race.
His.
Okay, well, my bad.
What?
Changing
any
the sex
idea?
in the middle of the thing? That's it's a talent I thought only I had.
Any idea what might be next? I mean,
No,
we can ask in the winner's circle.
I don't know if we still even run the Bernard Baruch. If we do, that could be a possibility. But who knows? Maybe they'll get ambitious and try the Woodbine Mile. I have no idea. I'd rather ask Chad or Seth.
We will see. We wait to find out. Last up the backstretch, first under the wire. Odds-on favorite, risk tolerance 6-5-4-1, and he's 7th at Saratoga. Results, reaction on the other side. Plus Whitney edition, Cart Talk Jonathan, still in that original golf cart. Interesting. Griffin Johnson, this week's guest. That's next.
This weekend on Fox Saratoga Saturday, one of the best female horses in the nation.
Nitrogen trounces them by more than 10 lengths.
Champion filly Nitrogen takes on the boys in the Whitney, facing Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes, and Travers winning Sovereignty, White Apario, and Magnitude in a star-studded field. The 99th running of the Whitney, a win and urine challenge for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Fox Saratoga Saturday, presented by Oceana Cruises. Join us 5 Eastern on Fox.
Back at the spa. Gorgeous, warm Thursday afternoon Whitney week. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Saw a little bit of everything from risk tolerance entering the winner's circle. Flavian Pratt, date with Baeza Saturday, and the 99th Whitney, owned by Seth Klarman, trained by Chad Brown, standing by live with Acacia in the winner's circle.
That's right, Lippy. His risk tolerance just outclassed this field for sure. Chad, a horse that had been facing good company. Tell me a little bit about the decision to cut back, and do you think you'll stay there?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I ran him, tried him a little further last time, and it was a valiant effort against a really good horse. And he had some foot issue out of that race, some minor stuff. I want to thank my team. They did a great job to get this horse comfortable again, nice and sound. Really a lot of overtime worked on this horse. And then this race came up, and I thought there'd be some pace in it, and Flavian gave a good trip. But again, my team, they had the horse ready today.
He was ready, that's for sure, and he seemed to be breathing fire this afternoon. Do you potentially think about some deeper waters, maybe some stakes for him?
I think so. When you look at his form lines, he's around stake horses and such. You know, the Bernard Baruch might come up a little quick, but we'll nominate him to it. If not, he'll probably see some stakes action down below.
It'll be fun to follow moving forward. But speaking of stakes, I wanted to ask you about the Saratoga Oaks. You have 3 entered in there, but to me the most intriguing consensus view, Frankel filly, who won going 1 mile and 3/16 at first asking, just her second start, but what have you seen from her?
Yeah, you know, Keisha, it was just a function of there's not any other really good options. I'd like to keep her against her own age group. I don't want to cut her back in distance, so mile and 3/16 would be the minimum. That's why I debuted her that far, and so here we are. It's a stake. I thought it was not the toughest edition of the race. There's some solid fillies in here, including my other two and a couple other ones in the race, but it's definitely short of a grade 1. So I said, it's a learning experience for her, and keep her against her own age group, and we'll see what happens. If it happens to rain a little bit and there's a little cut in the ground, I think we'll see the best of her.
Thanks for the insight. Really excited to see her, but congratulations on the win here.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Really good stuff, Acacia. Really good stuff from Chad Brown. Risk tolerance, maybe the Bernard Baruch. We'll see. Dominant on this afternoon, 6-5-4 favorite in the 7th. Let's kick off the late pick 4 here at Saratoga. Turning the page, race number 8. Brown well represented in this one as well. Look at the field. Corresponding odds, mile and an eighth on the outer turf course with Starship Titan 2-1. Javier Castellano in the saddle. Time now for one of the most popular segments we run every week here at Saratoga Live, Jonathan Kinchin's Cart Talk. And this week's guest, Griffin Johnson. You probably had an idea of how big his following was. You might not have been aware of just how big that following is. Jonathan Kinchin with Griffin Johnson, a most talented, successful influencer, even if he doesn't like the term influencer.
Griffin, do you like the title influencer, or do you prefer something different?
Man, it's one of those things where it's like everyone's an influencer now. It's kids want to make content and they get followers. So like, it's not really guarded. So I feel like influencer for me is a little bit of like, it's like a little derogatory in my space. But for me personally, I don't mind. Whatever you want to call me.
What's that one video where you went to sleep with 5,000 followers and you woke up with 100,000?
Dude, yeah. Well, I was in nursing school. Posted it, woke up the next day, and I think I had like 72,000 followers.
And now, what do you have across platforms?
Just over 15 million now across.
All of your racing content across platforms, you've got over 300 million views. That's more views than the last 20 Kentucky Derbies.
I think social media is the best tool on the planet as far as exposure goes. So, now for me, it's about not only the races, but how do we show off the horse to everyone and show what we do, not only on the track, but what we're doing behind the scenes, all of the efforts we go into aftercare, surgery, whatever. That's my goal now.
For a lot of us in racing, there's always one horse that kind of really does it to us, right? Would it be safe to say that was Sandman for you?
Yeah, that's my heart horse for sure. In 2021, I co-founded a venture capital fund, ironically named Animal Capital. And the general partner who runs the day-to-day, it's his baby. His name is Marshall Sandman. So he grew up with Allie Finley from West Point, and that's how we got together. They said, hey, we bought this beautiful horse from the sale. We don't have any money to offer, but like, we want a visionary, someone that is willing to come and film content and go to the races. And I was like, absolutely, I'll try it. So yeah, I was pretty naive in the start. I told everyone I'm going to the Kentucky Derby before he even ran. So it worked out.
Griffin, I remember seeing on Sandman's journey your reaction to watching one of his races.
Oh! Sandman, please, Sandman, please! Come on! Come on! Come on! Go! Go! Go!
You root like you've been around for a while. You got a good natural root.
I mean, look, I'm not shy to the fact I'm new here. I'm figuring it out as I go, but I mean, dude, that reaction comes from the soul, man. I mean, people ask me, like, what's going on? Like, are you like freaking out? I'm like, no, I don't even know what I'm doing. When I'm watching the screen, I see the horse, like, whatever comes out of my mouth is literally brain to mouth. There's nothing stopping it. So, yeah, I mean, what you see is literally what you get.
Did you retire from TikTok dances?
Yeah, I'm pretty retired from that.
Yeah.
If there's a reason that I can benefit horse racing and I need to hit a little renegade, I'll bring it back. But I'm 27. I'm at the unk age, but I'm tipping over the teeter.
Unk age 27. About the rest of us. Great stuff, Jonathan. Card Talk brought to you by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. JK, his horse racing content, more views than how many derbies?
The last 20 Kentucky Derbies, yeah. It's pretty impressive. And the thing I like the most about Griffin and his journey is we see influencers come to our events and show off the glitz, the glamour, the suits, the dresses, the hats, the front side. I mean, you look through his stuff, he's always on the backside, and it's the love of the horse that you could tell really comes out with Griffin and his content.
It's genuine, and the fact is, in 2026, like, this is how you lure or create fans. They might not know anything about horse racing, but they know something about Griffin Johnson. They follow him and the fun and excitement he's having at the racetrack, and all of a sudden, there's your interest. Safi Joseph, interested in saddling a Whitney winner, has 2 runners going, Forge, Steele, and White Abarrio. White Abarrio trying to win a second Whitney 3 years apart. That's next.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit NYRA.com/Big Apple bonus.
Blazing Salad. Next door to get up into the Surfing Classic is
Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes.
Before your eyes, a landscape unlike any you've ever seen. The pulse of life, a kaleidoscope of culture. And there it awaits. Cheers of triumph that eclipse all joy before it. It's the Journey, Japan Cup.
They're at the top of the stretch in the Whitney, and White Abarrio is the leader narrowly over Giant Game. Zandon, Cody's Wish on the outside, still 4 lengths behind White Abarrio, who's running the race of his life. Look at White Abarrio and Arad Ortiz Jr. in a runaway. White Abarrio wins by almost 6 lengths.
Oceana cruising to victory. White Abarrio, Tom Ears pinned, rolling in the 2023 Whitney, back then with trainer Rick Dutrow.
He shies a little bit away from that left-handed crop towards the end of the race and drifts out, but he's well clear. He just wasn't even paying attention anymore because there's nobody around him to compete with.
He was supposed to be just filler. I mean, that was supposed to be like a walkover for Cody's Wish.
Well, Cody's Wish was a pace-dependent horse, and he wasn't. This horse was a good horse too. You know, he's a funny horse, White Abarrio. Every now and then, in some very big spots, he's run big races, but kind of every now and then, isn't it?
Sure is. That's the best way I can describe him. You never know what you're going to get. It's either the brilliance that we saw from that Whitney, from his Breeders' Cup Classic, from his Pegasus. Those races were brilliant. His race this year at Oaklawn, but then he's got these mix-in races where they just are a little disappointing.
Yeah, I don't know what the right question is. Does he still have that 2023 Whitney performance in him, or whatever his best is, will you see it?
And if he has it and you see it, is it good enough to win? I mean, honestly, it's a fair question, right?
Probably one for Safi Joseph. Probably. Who has 2 runners in the Whitney and also has Wally World in this upcoming 8th race with Megan moments ago.
Here with the trainer Safi Joseph Jr., who will send out the number 6 Wally World. This horse has shown ability. Where do you find his tactical position in this race?
Yeah, I mean, he sits probably around third, fourth, fifth. Depends how the pace is. If it's a little slower, he can sit a little closer, but we kind of leave that to Tyler. He ran decent last time. The mile and a half should help him.
Vita Barrio coming up in a stacked Whitney Stakes this weekend. How have you seen him progress in his training as he faces one of his toughest fields yet?
He's trained well. I mean, he trained well into the Stephen Foster also, and he didn't run well. We feel like we had to try it that day on the slop. He had never gone 2 turns on the slop, and we tried it once more, and we won't do it again.
You've been candid about the options for Forge Seal, your other entrant. Is there a specific race you're leaning towards, also entered as one of the speeds in this Whitney?
Well, as of right now, he's staying in. We're going to see how the weather is, and the weather's going to dictate what we do. If the track stays fast, he'll probably come out, and if the track was to get sloppy, Vita Barrio will come out. So we're going to wait as long as possible and see how everything unfolds.
Best of luck in here and on Saturday.
Thank you very much.
Lafitte?
Trainer Safi Joseph, magically there he appears with Wally World at 5-1. And with, I know I'm not comparing him, Andy, I'm a duck when I make this, this again, not a comparison, but just the feet alone. If Vita Barrio were able to pull it off, the fact that it would be 2 Whitney victories, 4 editions apart, just like commentator, one of your all-time favorites years back.
That's an interesting point. Yeah, it'd be quite a roster of big wins. He's already got a lot of them. I mean, yeah, it's
he wants to throw something
amazing
at me.
resume. What's that?
Like he wants to throw something at me.
Yeah,
I don't think he has a prayer in this race, so I don't, I mean, I think he's, whatever price he is, he's about 1/3 that likely to win the race. But I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again, and I'll be wrong if that horse wins.
Maggie, does Wally World have a prayer in this 8th race?
I will admit I'm not in love with his effort last time out, as he does come out of that common race, as do many of these horses, as we'll start with him. Yes, he looks incredibly fit here. He's always been a good-looking horse, as he's kind of second off the back of that little bit of a freshening, really tight and tucked up overall. I will say this, I didn't love how he was kind of lingering on his inside lead whilst lugging in too. So the mechanics finishing late there weren't the most appealing to the eye. As we'll move on to the horse that did outfinish him but had a beautiful trip beneath Reylu Gutierrez, as Javier Castellano will be aboard number 2 Starship Titan today. But he is second off of a layoff, and while, yeah, he was the beneficiary of a tremendous ground-saving every single step of the race trip, he looks fabulous here for trainer Michelle Nevin. Yes, he is an incredibly lightly raced 5-year-old, and that's never, the best sign, but when he shows up to the races on the turf, he's been pretty darn good. He came in, he's very fit, but really well-muscled and strong overall. Paints a lovely picture here in the paddock, and it's fairly sharp, but not doing too much. Kind of once he got saddled, he actually kind of got zoned in, and he was like, all right, I got to focus and harness this energy, but could not look any better physically. As we'll also take a look at one of 2 for Chad Brown. Number 3, Early Adopter, will make his 4-year-old return as a new gelding. Now, he has been a horse that has consistently been bad in the prelims, especially when getting the tack on. Well, a lot of times gelding will help that, as it looks as though it has with Early Adopter. They still took him down to the end of the paddock, saddled him with the pony, kept away from the others, but he was like, yeah, okay, I'm cool with this now. He mentally has taken a step forward. Physically, he hasn't changed at all as he comes back as a 4-year-old. He's still a little bit on the smaller side, which isn't totally out of the realm with the Ludwig. And he just looks, well, he looks fit enough. I wish he looked just a bit fitter coming back in what is, I think, a pretty wide open race, Lafitte.
Competitive, Early Adopter. What'll he do in his 4-year-old debut? Another look, Starship Titan. And we revisit his 5-year-old debut. Just his 3rd career start right here, July 11th. Starship Titan, Wally World, Tom, chasing the leader.
Yeah, look, he had a terrible trip this day. It started right out of the gate from the 1 hole. He broke a little tardy, got shuffled back. I mean, very subtle, but a very, very difficult trip. Big finish, sees the crop one time here. Looked too back, not this race, but but the one before, and you'll see he beat somebody named Risk Tolerance that just won our last race.
I wouldn't say it was a terrible trip
Oh
because
my
a
God,
lot
I
of
would.
things went very well for him at the end, and I thought Ray was saving the ground. No, I don't disagree with you. I don't think it was a good trip. I'm not saying it was a good trip, but I think enough good happened to say that he was best in a lot of ways. I don't disagree with that. I think, but Ray Lou also did some very good things in the last 3/8 of a mile to get in that position. My problem with him is not that I don't think he's the horse to beat, because I do. He won at 39-1, 2 races back. Last week, last race, 8.5-1. Now he's 2-1. Man, you missed the party on this guy. And if you play horses that are those kind of prices and are good, I just think it's bad equity in a general sense. And I agree with Maggie. I think this is a wide open race.
Starship Titan, the favorite in this wide open race. A bourbon for Toby. There he is, currently 3-1 as the second choice. You mentioned a party. This was 2 starts back. Grade 3 dinner party, Preakness Day at Laurel. Jonathan, a bourbon for Toby on the move from off the pace.
Yeah, off the pace, closing into a slow pace, one of my favorite angles in turf racing. It's a hidden trip, in my opinion, that some people can miss, and a bourbon for Toby was closing into that. You get Lasix back here today, and I think if you look at the internal fractions, the way this race was run, this was the best performance that any of these horses have run in their last 2 to 3 starts.
Going
No,
against
I
the
agree
grain.
as well. And he didn't have a lot of pace to close into, Jonathan. They went slow early there. That's a disadvantage for a horse trying to close. You know, I think he's a player here for sure.
Yeah, I mean, his race, obviously, dinner party was with the flow of the race, but those are really good horses for Washington. And he's improved for Tom, agree. And he's just the wrong kind of race last time, also a wide trip. That's just the wrong trip for a horse like that. A horse that you want to make a run, to have to try to grind it out with a wide trip, those horses never win.
What can you tell us about relative value? Andy, and you make of his chances today from the inside post.
I picked him. I thought there was a chance he could be the speed. Because, I mean, Savvy Joseph probably doesn't really know, but he's actually saddling the fastest horse early. I hate to be the one to tell him that. It's good somebody is there. And Starship Titan will probably be forward as well. But I think Flavian's going to look at that, and you know he's a thinking man's rider, and he's going to look to be forward in there. And listen, he's got to improve a little bit off his last race. I love how these Chad Brown horses that come from Monmouth do. Doesn't it feel like the ones that come from Monmouth overachieve time and time again?
He made it very clear. Just like Mark Casse has with horses that debut at Ellis. Like, do not call those horses my second string, because they're not. Don't make that misconception.
No.
Yeah, look, those guys are big trainers with a lot of horses. They've got great staff working underneath them. They're micromanagers to the max. Those horses are getting all the attention they should.
Yeah, I mean, I would think sometimes Chad's train of thought there is to send horses that are straightforward, horses that just need to do their work. You can just talk to your assistant on the phone. He works, he jogs, he walks, he works, he jogs, and that you don't need to. There doesn't need to be him to be looking at it, watching every day. Some of the babies and the younger ones that you do want to keep an eye on and help with their development, keep those here in your backyard. I completely agree. It's a mistake I think people make, an assumption that they make.
That's a great point, Jonathan.
Well, I remember one of the first ones was Practical Joke. He came here and he'd been training at Monmouth. I think a lot of people said, oh, he's a Monmouth, he's a second stringer, you know, whatever. Well, how many Grade 1s did he win? 3? 2 that fall?
Is he a King's Bishop, now Alan Jerkins winner? Yes?
Yes, he is.
Practical Joke?
Yes, he is.
Good horse in front. Bellamy Road debuted at Delaware Park.
Yeah, where they start and where they run. Yeah, I don't know.
Good horse.
Michael Dickinson originally had Bellamy Road.
Right.
And then Nick had him.
Mad Genius.
One of the greatest stallions in the world, actually, statistically, not this time, debuted at Ellis Park.
What a good,
Hey, it's not your dad's Ellis Park, I'm going to tell you. Ellis Park is tough racing.
Yeah, it is.
My dad never went to Ellis. I'm just letting you know. We were New Yorkers. We went to
Dramatic call to
Monmouth and
post.
Liberty Bell.
Let's meet the field. $80,000 allowance, optional claimers, $125,000 purse, relative value, first of 2 for Harmon and Brown.
I would love to see Flavian try to wire the field and succeed.
Starship Titan, there he is, a lightly raced 5-year-old gelding.
Look, this horse had a terrible trip last time. I know he's 2-1, and I get Andy's point, but man, oh man, he looks like the horse to me.
Early adopter, 10-1 now if you like him.
Chad Brown is 14 for 53, 26% with a 248 ROI with 250-plus layoffs in turf routes at Saratoga.
Is that good?
Pretty good,
Sounds
especially for
good.
guys' horses are habitually overbet.
It sounds good. Mount Rundle, Kendrick Carmouche takes over. Then the 5, slap in the face, second start off the bench.
Boy, he was good last year, and boy, was he bad last time.
Johnny Velasquez in the saddle. Then Wally World. Willie, set the tempo?
Perhaps, yeah. I think he's one of the speed in the race.
He's on
I'll be
vacation,
really quick here because Andy took all my time earlier.
Would you like some time? You can talk through my set. You want to take the 7? Go ahead. You got Daunt, Tom.
Well, there he is, Daunt, number 7. A horse that's going to come from back and want some pace up front.
12th try to win on the Saratoga lawn. Daunt, then Ocean Atlantique, claim from Joe Sharp by Orlando Noda.
This is a very good field of horses, but you can also run for a for sale price. Ocean Atlantica is going to be the only one to do that. You can buy him out of the race for $80,000.
And number 9, a Bourbon for Toby. Solid runner-up effort in that dinner party Preakness week.
And he's a big-time player in here getting bet. Let's make sure we talk about Mount Rundle after the race because Tom apparently has a great deal to say about Mount Rundle. So I want to make sure you get a chance to give all those thoughts you have on him.
The tan is coming out. Lafitte, please go ahead.
Discreet dancer. Last there at Colonial.
Yeah, this is a horse that is going to probably come from back in this spot. I mean, he does not have a lot of speed.
I'm trying to help the guy, and he doesn't even appreciate it. It's just wrong.
I'm definitely letting you guys do the rest of the post parade. This is pure comedy.
Jonathan, your top selection in this 8th race. Who's it going to be?
Yeah, this is a tough race. This sequence as a whole, I thought was extremely tough. I'm going to land on the 9, a Bourbon for Toby. If you look at that race 2 back, the one that we watched, the dinner party at Laurel, that was the best performance that any of these horses had run, in my opinion. I'm looking for him to get back there, and hopefully we can get a little bit of a creep up from the 5-2.
There he is with Rod Ortiz, teaming up with Tom Morley. 20 years since the summer of Bernardini, his sire, and his Jim Dandy. Travers win here at Saratoga, a Bourbon for Toby. Relative value. Both of the Brown runners hanging up there from early adopter, number 3, 10-1 Megan, and relative value, it's 6-1 with Flavien Prat. They're going to go back-to-back.
And he very well could, Lafitte, as a horse. I completely agree with Andy. As far as inside post position, some murky pace. I spoke with Safi Joseph Jr. as far as the number 6, Wally World, and he wasn't exactly overzealous as far as plans to send that horse, who seemed to be one of the controlling speeds. So from a pace perspective, relative value seemingly could inherit that kind of trip. He ran well last time out at Monmouth. Needing the cutback, to me, just doesn't read as a 1.5 mile horse, of which he didn't have the best of trips there at Keeneland 2-back, but I really like him in this spot. Incredibly strong, certainly towers above the likes of his stablemate, who's a bit cold on the tote board. But for more on the number 1 relative value, we'll check in with Maggie.
Well, I'm kind of picking up what you're laying down, Meg, as he could be forward in here from that rail position. And whenever we see Flavien Prat do that in the warm-ups, where he, pulls the horse up, has them on the outside rail, and then kind of guns them a little bit, I always find that Flavien is looking for some early speed. And this horse has done really well from his last start at Monmouth, in which he won, but he has bulked up. He's gotten stronger behind. He's just looking better as he steps into this condition for the first time. And 2, he's a horse that was very quiet when he first walked in the paddock. He definitely came to life once he got the tack on. Horse near and dear to my heart is number 9, a Bourbon for Toby. As last time, as much as I love Forest Boys, she kind of got ran off with. And he was very, very headstrong for her. But now he's reunited with Rod Ortiz, as he did ride him 2 starts back for that second place effort in the dinner party. So a horse that has really kind of come to life, come together, has put racing together more so as a 4-year-old. So obviously rooting with my heart, because he's incredibly sentimental for me. A horse named for one of my best friends who we lost 2 years ago in Toby Sheets. And plus, he's just a really cool horse, Lafitte.
Really cool horse, crossing over to the turf course, a Bourbon for Toby. Rod Ortiz in the saddle.
Are we surprised that Bourbon for Toby's the same price as the number 2 in this race?
How surprised are you?
Starship Titan. I'm surprised. I'm not. I think Bourbon for Toby's a major player. I'm not talking about their ability. I'm just surprised he's in the same price. I'm not saying they shouldn't be. Even. I'm just surprised they are. Are you surprised?
Yeah, you know what, though? I think a lot of times when these questions come up, the answer usually lie in the 2-legged human sitting on their back as the reason why a horse on
Irad's
paper.
on the 9,
Yeah, and I think it's on Irad thing here.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
And
You know,
Wally World, do you expect him to?
Well, I think that Flavien is going to seize the bull by the horns, as he often does. I could be wrong, but I think he will. And I think that Starship Titan, Javi, will be a little closer than he was last time. And I don't know, maybe the trainer doesn't think the 6 has speed and doesn't know that he's the speed of the race, so who knows what he told the rider.
You know where that was shot, right? Iconic scene, vacation, Chevy Chase, Anthony Michael Hall, racing at the end, Chariots of Fire, Santa Anita parking lot.
Is that right?
Look it up.
Wally World,
as we
from
send
the
it up.
original Vacation.
The Frank Ramadi with the call of race 8 from the Spa, live on FS2.
I preferred the European version. 2 more. Slap in the face. Discreet Dancer. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very clean and nice beginning. Relative value, Starship Titan, both out very quickly. And on the outside, here's Wally World. So Wally World and Starship Titan will be head and head by the stands the first time. Relative value, third. A Bourbon for Toby is fourth. Discreet Dancer is just outside of them. Early Adopter right along the inside, just in front of Daunt as they move into the clubhouse turn. It's another couple of lengths back to Ocean Atlantique. And Mount Rundle is at the back. 25 and 4 for the favorite Starship Titan, who takes them on to the backstretch, leading by half a length. Wally World keeping that one honest. Another 2 lengths back, relative value tucked in on the inside of Discreet Dancer. Discreet Dancer now takes third as they run down the backstretch. A Bourbon for Toby is next, followed by Daunt. 3 lengths back, Early Adopter. Then comes the 9-year-old Ocean Atlantique on the outside. Slap in the face and Mount Rundle, the half in 50 and 4. Starship Titan and Wally World, 1-2. Discreet Dancer is in third, 3 lengths off the lead. Then Relative Value, followed by Daunt in fifth, now fourth. 2 back to a Bourbon for Toby, who's asked to pick it up. Mount Rundle trying to mount a bid, as is Early Adopter, who was just cut loose at the quarter pole. They're at the top of the stretch. Starship Titan is the leader, has been hounded throughout by Wally World in second. Down the center, Daunt. On the inside, a Bourbon for Toby, a 16th to go. And Starship Titan and Javier Castellano trying to fend off a Bourbon for Toby. Starship Titan was in control all the way and scores by a length and a half. A Bourbon for Toby second. It's a tight photo for third. Early Adopter and an oncoming Mount Rundle.
Nobody preferred the European Vacation, Frank. Absolutely nobody. Starship Titan, though. Javier Castellano takes down this 8th race at Saratoga.
Yeah, look, if the pace was correct early on here, then advantage to the pace setter, Starship Titan, and the second favorite that came running at the end actually ran a very good race to catch up on that slow pace and a Bourbon for Toby. But this is the horse that, you know, we talked about what he'd done in the past, just what a bad trip he had last time. You go to the front in a race and you eliminate a lot of things that can go wrong.
Well, he had the opposite trip today, right? I mean, a complete polar opposite. I don't believe those fractions. I'm going to have a friend check those fractions. They don't make any sense to me, but maybe they were accurate.
It's funny, when you look at this race, it looked extremely wide open. The first 2 choices run 1-2.
Yeah, this horse, you know, I guess they were the horses to beat, though, to be fair. I mean, the one was eased. I don't know what went bad with the one, but there's something happened with that horse. That horse was eased around the backstretch and ended up being eased.
Deep stretch. Javier Castellano going to work. Starship Stables. 8-5 in the end. 2, 9, 3, 4. Starship Titan here. Lightly raced 5-year-old gelding, just his 5th career start. 3 wins. And we'll have the results in reaction following this 8th race here at Saratoga and being tended to. Starship Titan. Javier Castellano is off. The winner, Starship Titan. An update when we come back. Plus, looking ahead to Saturday's Whitney. He did everything last year. Derby, Belmont, Travers winner, 3-year-old champion, horse of the year, highly decorated Sovereignty, but looking for his first victory in 26.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
At Saratoga Racecourse, the history runs beyond the racetrack itself. Behind the grandstand lies the backyard. It's a shaded area filled with picnic tables. It's been a fan favorite for generations. Early morning, the ritual begins. When the gates open, fans rush inside, not for seats in the clubhouse or the grandstand, but for one of these 700 picnic tables throughout the backyard. Tablecloth, a blanket, even a chair thrown on top is enough to claim it for the day. Shortly after the gates open for the races, the backyard is buzzing. The tables are ready for the action ahead. They're filled with families, friends, and celebrations galore. Now, as post time approaches, fans make the short walk to the paddock to see the athletes prepare for their chance at history. The gates open, the backyard comes alive, and cheers move through these hallowed grounds. The backyard isn't just where people watch races, it's where they build memories. At Saratoga, the backyard is more than tradition, it's home.
Welcome to Saratoga!
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York bred race against other New York breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Enjoy an exclusive visit to a local breeding or aftercare farm with an all-inclusive package featuring breakfast at Saratoga and admission to Saratoga Racecourse. Your visit to a local thoroughbred farm includes an expert-run guided tour and chance to meet the residents up close. Perfect for both longtime fans and families, tours run weekly and include a morning breakfast buffet, round-trip transportation, and tickets to the track. Visit NYRA.com/tours to book today.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back at Saratoga, Saratoga Live. Coverage, as always, brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun, all in on Mohegan. As mentioned, going to break, the winner, Starship Titan, pick up the action, turning for home, Andy. Starship Titan, given his cue, and responds underneath Javier Castellano.
Yeah, obviously got a sensationally good trip with a moderate pace. The rails are down. I think there's not, a friend was saying, there's not a lot of run-up. I checked the timing, and it was accurate for the fractions. Kind of got away with a soft pace, relatively speaking. Bourbon Toady ran well to be second, but Starship Titan's a very nice horse who's really turned around for, in my opinion, one of the most underappreciated or underrated trainers in the game in Michelle Nevin.
Trained by Michelle Nevin, lightly raced 5-year-old gelding Starship Titan. Shortly after crossing the wire in front, pulled up. Javier Castellano jumped off. Maggie Wolfendale is with us. Maggie, what can you tell us about Starship Titan?
Starship Titan unfortunately suffered a injury to his right front leg. He has been transported off the track by the equine ambulance and is going to be directly transported to Rood and Riddle for further evaluation. This is all per trainer Michelle Nevin, guys.
Maggie, thanks so much. From trainer Michelle Nevin, hopefully he'll be okay. Highs and lows of everyone associated with the thoroughbred, the winning performance at Saratoga, and then moments later, an injury suffered there by Starship Titan. 2 races left on this Thursday program.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man. Sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before, hardened like a diamond and equally brilliant. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Putting on a show in the Preakness. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
National Treasure would not be denied. National Treasure wins the Pegasus World Cup. In the blink of an eye has opened up a 5-length advantage. So 1-horse race. National Treasure.
There's a brilliance in the way he moved and a tenacity in how he finished. By Quality Road with a wealth of family, and he raced like he knew it. National Treasure, the key to quality.
John Morrissey, the finished product. Hard to believe I started with nothing but these two fists. From poverty to high society, a wild life, seemingly fiction, yet all true. I'd amass a fortune, enjoy the company of presidents, millionaires, even twice elected to Congress. And oh yeah, I created the Saratoga race course. Irish born in 31, that's 1831. American bred, poor but proud. A gang enforcer on the streets of New York, no man could lick me. Professional bare-knuckle boxer in my 20s. They called me Old Smoke, the American champion too. 'Twas gambling that would bring me to Saratoga. Sure did love a dance with chance. I ran legitimate establishments. They flourished. Bringing roulette wheels and cards, wealth came to our tables. But as the Civil War raged, thoroughbred racing was halted in the South. More opportunity, and I had to plan. It was summer 1863, just weeks following the Battle of Gettysburg, only 300 miles away. We staged Saratoga's first true horse racing event. Quite the tale, and it remains the American dream come true.
He's a bad man. Old Smoke, John Morrissey.
You know, I figure if you have a name like Old Smoke, you're a bad, bad dude. What do you think about that, JK?
Yeah, I would say so. That's, yeah, the legends around John Morrissey are nothing short of fascinating.
That story alone, this should be a grade 1 race. That story alone.
I'd like to go back in a time machine and go to the days when the Saratoga was wide open, the casinos.
I'd like to go back in a time machine when this show started. Kick that Nintendo, JK. Start it all over. Bill Mott, Hall of Famer, in the paddock. Sovereignty on Saturday in the Whitney. Oaklawn Handicap and his first start, Andy, of the year, coming off his Horse of the Year campaign, and found, very aggressive, found himself on the lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was just no pace. Never thought White Bar was going to wire the field. He ended up getting a perfect trip behind the two speeds. Sovereignty has been disappointing this year, but he's also run a 106 and 108 Beyer in his two races. So in being disappointing, he's still running lengths faster than any of these 3-year-olds who are running in the Triple Crown races this year. He has not improved, and the others have maybe stepped forward. Hopefully, we'll see the real Sovereignty on Saturday, and we'll see if he's good enough.
This is the race that worries me, his second start back. Look, he came off the bench after a long layoff. Horses can tend to be fresh, be aggressive. But here he is at Churchill Downs, and, he just doesn't put forth the effort finishing up as he did in the past and as he did over this same kind of track and this same surface at Churchill when winning the Kentucky Derby.
Well, I would say it a little differently. He still ran, from a speed figure standpoint, a faster race than he did in the Derby. Now, he's an older horse, supposed to get better. I get that. But he also, in the Kentucky Derby, got a very fast pace that completely fell apart. In this race was the opposite scenario. It was a moderate pace that completely held together with a very good horse winning. So while I appreciate what you're saying, Tom, I think suggesting he ran so badly, he didn't handle the track and all that stuff.
I didn't say that.
I didn't say you said that. I'm just saying, I think that some people are going overboard on it. He has not progressed. There's no question about it. He has not. But he's still running. He's still running well enough to compete with a lot of good horses from past years.
He has to show his stuff on Saturday, or he's a horse that's not the same as he was.
He may not have improved enough. I think he is the same horse. I think being the same horse may not be good enough to beat Magnitude.
Expectations? Jonathan?
Yeah, I think that the horse has excuses in his last two starts. He found himself on the lead in a race that was a prep race, obviously, for a big year, comeback year of his 4-year-old year. And then he caught a paceless race with a good horse in front of him on a sloppy racetrack. I think he's had two excuses. So I think it's not. I don't think you can definitively say that he has not improved. You can say it if he disappoints on Saturday.
What a Whitney! 3-year-old champion, filly and nitrogen, Sovereignty, Horse of the Year, champion 3-year-old from a season ago. Like, neither are favored. Lending perspective to the depth and quality of the Whitney. Magnitude 9 to 5 on the morning line.
I mean, there's so many ways to look at this race. Baeza, to me, and I know I'll get pushed back on this, I think raw talent-wise, he's as good as any horse in that field. He might be as good as any horse in the entire country, but
who would give you pushback on that?
It's not enough to just be good physically. You have to be right mentally, and he has shown time and again that he's not right mentally. He's got to put it together, or if you bet on what you like from a physical standpoint and he doesn't produce on Saturday, you're going to hate yourself in the morning on Sunday.
It's easy to get carried away with the Whitney and everything going on Saturday. We have a stakes race right in front of us. This John Morrissey, 7-furlong sprint, New York bred, slap in the face, Andy. What's going on with him in 2026 compared to his form last year?
Slap in the face. He ran the last race.
Correction.
Go back.
Butta.
Well,
make of his chances.
I think Butta is taking a ton of money, and it may be correct because he won a race last time, albeit with a very, very, very sweet trip. But he won a race that has been incredibly strong. The third-place finisher, Local Knowledge, came back and won the Amsterdam and got a 103 buyer. The sixth or so place finisher in there came back and dominated the field in the Curlin with a very big figure. This is proving to be an extremely strong race, and that's why he's getting bet.
Live on the board, Butta and Maggie Doc Sullivan looking to go back-to-back in this John Morrissey. What's he showing you today?
Lafitte, I'm not thrilled with what I see from the horse who is taking a lot of money in here, Doc Sullivan. Not because I don't think he's ready, because he looks strong and he looks fit. It's the weather today. I'm still not 100% sure about this horse staying in this race. I think he is getting affected by the heat a little bit here in the paddock. It's something that he has been affected by before, going back to a couple years ago. I remember he acted up very badly. It was a very hot day up here for Mike Maselli, so he kind of came in and he was just acting like a horse that was being affected by the heat. He's since, now walking in the shade, has cooled down a little bit, and he's doing a little bit better. But I wonder about this horse when it's this hot out, and just because he does get himself really kind of internally revved up, and sometimes that just does not mix well with a hot, humid day. As we'll take a look here at number 9, that is Yo Banana Boy. He was against the racetrack going back to the Butta race that we were talking about, and then he went up to Saratoga, went up to Finger Lakes and dominated in that New York bred stake race. And I'm sure Andy will wax poetic about Yo Banana Boy as well. I've always been a fan of this horse, and I'm glad to see him sticking with New York bred company. It feels like Mike Maker has him on the right track. He looks fantastic here in the paddock today, and he is a generous 18-1. That's the thing with this race, Meg, is that there are so many horses that you can make cases for. You're bound to get some value up on the board.
And that's for sure. As far as number 3, El Grande O, a part of the Linda Rice contingency. And here, he's a horse that's always just been one of my favorites. He reminds me a little bit of myself. Short, compact, and a little bit robust at times. He likes his feed sub, at least that's what I told his trainer, Linda Rice. And he looks fantastic. And, you know, he's one of those horses where sometimes you wonder if he's going to run his better race. But he ran very well last time out. That was on June the 28th, where it was definitely better to be forward on that track. And El Grande O is certainly best suited when he's forwardly placed and involved in his races. That could not be the same for his 2-back effort on May the 22nd. But again, back on April the 2nd, again, he showed really strong form. His better race wins here. And I find we'll see how they light it up on the front end. Hopefully he'll be able to sit in that forward kind of pressing position and make his trip. It will be likely contentious on the front end, including the number 4, Hit the Post for Melanie Giddings, who's been incredibly sharp, kind of kept outside, kept moving. Another one of those horses Maggie alluded to, trying to keep these horses cool, calm, collected. A very hot day. He is getting sharp. He is kind of getting revved up here in the paddock. They've kept him moving. They've kept him moving when getting the tack on. He's shown moments of brilliance as well, but he's at his best when he can control on the lead. He's certainly going to have some pressure, Lafitte, in what's a wide open edition of the John Morrissey.
Deep, competitive, bucket of water for Hit the Post. Tom, on a day like this, as warm as it is, as humid as it is, what precautions are taken for safety of the thoroughbred?
Well, I mean, we've got hoses in the paddock. You can put hoses on the horse as well. We have them on the racetrack as well for after the race. They're being closely monitored by the state veterinarians there. But come on, guys, it's 88 degrees. Now we got some humidity, but it's only 88 degrees.
It's only really tough for Jonathan.
Yeah, horses handle extremes in weather better than people do. So we've got 2 extreme examples in this race for a couple of horses that maybe aren't handling it so great right now, but This is not concerning weather.
No, it's not even close, except for Jonathan.
Maybe more difficult is the competition for these New York bred sprinters, Tom, with the that is definitely a host. The competitive nature of this race is as competitive as any other stakes race we'll see this Whitney weekend.
100%. So the John Morrissey is a race where you're looking at, you've got a millionaire in this race, you've got a graded stakes winner in this race, and of the 12 people, horses that are in this race, if you combine their earnings, it's over $6.5 million. It just shows you how far this New York bred program has come. They can compete in open company, and there's money to be made here.
I'll be checking his math later. I'm glad you reminded me of that. I like the 9 Yo Banana Boy. Here's my feeling. He's the outside of the speeds. He did something successfully last time I've never seen him do before. He rated behind horses and won. He's always had an enormous amount of talent. And he's just had trouble putting it together, but he's run some very fast races. He's now in Mike Maker's barn, and he ran that race last time, and he was in that Butter race too, and he was wide, unlike Butter on the rail, and I don't think he really ran any worse than Butter did that day in finishing 4th. So I think he's a very interesting horse that right now is a generous price of 15 to 1. If I'm going to bet somebody in this race, I'm getting a big price.
You're getting it with Yo Banana Boy. Jonathan, top of the show. Just before the late pick 5 was going to get started, I asked you, like, how many you would need to use to feel comfortable, and you said about 7.
Yeah, I would need 7. I think this race is very tough. If you look, when you find a race where in most of the horses' races, in their last 2 races, you see races that are like almost identical to a horse that's 3 to 1 versus a horse that's 20 to 1. You know, for instance, Acoustic Ave.
He can win this race.
I would not be shocked if that horse won.
Of course you can.
But I also feel a little bit more comfortable with a horse like El Grande O, who ran so well last time. But, golly, at 5 to 1, it's a hard price to swallow.
He's also so unreliable at Grande O. He has places that can win this, and a lot of races not. We're going to show the 11, Donegal Surges, who I think is a big player here, cutting back. I found the worst Todd Pletcher stat I've ever seen, and I picked him second. I think he's a big player. Todd Pletcher turning back horses from a route race to a sprint race on the dirt at Saratoga over the last 5 years is 1 for 28 with a 31-cent ROI for every $2 you bet. But don't kid yourself. This horse is absolutely good enough to win, and he draws a very good post.
Tom, the problem I have with him when you look at his past performances is his races without Lasix are not very good.
I 100% agree with you, Jonathan. That's worth mentioning for sure. And here's the story on Lasix. It's not allowed to be used in stakes races. So here's a horse that's coming out of allowance races where the medication is allowed, and those are his best races. Blinkers off in his last 2. Look, Todd knows that as well as we do on the desk, and he's a great trainer. I still like him.
Todd Pletcher sitting on 5,999 victories. Will he earn that 6,000th in this upcoming John Morrissey? As for number 8, Bold Journey, Andy, in this performance in the Grade 3 Tom Fool at Aqueduct this winter, as he's just relentless in pursuit.
I believe, and I'm not sure of this, that he's the only graded stakes winner in this field.
He is.
Yeah, he is, right? Which is kind of cool. The thing about him, and Jonathan, you and I were talking about this earlier, and we agree on this completely. He's not a 7-furlong horse. He's a closing sprinter that's better 5.5 or 6. And as you say, sometimes that kick gets mitigated as they go longer. Though a lot of times it's not because of the distance, because the paces are often faster at 6 furlongs than 7.
Thursday feature, John Morrissey, New York bred sprinters. As you mentioned, 7/8 of a mile. Dr. Kraft, there he is, runner-up in the commentator at 32 to 1.
He would have won the race if the rider didn't give up the rail. He's better going longer.
Number 2, Light Man, third in last year's Morrissey.
One of the few horses that I don't think can win this race.
El Grande O, sharp win, closing day Aqueduct.
Man, he decides to run one of his good races. He's a huge player.
That was a good race.
Barry Schwartz looking for his 3rd win today as an owner.
Yeah. Hit the post to some of his best races on this track.
Yeah, got that big race 2 back, but I don't trust that it kind of looks like a sore thumb sticking
big bias
out.
that day.
Butter shocked us Belmont Stakes week.
Yeah, listen, he's won the race that people will be telling you is a fair key race, and that's why he's taking money, and that's very fair.
Acoustic Avenue, second at 2 for Linda Rice.
I tried him last time. He wasn't good enough, but he's another horse that he wakes up in the right day. He's good enough to win.
Millionaire, Bold Journey.
Yeah, I think he'll give you a little thrill when he comes closing. I just think that he's probably better going a little shorter.
Junior Alvarado, in the saddle. Then Yo Banana Boy, Andy, you're getting your price, 12-1.
I like being the outside speed here, and I'm going to take a shot. Today is the day to get a price on him.
Finger Lakes, Leon Reed winner. And then Doc Sullivan, last year's John Morrissey winner.
Way too many question marks for this horse at 2-1.
2-1.
Presence of Arad Ortiz Jr., then Donegal Surges. Expected more in the commentator backsprinting today.
Yeah, and Jonathan's point on Lasic's a great one. I still think 7-1 is a very fair price on him, but that's a great point, Jonathan.
Drake's Passage, a while since his last sprint.
He's just got to get a little bit quicker for this group.
And to the outside, Radio Red, Haynesfield winner downstate.
How is this horse 21-1 in this race?
That kind of race?
I'm going to pick this horse.
I know Gargan's barn's been a little cold. Who cares? He's got to win races. He's 0 for 10. He's run a lot of horses just not good enough. This horse has really improved. This is ridiculous. This horse is 20-1. I mean, I picked him, I think, third, but that price?
Eye Crossing.
Crazy price.
Wild edition of the John Morrissey Whitney Week Thursday feature. Next at Saratoga. Tom, there is Doc Sullivan revving his engines, trying to successfully defend his title.
Yeah, he's the kind of horse that I would assume needs this kind of warm-up. He's a horse that kind of has to be ridden from start to finish and makes the rider work on top of him, so you want to get him as loose and as good as you can before they leave the starting gate.
Yeah, I just think, Jonathan alluded to, we talked about it on the show, all the situations with his prior trainer and how well he ran for him. I think it's very fair for a handicapper to ask the question, how comfortable are you that he's going to run the races he ran for his last trainer? And it's no knock on his current trainer, is very good. It's more about the last trainer. And at 2-1 in this field, he also won this race in the slop last year. I think he's a terrible bet at 2-1, and he wins, I lose.
But came back the following start and finished less than 3 lengths behind Bookham Dan on the Grade 1 Forgo.
Yes.
He was locked in this time last summer.
His form last summer was great. There's no doubt about it. But so are a number of horses for that barn, for a trainer who, you just wonder a little bit, to be honest.
Too many question marks.
Yeah.
7/8 of a mile scramble. Tom, the pace, what's it look like on paper?
Well, I think the pace comes from maybe the 3. It's a bit of a question mark. The 4 and the 7. I think they're the ones that have a chance to show some pace here.
Donegal Surges, trained by Todd Pletcher. Maggie, what's he showing you as Pletcher looking for victory number 6,000?
That would be amazing for Todd to get it here with the New York bred and Donegal Surges. As what are you going to get from Donegal Surges? You want to kind of make that assumption that maybe he's not the same horse on Lasix, but or off Lasix, I should say, but he's also thrown in clunkers when he's been on Lasix in the past. So I don't know. I don't know what you're going to get from him in that respect. All I can say is he looks fantastic, and he might just have the right running style for this race today, considering he's turning back from that 1.1 so he has that bottom, he has that foundation, and also he was against the racetrack going back to that commentator. So I know that he might be a little bit better, maybe a 1-turn mile is better for him, but I think the 7/8, given the amount of pace that he's encountering today, should suit him really well. Well, if you want a bomb in this 12-horse field, a horse that I really like, just relative to what I had seen from his other efforts this year, is number 2, Lightman. He finished 3rd in this Morrissey going back to 2024 as well as 2025. So maybe he's a trifecta play in here. He just looks stronger. He looks more awake than what he has in any of his starts in 2026 so far here for Bruce Levine. He's coming in off a little bit of a freshening. There is a good horse deep down in there, and I think maybe we see it today just purely based upon what he's showing me physically. Liffy?
And what he's shown us, Maggie, on the stages, you mentioned twice Lightman 3rd in this event in back-to-back years. Big number, 42-1, and circling back to the pace and what we can look for early on.
I agree with Tom. I think the 4, 7, and then the 9 are the potential forward horses here. I like the 9 because he's outside of them.
It's really hard for big dirt fields to not have honest paces. It's just there's too much positioning going on that naturally you go forward to get that position, and next thing you know, the pace is quick.
I mean, assuming you always have to assume a clean break, but hit the post is going. I mean, Christopher Elliott goes, and he's got speed. Acoustic Avenue, I'm a little not quite as sure, but he does have a lot of speed, and I know that Ricardo's going with Yo Banana Boy. So that I know. The other ones, we'll find out.
Final thoughts at post time, Tom.
Yeah, look, I think this is a wide-open race. I'm going with the Pletcher horse. Donegal Surges, the 11 here, but I look to the outside and think those two horses outside actually have a chance as well in the 12 and the 13. They're huge prices.
There's winning 6,000 career races as a trainer and then doing so in a stakes race at Saratoga. Will it happen here? For Todd Pletcher, Donegal Surges, 7-1 to his inside the favorite Doc Sullivan, looking to go back-to-back in the John Morrissey, Frank Mirmati with the call, the feature, live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2.
Here's El Grandeo coming up. Radio Red to the outside. Still have a few more to go forward. Butter. Acoustic Ave. And Drake's Passage. They're in the gate. And they're off in the John Morrissey. Drake's Passage and Radio Red both have early foot. Yo Banana Boy is in the mix through the opening stages, as is Hit the Post, who has come through at his quickest of all. So it's Hit the Post in front. El Grandeo is a close-up second, and just in behind them, Butta Acoustic Ave is in fourth. Down at the rail, Dr. Kraft in fifth. Yo Banana Boy broke well now, 6 lengths off the lead. Lightman is just inside of him. They're followed by Drake's Passage, Bold Journey. In that group also is Donegal Surges, and they're about 9 or 10 lengths off the lead with Radio Red and a gap of 4 at the back of the field to the trailer, Doc Sullivan. He'll have to pass them all through a quarter that went in 22 3/5 seconds. Around the far turn, Butta on the outside and Hit the Post coming to the quarter pole. 1-2. Acoustic Ave is in third. Just in behind them comes Dr. Kraft along the inside. Then Yo Banana Boy, White Blinkers is next. They're coming toward the 8th pole. Butta on the inside and Acoustic Ave are head and head passing the 8th pole. From the back of the field, he just showed up. His name is Doc Sullivan. He's got 4 to make up, closing very strongly on the outside. Butta clinging to the lead, though, and Butta is razor sharp as he takes to John Morrissey. Doc Sullivan came like a freight train for second. Acoustic Ave was third, fourth between Lightman and Hit the Post.
Shocked us Belmont week, winning it 29-1. And another surprise, Butta and the Hall of Famer Javier Castellano in the John Morrissey.
Well, when they turned for home in this race and you looked at everybody that was towards the front, including our winner, Butta, the 5, and you watched the riders' hands and who was asking and who looked like they still had horse and hadn't asked for the best, it was Butta that looked to have the most horse.
And the people that knew to bet him at 5-1 as a third choice because he won that key race are not surprised at all. The party will be at Eddie F's. Excellent seafood. Pretty good racehorse, Jonathan.
Absolutely. You mentioned it. That race where local knowledge, Yo Banana Boy, Sea Strike, all came running out of there. Village Person who ran second in there. I got to add this horse to my stable mail to figure out where this one shows up.
The YMCA.
12-1 in the morning line, 5-1 in the end. And special for Javier Castellano, Tom, involved in that fall opening weekend here at Saratoga, sidelined for about 3 weeks. Now he's back, recovered, and riding a stakes winner here in the John Morrissey.
Yeah, he's the star of our show. That's 2 wins that in just the amount of time we've been on the air with Javier.
Trained by Ilkay Kantamasi, 5'10", 7'2", and the run from Doc Sullivan trying to defend his title, Jonathan. He was last, turning for home, passed a lot of horses in the stretch.
Yeah, he was running late, and I don't even know if we were right. He ran pretty well. He just didn't run as well as Butta. He was a bad wager at a short price. But like I said, he ran well. He just wasn't a good wager at that price.
And Maggie mentioned how she thought Lightman was looking good, right? I think it was 40-1 when she said it. He went to 33-1, but ran a credible race to finish fourth in there at a big price. Throw him your super. There you go.
Butta.
I don't know if she said a key for fourth in the super, but I think that's what she meant.
Pretty sure.
That's what I could feel it. I could tell from the way she was talking.
Javier Castellano, Butta. Castellano in the Hall of Fame. It's a special day every summer. The Hall of Fame induction ceremony across the street tomorrow morning. The National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. That's next.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Back at Saratoga. And welcome back to Saratoga Live on FS2, as always brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Buddha, back-to-back wins. Javier Castellano on the program. Fasick tipped in winner's circle lead-in, brought to you by the 105th Saratoga sale of selected yearlings, August 10th and 11th. Where will you be? Another look at Buddha, who has done some of his very best work, Jonathan, here at Saratoga. Make it 3 of 5 as he strikes the front, straightening out.
No, Buddha was really good here today, and he exits that race that is so productive, that had C-Strike, it had local knowledge, and a handful of others that ran 15 or 20 buyer points faster in their next start. And all of them are going to get a little bit of an upgrade with this performance from Buddha, who is also a brother of Lobster.
Buddha to Maggie in the winner's circle.
Guys, when you have a unofficial mayor of Saratoga like Eddie Fazzone, you get everybody in the winner's circle. Eddie, what a scene!
Oh yeah, it's great. I mean, this horse, all the brothers. I mean, but now every time you think it can't get better, it gets better. And LK, what a job, man! Unbelievable job. And you know, heads up a little bit to Gary. I mean, Gary had the horse. He did well with it. And we gave it. Gary retired. He recommended. I didn't really know LK. He said, you got to give the horse to him. I said, okay, I'm going to go with it, you know, and what a move it's been.
He might be one of the nicest guys on the racetrack, but, you know, he can train a racehorse, too. Okay, this guy's really turned a corner. I thought maybe a little bit of a bias-aided trip last time out, but that race has proven to be so live, and it proved it here yet again with this Morrissey win.
Yeah, before horse come to me, I watch his all the races. I think today one of the best, like, you know, like that. And I want to tell Gary Siaka, thank you for the opportunity, hook me up for this horse. It's an amazing win. I'm so happy.
As you should be. Eddie, your nephew with this Buddha shirt. Come here. Come on, let's see it.
Guys, this is what it's all about. I've been coming here since I was 7, 8 years old. And to be here with my boy, rest in peace, Grandma Eileen. I mean, seriously, this is what it's all about. Let's go, Joe.
This homemade shirt on and everything. Eddie, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Huge win here, Lafitte, with butter.
Thank you. Let's go.
That is strong. That is strong. Like, they might as well have won the Travers.
I'd love to tell you that celebration in the winner's circle is unique. I really would. But when you win one at Saratoga, it is special. Now, some of us may keep it on the inside just to try to look a little cool, but what you're seeing right there is how we all feel when we win a race.
And now, if you get here fast enough, you can see it live and in color in the paddock bar. Eddie F. is a regular of the paddock bar, and I would imagine right over our shoulder, it's going to get a little wild over there.
Celebration is on, and Butter is on right now, Andy.
No, I mean, he's really got his act together. He's moved into Del Case Bar. Of course, Gary Siaka's former trainer retired. He'd run some good races for him before, but he's running incredibly well. And that was a really game effort by him, because it's not as though the pace held together. You know, he put away the speed. It was a bit overmatched, but nonetheless, Acoustic Avenue came to him, looked like he might have him, put him away. Here come the closers in the race and held them at bay. That's a very nice win by a horse who is obviously improved. Great race.
Back-to-back wins. Javier Castellano in the Thursday program. We have one left, but first, it is as big a part of anything else as Whitney Week, the Hall of Fame induction. Tomorrow morning, just across the street, it'll be very emotional. Posthumously, Christophe Clement, John Sheriffs both being inducted into the Hall of Fame, as is Kona Gold. Jonathan, Kona Gold, who sprinted with the best for years, I believe 6 appearances in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, long overdue. Finally, he won that Breeders' Cup Sprint in 2000, and now headed to the Hall where he belongs.
Well, I'll talk about angles. I like this angle too.
Where's the wire? Where's the wire?
There we go. The longevity of Kona Gold obviously is what is a big highlight. And if you've never been over to the Hall of Fame, by the way, you have to go. It's an unbelievable day. I don't really like museums that much, Andy. I'm sure that shocks you. I like that one.
We'll go to MoMA when you get back to the city. I'm happy to go there with you.
That's fair.
You'd be a Jackson Pollock guy, I think.
Tomorrow morning, and yeah, it will be emotional, given Christophe Clement posthumously to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. His place in racing history where it belongs, among the elite, with the best of the best.
You know, I mean, you go on for hours about Christophe, to be honest with you, and I miss him every day. You know, he's one of those guys you just wanted to go. When he was in the paddock, you wanted to go and see him for a few minutes and joke around with him. He was a great trainer. I mean, that speaks for itself. His accomplishments were enormous, and obviously a Hall of Fame trainer, but he was more than a Hall of Fame person, and kind of special in this industry. He was so generous with so many people, young people getting in the game, inviting him over his house for dinner. He was a wonderful, wonderful man who is missed by many people all the time.
Great trainer, had a great sense of humor, loved to yuck it up, but my God, he knew how to train.
Christophe Clement to be inducted into the Hall of Fame, and same with John Sheriffs, as we check in with Megan Burgess, just outside the Fasig-Tipton Pavilion.
In a pavilion that will be emotionally charged tomorrow, with friends and family gathering on behalf of what's been a very emotional Hall of Fame inductee class, including the likes of trainer John Sheriffs, who did leave us this past year, known for his work with the great Zenyatta, and also known for a very similar kind demeanor that you described of Christophe. That was John Sheriffs as well. As a young reporter, my first memory of him was later in his career with Baeza, and he was the kindest person. He wanted to sit down and talk about Zenyatta and the old stories with me while he didn't have the time to do so. John, a charismatic but kind man, more on the shy side, but wow, did he give his time, and just his energy was just such a privilege to be around. And John, and the biggest thing and the most poignant thing about his career, obviously the likes of champion Zenyatta among his other stakes winners, but the way he shared her with this game, the way he brought the world inside to see who she was as an individual. It got fans, including myself, younger fans, to latch onto this game and have careers thereafter. John Sheriffs changed the game, and I'm sure will be emotional, Lafitte, as we celebrate him this week. His friends and family here gathered in Saratoga. What will be an emotional day honoring 2 titans of this industry.
John Sheriff's, it was last fall in Philadelphia. He ran the rocky steps just before saddling Baeza to victory in the Pennsylvania Derby. It's not just what he accomplished during the course of his career, but yeah, greatly missed John Sheriff's.
Yeah, I'll miss those occasional texts from him saying, oh, I'm watching you guys in the show. You guys are doing great. And got to know him a little bit when he was here training a few years, and he brought stable back east. And just, you know, obviously another man, a great trainer, a great career, but a better person.
The really great trainers, you know, they know how to think like a horse. I mean, they are fluent in the language that the horse expresses. And John Sheriff's was definitely one of those rare people that was not only fluent in horse language, but communicated so well with his training.
Big Z, tattoo, yes?
Yeah, right here. I remember the first time I got to show it to John. It was at Del Mar one day at a restaurant. I just ran up to his table. I was that guy bothering him.
He said, who is this guy?
No, he thought it was funny, though. He got Mike Smith to come over and look at it. But then, another highlight for me was able to have that car talk with him, just because two of his horses are such an important part of my horse journey, Zenyatta and Giacomo, and to be able to share that with him, it was a lot of fun. Last year.
Did surprise you or a takeaway from spending that time with John Sheriff's?
That he still has not watched the replay of Giacomo.
What?
Of Zenyatta.
No, he watched that. He didn't watch Giacomo.
No, he told me on the radio show, he said, I've never watched the replay of that Breeders' Cup loss.
He said he wanted to remember it like he felt it that day.
The Giacomo 50-1,
Yeah.
he's never watched it. Wow.
He told me the same about Zenyatta.
That one I can understand.
Yeah.
Coming up just short and arguably the performance of her career, the Breeders' Cup Classic beat the boys the year before. What a career, and to be inducted into the Hall of Fame tomorrow morning. Also a look ahead with the Saratoga sales just around the corner. Indeed, the future stars of tomorrow. So much to look forward to this summer at the Spa.
This weekend on Fox Saratoga Saturday, one of the best female horses in the nation.
Nitrogen trounces them by more than 10 lengths.
Champion filly Nitrogen takes on the boys in the Whitney, facing Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes, and Travers winning Sovereignty, White Abario, and Magnitude in a star-studded field. The 99th running of the Whitney, a win and urine challenge for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Fox Saratoga Saturday, presented by Oceana Cruises. Join us 5 Eastern on Fox.
The 105th Saratoga Sale. For over a century, the crown jewel of North American yearling sales has attracted the world's top buyers for an experience unlike any other. World-class yearlings, prestigious pedigrees, premier race meet, glamour, elegance, and charm. The best party. The 105th Saratoga Sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
And it's lights out, locked, pouring it on, running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
A summer highlight and then some. Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale takes place Monday and Tuesday, akin to the NFL draft, where the stars of tomorrow are purchased, acquired 25 horses. 25 horses last year purchased for $1 million or more. Right back to Megan across the street at Fasig-Tipton. Megan.
And Lafitte, that's right. The most prestigious sale in North America, and we are on Stakes Row. Grade 1 winner after Grade 1 winner, Shred the Gnar. Journalism, Iron Orchard, Hope Road, all graduates of the Fasig-Tipton sale. Of course, Commandment will end on his half-sibling, I should say a filly, will be on offer by new sire Elite Power. Among other freshman sires, we'll see Arcangelo Forte with their own powerful performances here in New York. The Saratoga sale brings buyers from across the globe. The best pedigrees in the book, the place to be, and the highest percentage of Grade 1 winners at any sale in North America. As Lafitte alluded to, it is fireworks from top to bottom. Some of the highest priced yearlings that you will see sell in the States. And it honestly brings together a melting pot from all over the world of people who come to buy their Kentucky Derby horse, their Triple Crown type. Their Grade 1 winner is found right over there in those paddocks, Lafitte. It's an epic night. It's always kind of brought a lively crowd, and the fireworks will surely ensue. And don't be surprised when you hear the $1 million mark come very often, and what looks to be another electric edition this year.
Electric, fireworks, it is incredible. And part of this Whitney week, along with the Hall of Fame induction ceremony tomorrow, the Whitney taking place on Saturday, and the sales Monday and Tuesday. Jonathan, for somebody who's never been, how would you best describe the atmosphere?
When I have friends that say, hey, we're going to come in town for Whitney weekend, we're going to get there Thursday, we're going to leave Monday morning, I say you absolutely cannot do that. You have to come Friday and leave Tuesday morning. If I could have one night to go out and be social in this entire summer, it's that night. It's my favorite night out.
The Saratoga Sales is the world's greatest bar. Right? The people watching is tremendous. There is a big bar there. You have a drink. There's some food there and stuff. A lot of people, a lot of fun. The horses, you look at the horses, see the horses coming in, go inside, you know, go upstairs, take a couple pictures, look at horses sell for a lot of money. There's so much to look at the art, which is always fun. But it's like just the most entertaining bar you'll ever go to in your life.
And then that 2-year-old eventually comes over here to Saratoga, Maggie, and you tell him, hey, you guys wasted your money. You spent $1 million on this horse.
Shh, Lafitte. in one way or another, I end up saying that, actually. As we'll take a look here at horses that did not sell at that sale. But maybe they did. I need to go and look through the sale the following week at the New York bred Fasig-Tipton sale, as we do have them on tap here. This maiden claiming 50 going to mount a 16th on the inner turf course, and favoritism falling on number 4, Bernina Express. She's a tepid favorite though at 7-2, but I do like her here on form and just in this spot. You know, I feel like the 6 furlongs last time out, maybe it was an experiment, you know, before they dropped to see if she could sprint. I didn't think she could. And I think she just ultimately needs this class relief here for Horacio de Paz, who feels unstoppable at the meet, it must be said. And she looks great because last time, too, she came off a bit of a freshing. She did get really washy in the paddock, and I'm not observing that from her today. She's really calm, cool, content. Has her game face on, she's ready to go. As we'll check in with a layoff runner to her inside is number 3, Italian, who, if you saw the stakes race yesterday, you would have seen, well, a relation winning in Munnings Express, as she is out of Freudian, who is the sister of Italian. Obviously, getting a little up there in age with Lake Socket, but Italian comes back for her 3-year-old bout. Honestly, I'm not totally sold on her being a total turf horse. She could handle the dirt, just that maybe at a lower level, as we've seen with the family. They can do either. But I think she's worth another try on the turf because she obviously encountered an issue during that race, the running of that race back on November 2nd. So she's a big girl. I mean, she's solid, and however, she comes back looking very fit. You can watch her last Turf Breeze on First TV, in which she was on the outside of a 2-year-old River of Deceit, who ran good second in his debut. She wasn't going quite as good as him, but could be apples to oranges. This is a maiden claimer. He's running in a maiden special weight. So she does look ready coming back off the bench. Lafitte?
Great stuff, Maggie. Check back in with you as we get closer to post time. 10th and final. Nice, easy race to close out the program. Handicappers, New York bred maidens on grass. Post time, 7 minutes, winding things down. You're watching Saratoga Live on FS2.
Want daily bet suggestions from a team of handicapping professionals? Get in on Wager exclusively on the NyraBets app. Powered by an AI data model and decades of racing information, Wager analyzes hundreds of data points from past performances to jockey-trainer combos, all to calculate winning probability. Wager generates AI bets by combining its model with live odds to identify potential value. Go to nyrabets.com/WAIGR and try Wager today.
Winding things down on this Thursday afternoon. Welcome back, Saratoga Live. Brought to you in part by NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit nyrabets.com or download the NyraBets app to get started. The pick six scenario is as follows. Riders up 10th race. Numbers 1, 5, 6, 9. 1, 5, 6, 9. Any of those win?
I'm not sure.
Are
The
those-
one's not covered? The one's covered. Not covered?
No, not covered. That's what they said it's not.
Numbers one more time.
I thought it was 5, 6, 9. I'm going to look again. I'm going to look at my phone.
Andy will have the answer in seconds on his NyraBets app.
No, you guys are correct. The one, not covered. That's
1,
shocking.
5, 6,
They must know I
9.
picked 'em.
Anyone else?
The one, in my opinion, is the only one of those that you liked another one.
I used the 6. I
Okay,
mean, I
the
got
one
a
and the
third.
6.
I think Acacia liked the 6.
1, 5, 6, 9 not covered would trigger a pick six carryover.
But if you're alive, you could care less about all of that. Good luck.
Yeah.
Of course. It's called to post. These New York bred maidens, mile and a 16th on the inner turf course, fillies and mares. Here's Chaumet, make the rider. Javier Castellano looking for 3 straight.
I want a horse that was close to the pace in the Coach of the Year race, and I got that horse with Chaumet.
Amicus Cure number 2, not pictured just yet. Chaumet.
Don't talk over Tom.
Class drop for sale for the first time. I'm filling for Tom. There she is. Ricardo Santana aboard 4th at the level 8 June.
No, I'm hoping she's a little quicker out of the gate. I think it's a long shot with a real chance in here. You know, had to start back to kind of get ready beneath a slow pace. Gets Lasix for the first time. I think there are a lot of things to like about this 2-horse.
Italian, 5-1 currently. Class drop, Arad Ortiz takes over.
I think this is an interesting horse at 15-1. At 5-1, I just don't get it. They'll bet anything Irad's riding.
Bernina Express class drop, Flavian Prat takes
Yeah,
over.
class drop, Lafitte, going to be the one that sets the pace, sets the tempo. I don't see anybody going with this horse. That's why this horse is favored.
Not covered in the pick 6. Quick glance, Miss Sophia, then Zelina and Jose Lascano.
Looking at Zelina right there. Blinkers on, trying for a little change in tactics.
Be one of those post parades. Long shot here, Tank Girl.
Yeah, this would. This horse is covered and the one isn't. That's got to be a Ripley's moment, right?
The 9, Luciana's Honor, solid effort. New York Week 2 unraced since.
I don't even think Richie, whose son is named Luciano, it's Luciano, would bet this horse.
They are one of those post parades.
world is
There's the
against
11,
me.
Sunshine, Dakota.
All we see is odd
See?
numbers.
Not by coincidence, Tom. Not by coincidence.
You can have Sunshine Dakota, Tom. Go
No,
right
no,
ahead.
There's Saratoga Daisy.
I'm
Sunshine
hurt.
Dakota, by the way, is stretching out second time out. Gets a good rider switch.
Marooned outside.
Tom?
Marooned outside? It looks like
12
Saratoga
divided-
Daisy, right?
12
Yeah.
divided by 2. It's yours.
Oh, let's see. 12, yeah.
He has been
anyhow,
checking
look,
your
blinkers
math
on.
all
I'm checking
day
that.
long.
I'm going right back to the John
Let's
Morrissey
do
and
it.
checking that
Let's
math
do
right
it
now.
right now. $6.5 million. I say it's over $6.5 million earnings there. Now, Andy, we got a commercial.
Not including today.
You can probably do it quickly.
I can.
We expect our viewers to sit around and wait for that.
There's some of them that really want to see Andy be wrong. So yes,
You're not
I
wrong.
think
You're not wrong.
I think
You're not
it's
wrong.
quite possible.
I didn't say you were wrong. 2.25. I'm taking out the scratch horse.
You're a trust but verify kind of guy.
3.1.
Raylu
4.1.
Gutierrez off Mia Sophia.
Yeah, look, it
4.4.
just looks like a situation where he's going to leg right back up.
5.2.
If she'll cooperate.
5.6.
Raylu Gutierrez.
6.1. You
How does he have anything left, Jonathan? MVP of the basketball game last night, given all the damage he did for the jockeys.
Well, we just asked him. I said, Raylu, how many do you have? He said
MVP.
He's
MVP.
He said 0 points, 6 assists, 1 rebound.
He said it was a pity party, basically, for him.
What kind of line is that?
MVP didn't score.
He must have been handing out 50s or something at
Dishing
halftime.
dimes. Maybe he can score here at a massive price. Would trigger that pick 6 carryover. Jonathan, who graduates with enthusiasm now.
I'm going to go with the 1. I mean, I thought the horse was interesting.
I'm with you.
I'm going to go with the 1.
Let's get the carryover.
I'm going to go with the 4.
Math
I think
sucks
the
the
4,
life
the
out
4
of you,
sets
doesn't
the tone and does it. I do think the 2 is a long shot. Andy, how was my math in the John
You
Morrissey?
did it. You nailed it. $6.5 million.
Thank you.
I'm rubbing off on you, finally.
Thank
It's taken
you.
about 5 years or 8 years, and you learn to count.
Tim Maggie trackside.
Do not ask me to do any math, that's for sure. I can only look at horses, as I think we're all kind of on the same page, on the similar horses, as we'll take a look at bookends. And Chaumet is one that, like Andy said, is definitely against the race flow, as she was a part of that early pace, and she was also really, really keen. I don't think it was anything Edgar Zayas could really do. So the blinkers will come off. She's worn the red hood. I did not pick the 1 per se. I did pick the 4, but whatever. It's the last race, who cares? But she's gonna wear that red hood up into the gate, and it's actually made a big difference. She was accompanied by the stable pony too. Ooh, I may have jinxed her as she starts doing that lovely Lipizzaner type of move there. But look, I think they've taken every precaution necessary to try to keep this filly calm, because obviously she's one that lives on her nerves a bit. As we'll also take a look at the 12. It's a yucky post for Saratoga Daisy, but she does drop in class here. She adds blinkers, shortcut cheater blinker. Boy, did she look fantastic in the warm-up. She's another one that's kind of sharp, and I know Kendrick always takes horses away from the pony to warm them up. He did that with her, but I think there was some intention, because she's got to go forward to get a good position from that far outside post. Lafitte?
Yeah, Kendrick Carmouche, Delta, tricky hand. See what he does here with Saratoga Daisy. Pace, who provides the early heat, early pace.
I agree with Tom. It's supposed to be the 4. I'm
All
hoping
by
the 1's a
herself.
little more forward, though, with Javi.
Bernina Express, Flavia and Pratt. Post time, 10th and final to carry or not to carry this pick 6. We're about to find out. Frank Mirmati with the call. The nightcap live from the spa in FS2.
Mia Sophia goes in. Zelina is next. Loading quickly. Saratoga Daisy is the last one to load. A little bit of movement from both Luciana's Honor. And they're off. It was a clean start. Chaumet is going out to battle for the early lead, but Italian is a little bit quicker. And here's Saratoga Daisy sprinting up on the outside of Bernina Express, who is currently in second. Tank Girl going 4 wide to apply more pressure on these leaders. Zelina wasn't quick out of the gate, but is suddenly only 3 lengths off the lead, racing in between rivals. Then Amicus Carrier racing on the inside of Luciana's Honor. That pair is followed by Mia Sophia. Sunshine Dakota is toward the back of the field, and the 2 trailers Into the Wilderness and Sky Low Low. 24-2, Saratoga Daisy. From the outside to the rail, leading it by a length and a half now over Bernina Express in second. They're followed at the rail by Italian. Zelina is racing in between horses. Tank Girl is on the far outside. The half went in 49-1. Amicus Courier is next, followed by Chaumet. Outside of her comes Luciana's Honor, who's won from the outside as the field moves into the far turn. Sky Low Low is launching that bid earlier today, and it's a nice one. There goes Sky Low Low, passing horses one by one all the way up to a joint third through 3/4 in 1:14 flat. Saratoga Daisy has turned for home with a 3-length lead. On the outside, Italian is chasing in second. Sky Low Low in the center of the course. Further out from them is Chaumet, Amicus Courier in that mix too. In the final 16th of a mile, also Into the Wilderness in the green, diving toward the rail and blowing by them all. Into the Wilderness, and Jose Ortiz getting up to score. Over Italian, the battle for third was between Sky Low Low and Chaumet.
Wild finish, cavalry charge, Into the Wilderness. Storms home with Jose Ortiz in the nightcap.
Well, the pace got a little crazy in here, you guys, early on. I mean, there was a lot going on. They went very, very fast, and pace makes the race. Into the Wilderness, last start came from well off the pace to finish very well. First time Lasix today, Into the Wilderness, did it again with a big, big finish to take it home.
Turns out his race, or her race, was the key race for this one. I didn't think it was. They were in first and third out of that race. 3 ran well off the layoff, and probably, you know, I mean, I don't think you want to beat up on Irad. He's probably saying to himself, maybe I moved a little soon, maybe, maybe not. And the one had a nightmare trip.
Yeah, I was waiting to see this drone. Jose was zigzagging everywhere. He's right there. He's fourth to last in the green silks. Looked like he had to go around he was
like a running back, broken field running.
He has to go inside again.
Like driving on Broadway at 9 in the morning, trying to get to work. But I mean, look, that's what makes a great rider. You make the right moves in traffic, you know what to do. I mean, he's one of the best.
Irad Ortiz had ridden in her previous race. Jose Ortiz jumps in the cockpit, Into the Wilderness, 8-3-6-1. What happened, Andy, with the one? You said brutal trip for Chaumet.
Yeah, I think he's probably one of these tricky horses to ride, to be fair to Javier. And he kind of tried to get him outside of the 3 horse in the backstretch, and he just got shuffled back. I'm not saying it was Javier's fault. He just kept losing position the whole way in the backstretch, and I think it's one of the reasons he kind of hung a little when he got out there. On the other hand, he did get him in position to win. He didn't finish.
And the winner picking his way through, Jose Ortiz, making every right move.
Yeah, I think when you win the Oaks, the Derby, the Belmont, whatever else he's won this year, probably start making some quick decisions.
The 10th of Saratoga.
Yeah, exactly.
It's up there with all this.
And a day with magnitude, 9-5 morning line favorite in the 99th Whitney on Saturday. Thanks so much for joining us on Saratoga Live. We'll be right back at it tomorrow afternoon. In the feature, the Hall of Famer Javier Castellano. But that celebration just getting underway after the victory in the John Morrissey. And tomorrow, one of the most special days every summer at Saratoga, Hall of Fame induction. Christophe Clement, John Sheriffs to be forever recognized with the elite, side by side with the best of the best in thoroughbred racing. We'll see you tomorrow.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York bred race against other New York breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Enjoy an exclusive visit to a local breeding or aftercare farm with an all-inclusive package featuring breakfast at Saratoga and admission to Saratoga Racecourse. Your visit to a local thoroughbred farm includes an expert-run guided tour and chance to meet the residents up close. Perfect for both longtime fans and families, tours run weekly and include a morning breakfast buffet, round-trip transportation, and tickets to the track. Visit NYRA.com/tours to book today.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.